We are Novels Hall Dynasty. If you want to listen to more novels or more chapters of this novel, visit a path with the name of Novice Hall Dynasty. We continue with the novel.
Lord of Pets. Part 1. Chapter 1. Purple Electric Dragon equals passengers, welcome aboard that floating ship. Grey Eagle. After a long journey of 3 days and 3 nights, we have arrived at the middle ring area of the endless sand domain. We still have 3 hours to go before our final destination, the Mountain and Sea Academy. Please take a moment to prepare. I am Captain, and dining the interior of the ornate cabin was bustling with 20 to 30 people sitting there, all looking like young boys and girls 15 to 16 years old. Looking to the stars and moon, I've been looking forward to this day. That's right. 12 years of diligent study and training, what is it for? Isn't it just to open up this old sea and become a master? Be patient and just wait a little more, and you'll get your wish soon. Heh, what type of pet beast are you guys planning to contract? I've already made up my mind. It has to be a livening attribute, and the most ideal one is, of course, the electric rat. The young, still slightly immature faces were filled with excitement and joy. Baruashan watched them silently, a similarly expectant smile running across the corners of his mouth. When he turned his head and saw the young girl who was sleeping with her arms around him, Baruashan sighed instead. Habitually tapping the young girl's darkened oily head, Baruashan rather helplessly said, Shao, wake, you've been asleep for half the day. Probably because she had just woken up, a faint blush was still swirling on the young girl's face. Her looks could not be called stunning, but her countenance was delicate and small enough, with a goose-egg face, straight bridge of the nose, small mouth, and green hair naturally falling over her shoulders, just like the image of the young sister next door in his mind. Is it the station? Mujaja rubbed her sleepy eyes, her small mouth muttering, still a little irritated on having been woken. Soon. Baruashan glanced at her with no good grace as he moved his stiffened arm. If you keep sleeping, you'll probably lose this arm. Mujaja pouted in disbelief. I just dreamed of a fish-blunt bird, and it was delicious seeing that Baruashan was not paying attention to her. Mujaja had an idea as all her fingers sneakily rested on Baruashan's shoulder. Brother Washan, let me give you a massage, okay? I've studied orthopedic massage. My technique is first class. Baruashan's first reaction was that it was unreliable. After feeding it twice, he grimaced in pain as expected, and pushed Mujaja's arm away at once. Enough. If you have time to play around, why don't you think about how you are going to explain yourself to your cousin when you get to the academy later? Mujaja stopped massaging, turned to clutch Baruashan's sleeve, and said in an aggrieved manner, what's there to explain? You just don't want to go to the Green Phoenix Female Academy. Brother Tinxing is in the Mountain and Sea Academy, and Brother Washang is also going to the Mountain and Sea Academy, so why should I go to the Green Phoenix Female Academy by myself? That's no fun. Well, you can't sneak out without saying anything, can you? Your family must be worried sick. Baruashan held his forehead and sighed. Though Mujaja looked harmless and innocent, she was pretty naughty and unruly, and she'd been in trouble quite often. Baruashan had taken the blame for her countless times. Unexpectedly, in a significant event of a lifetime, selecting a pet beast cultivation academy, her family had arranged her entrance into the Green Phoenix Female Academy, one that was more suitable for her. They had formed many good relationships in advance, but Mujaja did go, and even followed Baruashan secretly, going on a floating ship to the Mountain and Sea Academy. Mujaja had a cousin 3 years older than her called Mu Tirngsing. He was the eldest son of the current head of the Mu family, and was currently enrolled as a 4th-year student of the Mountain and Sea Academy. In Baruashan's impression, Mu Tirngsing had limited care for his cousin Mujaja. He was as stern as a doting father, treating her with very high demands in her daily studies, cultivation, and work. This time, Mujaja had capriciously changed academies on her own, and when Mu Tirngsing found out about it, she would inevitably receive a scolding. Let's talk about it then. I'm here anyway. Brother Tianxing can't chase me back, right? Said Mujaja, making a face at Baruashan with a strange confidence. Just as Baruashan was planning to lecture Mujaja further, the floating ship that had been moving steadily forward suddenly trembled violently, causing countless people inside the ship to cry out in alarm. Look out the window. What's that? Beru Wuxian glanced following the sound, only to see that the azure sky, which was initially blazing with the sun shining high and cloudless for miles, was dimming at a speed visible to the naked eye. In the distance, black clouds rolled in, covering half the sky. Thick and incomparably bright purple lightning bolts intertwined and collided in the black clouds, dancing like a snake demon in madness. The sound of the lightning roaring, even through the thick layer of the ship's planking, was still deafening and frightening. A thunderstorm. Beru Wuxian froze, and then felt that something wasn't right. What kind of dark cloud of lightning formed such a large area in just a few dozen seconds? Chirp. Out of the doomsday-like black cloud of lightning, there was a sudden, mournful bird cry of the utmost intensity, and a behemoth peeked out from the cloud, its scarlet eyes looking distantly at the floating ship. In the instant of the lightning's flicker, Beru Wuxian saw the monster's entire appearance, and his body froze as if he had lost his soul, and was motionless. It was a colossal raptor with a dragon's head and a bird's body, with a wingspan of nearly 100 meters, but it didn't have a single feather on its body, and purple dragon scales covered it in its entirety. The scales looked like they were forged out of metal, and were filled with an incredible sense of beauty and power. Its head resembled that of legendary dragons, with a pair of golden, curved horns that curled backward, looking noble and holy. However, its beak was a curved one, black and sharp, several meters long, and still stained with the blood of a fierce beast. It had obviously just fought and killed something. Even more terrifying were its claws, thick as oxen, sharp as knives, and with a ghastly glare. They had to be able to tear through the defensive deck of the floating ship easily. Purple electric dragon eagle, muttered Mu Zhaozhao as she gulped. How could a monster of this level appear here? It doesn't seem to be in the right mind. Look at its eyes, bright red like blood. It is clearly in a state of rage. What exactly has happened to make it so mad that it has gone out of its way to come to this barren desert, away from its nest? Beru Wuxian forced himself to calm down, and briefly analyze the situation. Obviously, the furious purple electric dragon eagle noticed the floating ship in the distance that was a great deal smaller than it, and its bright red pupils were filled with disgust as its purple scaled wings flapped hard, and swooped over like a lightning bolt. Everyone, sit where you are. Defense systems fully activate and activate extreme overload mode. The captain's voice of forced composure came over the radio, followed by a rapid deviation of the ship's bow, and the ship shot in the opposite direction as fast as it could. Beru Wuxian and Mu Zhaozhao were riding on the floating ship that was the latest model configured by the Mountain and Sea Academy and equipped with abundant power. Generally, it was enough to rival the majority of complete-form flying creatures, and the safety factor was extremely high in the outer and even middle ring regions of the Endless Sand Domain. However, this purple electric dragon eagle was so terrifyingly big that it was likely a monster of the ultimate form. Seeing the huge and hideous body of the purple electric dragon eagle getting closer and closer, everyone in the cabin couldn't sit still, and there were even timid girls who cried out all of a sudden. Hiss! The sharp wings flickering with demonic purple lightning were like a supreme sword, splitting the floating ship in two. In a flash of lightning, Beru Wuxian only had time to pounce on Mu Zhaozhao, hoping to give her a little extra protection. Then, the world was spiraling, and his consciousness fell into silence. Chapter 2. The Spell of Divine Protection. Beru Wuxian had a long dream. He dreamed that a man named King Long originally lived in a world called Blue Star, where there were no monsters and no strife. The world was peaceful. As a programmer, he lived a humdrum and fulfilling life, working from 9 to 9 7 days a week. One day, King Long stayed up all night for 2 days and nights to fix a bug in a game called Gorman, but he never woke up due to exhaustion. However, he was not dead yet, but floating in the void rift as a strange soul form, muddled and drifting with the waves. After an unknown amount of time, perhaps a year, or perhaps hundreds of years, a light appeared in front of him. Through the light, King Long saw a young boy who had fallen into a pile of rocks, and was dripping blood. His breath was weak, and he didn't look like he would survive. A wonderful feeling rose in his heart, like a magnet that deeply attracted King Long, and his soul subconsciously drifted towards the teenager's brain. No. It's not right. Beru Wuxian awoke with horror. Wasn't the blood-soaked teenage boy precisely what he looked like? Brother Wuxian. Brother Wuxian. The familiar voice of Mu Zhaozhao suddenly rang in his ears, her voice trembling with a distinct crying tone. I can't die yet. How can I die with a strong desire to live? Beru Wuxian's blurry mental body revived, and the first thing he noticed was the presence of another soul in his mind that was gradually seizing control of his body. transmigrate, possession, rebirth. Those several newly learned words popped into his consciousness, and chills ran through the soles of his feet. Perhaps because he had been floating in the void for too long, the soul body that belonged to Qin Long was significantly more powerful, and Bei Wuxian tried to struggle several times, always falling behind and continually being eaten away. Bei Wuxian knew that the moment his soul form was all eaten, he would be finished. Even if I die, I don't want another person to take over my body and live this life for me. The illusory soul clenched its fists, and after a slight hesitation, Bei Wuxian charged towards the heart of his body. He recalled the first half of his life. Born 16 years ago in a small wilderness village, Bei Wuxian lived a happy, harmonious, and uneventful life until the age of 6. Until one day, when he was 6 years old, disaster struck unexpectedly. The princess of the Abyssal Blood Clan awoke from an ice coffin after 30,000 years, and needed a large number of virgins to replenish her ki and blood. As the Blood Clan vassals had slaughtered many surrounding villages and towns to please this princess, and all children of school age were their targets, and the small village where Bei Wuxian was located was one of them. As a young boy, he watched as his parents were brutally murdered to save him, and that feeling of powerlessness hung in his mind to this day. He dared not forget it. Fortunately, just as the Blood Clan's princess bit open his throat and drew blood, a legion of angels belonging to the Holy Court port them using a spatial tunnel. They were led by the six-winged guardian Holy Angel, FACEBOKK, who managed to repel the Blood Clan and save him in that process. He was saved. However, she was one of the oldest members of the Blood Clan from ancient times, and the nobility of her bloodline was rarely matched in the world. Her saliva naturally carried the most potent and vicious ancient blood poison, and Bei Wuxian had no way to avoid it, because he had been bitten. This blood poison was highly potent, rooting deep in the human body and constantly sucking up life force. It would break out of the body and blossom into a six-petaled blood flower when the time was ripe. At that time, the soul would disintegrate, and the corpse would be gone. Even a legendary level 6-winged guardian Holy Angel couldn't eradicate this ancient blood poison. The benevolent Lord FACEBOKK, unwilling to see a young being die in pain, spent his energy to cast 5 spells of divine protection to help Bei Wuxian seal the blood poison deep within his heart, which allowed him to survive to this day. Lord FACEBOKK had warned him that the protection spell was not a radical solution, and would protect him for 15 years at most before its power was depleted. Right now, Bei Wuxian was facing a life-and-death crisis of a soul form being devoured, and he had no time to think about what would happen 5 years later, and only thought about resisting. This protection spell might be his silver lining. The blood-red heart pounded. In his soul-body state, Bei Wuxian clearly saw a circular-like curtain cage deep inside his heart. A red liquid slowly flowed inside the cage, permeating with an endless horror and evil. Seemingly sensing the approach of Bei Wuxian's soul form, the massive red liquid suddenly transformed into a blood-striped python, hissing and spitting out its tongue, the colors of greed, desire, and hatred unconcealed in those dark golden vertical pupils. Buzz. 2 talismans engraved with golden cryptic inscriptions quietly emerged, turning into golden chains that ran through the torso of the blood-striped python. The blood-striped python screamed miserably, and the next moment it exploded like a bubble, turning back into a red liquid that slowly flowed in the cage. The soul body gently touched the 2 golden talismans, which were the most fundamental core power of the protection spell. Initially, there were 5 of them, and after 10 years of natural exhaustion, only 2 were left. Whether I live or die, it's up to this. Focusing all of his willpower, Bei Wuxian detonated a divine protection spell within his body. Outside, it was nearing evening, and the sun's last rays were about to fade. It seemed to be some valley in the desert, and the ground was littered with sand and gravel of all sizes and many fragments and body parts from the destruction of the floating ship. It was quite shocking to see. Bei Wuxian was lying on his back, and blood wouldn't stop flowing out from all corners of his body. Mu Zhaozhao shook Bei Wuxian with teary eyes, calling out his name over and over again, and trying to wake him up. Suddenly, densely packed golden specks of light were seeping out of Bei Wuxian's body, repeatedly rushing inside and out. Those terrifying wounds in his body began to heal at a speed visible to the naked eye, quickly being fully restored. Phew! Bei Wuxian sat up abruptly, his gaze dull. "Oh my, brother Wuxian, you've woken up. I was so afraid to never see you again," whimpered Mu Zhaozhao as she excitedly jumped into his arms. Baoyuan froze and became clear-headed, hurriedly checking himself. Aside from his clothes being torn beyond recognition, he had no scar on the surface of his body, and he couldn't have been healthier. Obviously it's my own conscious body taps in control of the physical body now, and everything is back to normal, so where did the guy named King Long go? Many thoughts came to his mind. Initially, Baoyuan thought that the holy protection spell possessed amazing purifying energy and healing ability, and was supposed to be the counter of evil forces. Detonating a spell seal within his body might expel King Long. Maybe there was some risk, but he had no choice but to take a leap of faith at the time. Baoyuan was surprised to find that a transparent crystal was hovering in his mind, spinning. His intuition told him that the crystallization of the remaining soul essence had coalesced after King Long's subjective consciousness body had perished entirely. It was like a freshly baked cake with a tempting aroma, captivating the attention of Baoyuan. Chapter 3, Soul Awakening, Book of Odes. With a soft boom, Baoyuan poked through the soul crystal. It was like planting a seed in that dirt. The seed broke through the earth, took root, sprouted, and eventually grew into a gigantic tree in a very short time. Baoyuan's soul power skyrocketed at an alarming rate, and every cell in his body was cheering. A small black sun suddenly appeared in the originally boundless space of the sea of consciousness filled with gray mist, perched right in the center, and was spinning in place at a slow, regular speed. Soul vortex? Is this my awakened soul power? Baoyuan remembered what he had learned in class, and remained incredulous. According to the normal process, a preparatory master could not rely on himself to achieve soul awakening, and had to wait until he was 16 years old and aided by a specific awakening array before he could successfully open up his mind space, thus condensing the soul vortex, and possessing soul power. Soul power was a symbol of official master status. This world was derived from transcendent creatures. Insects, erks, witches, goblins, angels, demons, bloods, giants, ghosts, countless races and endless branches and infinite mysteries created this vast world of survival of the fittest. The human race was weak by nature, and only a small group of them had the talent of soul power. Once they successfully awakened, they would have an unparalleled and powerful ability to form pet contracts with extraordinary creatures and control them to fight. Subdue, nurture, fight, advance, evolve. The masters kept climbing and moving forward so that the human race could take its place on the stage of the transcendent world. For as long as any child of the human race could remember, their strongest and purest desire was to awaken soul power and contract a pet beast. From this moment on, Baoyuan had crossed the dividing line between mortal and divine, stepping into the beginnings of another world, and he inevitably felt a bit dazed. I remember the books mentioning that autonomous awakened ones are also known as innate masters, which is very rare. The probability is about 1 in 10.000 of an ordinary preparatory master. With my original natural talent, I definitely wouldn't have made it. Could it be because I devoured and fused with the soul essence left behind by King Long, causing me to overtake and break through the critical line? Baoyuan pondered silently, and then felt a bit worried. I wonder if this will leave any residual effects. Hopefully, I won't lose more than I gain because of this. Looking down at himself, Baoyuan was shocked to find that his body seemed to have undergone some changes due to awakening his soul power. He felt a little taller than 58, which he had been, his shoulders were a bit wider, and the surface of his skin had an additional layer of luster. The most conspicuous thing was suspended in the air on the right side of his body. A dictionary-like book, faded in color, with arcane and ancient patterns engraved throughout and far more exaggerated in size and thickness than the average book. If there was still some unreal feeling before, then now after seeing this slightly mysteriously glowing book, Baoyuan finally believed the truth. This was the Book of Odes, also known as the Book of Contracts, a special energy maths made of soul power and flesh and blood essence coalescing. It wasn't a substance. It was a credential for the identity of a master, and automatically formed upon awakening the soul power. Its main function was to give the user the ability to contract with transcendent creatures, through which they could enter into a pet contract. Also, the Book of Odes had a built-in independent living space that could accommodate a contract pet. The Book of Odes. Brother Washan, how did you become a master? Mujaja stared at the book in awe, and her small mouth dropped so wide in surprise that an egg could fit in. After thinking about it in silence, Baoyuan decided to keep the matter of King Long in his heart, and not tell anyone. This matter was too surreal. There were actually other parallel worlds beyond the transcendent plane, completely subverting people's views. Any leakage of such information would cause major trouble, and not be good for himself or his friends. So, Baruashan just blurted out the part about the transmigrators, and simply explained that he had taken the desperate step of activating a divine protection spell to survive. As a result, the protection spell had not only healed his body, but also seemed to have triggered a chain reaction that had accidentally caused his soul power to awaken of its own accord. Ah. Then wasn't your life expectancy shortened again? Said Mujajao Sony with a bitter look. The things that happened in Baruashang's childhood were known to everyone in the Mu family who was familiar with him, naturally including Mujajao. If there's only one protection spell left, it will probably last 3 years. By then the seal will break, and the blood poison will storm back, and Baruashang muttered. But, I won't give up easily. From today onwards, I will work harder, and never fear fate until the last moment. Mujajao was silent for a while before she spoke to change the subject. If you've awakened on your own, you are now at the peak of the spiritualist. I remember Grandpa saying that the master who awakens through the Ara assistance will transform the soul power that has been naturally accumulated within the past 16 years into soul power, and the initial soul power depends on each person's accumulation, and it will be in between the 3 zones of early, middle, and late spiritualist. Meanwhile, in the case of a master who awakens autonomously, their initial soul power will reach the peak of spiritualist directly, starting from a higher level than others, and they can save a lot of cultivation time. Of course, this alone is not enough to set off the rarity and power of the autonomous awakened. What is most precious is that the autonomous awakened have an additional opportunity to summon their life-bound pet beast. Life-bound pet beast, Baruashang said quietly, suddenly looking up at the sky and frowning. By now, it was completely dark. The crescent moon hung in the sky, and the stars were mostly obscured by thick clouds. After him becoming a peak spiritualist master, both his physical qualities and his perception had qualitatively improved, and a burst of strange hissing sounds coming from the side of his ears caused his sense of vigilance to peak. Zhao, the life-bound summon has to be carried out with full concentration. No distraction is allowed. Look, it's getting dark now. Something will inevitably come out to feed in the wilderness. Wednesday, better find a safe place to hide first before we consider the next step. Okay. Mujajao nodded obediently, and pointed her slender finger at her neck, saying, but when it comes to danger, don't always protect me first. I still have my family's protective jade pendant. Baruashang saw that the lotus jade pendant with a live green luster had a clear crack. We just fell from a high altitude, and the jade pendant triggered automatically, but it could only protect me, so I was unharmed, Mujajao whispered while tugging hard on the corner of Baruashang's torn and tattered clothes, and tears seemed to rise again under her eyes. Everyone else is probably dead, and died horribly. It scared me to death when I saw that you were all badly mangled. Okay. It's okay. Baruashang patted Mujajao's head dotingly, his gaze gentle and his heart slightly moved. With nothing more to fall back on since the calamitous incident at the age of 6, Baruashang had been adopted by a woman. But that woman wasn't very reliable, and it didn't take long for her to throw into the Mu family. Baruashang spent most of the 10 years between the ages of 6 and 16 in the Mu family compound. He could be considered partially the Mu family's child. Mujajao was a direct member of the younger generation of the Mu family, but unfortunately, she had an average talent, and was also a bit playful and capricious, and didn't stand out among her siblings. She and Baruashang had grown up playing together too, were very close, and Baruashang had always taken care of her as his own sister. Shaking his head slightly, Baruashang pushed those warm feelings out of his head for the time being. Business first. In the hazy moonlight, he dug and searched through the wreckage of the floating ship, fishing out 2 1-meter-long, 3-finger-thick metal rods, one for him and one for Mujajao, to use as makeshift weapons. Baruashang's current physical qualities were comparable to those of a regular early to mid-young transcendent creature, but Baruashang knew that the wilderness was a place full of unknown variables, and his own practical combat abilities were lacking, so he didn't dare to be careless in the slightest. Be careful. Stay close to me. Holding up the improvised torch that had just been lit, Baruashang held Mujajao's hand as he explored towards the unknown darkness. Chapter 4. Hungry Zombies. The night was already thick as ink. The path within the valley was not easy to follow. Even if it was empty and not covered by any trees, the terrain was naturally complex, with winding and branching roots everywhere, and the slightest inattention could lead to getting lost. Those strange hissing noises in his ears were increasing, and Beruashan could not distinguish what they were for a while, so in the spirit of being more cautious, he planned to find a low cave and settle down for the night first. If he could make it through the night, he would be able to find a way out during daytime with a little more openness. Brother Washan, the floating shipwreck, and the ones sitting on it are all reserve masters who have already passed the initial screening. The Mountain and Sea Academy will do something about it, right? Mu Zhaozhao subconsciously wanted to find some topic to chat with Beruashan. It was the first time she had been on a long journey, and it was late at this time, with low visibility, so she was inevitably a little scared. Well, the reserve masters were a strategic level resource everywhere. With so many people dead this time, the Mountain and Sea Academy will definitely send someone to find out what happened. I just don't know if this matter will be discovered in time. In theory, the floating ship has a location signal. After thinking about it, Beruashan continued, still, we have to be prepared for both. We can't pin all our hopes on a rescue from the Academy, and we have to try to figure out how to get out of it ourselves. Mu Zhaozhao pouted, looking as if she were about to say something. It had taken her a lot of effort to trick the pestering personal guard into leaving to sneak out, but she hadn't expected to find herself in this situation in the blink of an eye. Have I been too willful? Mu Zhaozhao reflected silently as she scolded herself inwardly. Pata, there was the sudden sound of someone walking from far too near around the corner ahead. It was abrupt on this silent night. Beruashan stopped in his tracks, and quickly pressed the fire extinguisher, pulling Mu Zhaozhao against the side of the mountain wall as the two held their breath. Could there be survivors? Beruashan's thoughts churned, and after listening carefully, he didn't think that was the case. The other party sounded too strange, walking like a limp, waddling aimlessly, and occasionally hitting the wall. However, the direction he was moving forward remained unchanged, getting closer and closer to the position of Beruashan. Mu Zhaozhao. Beruashan raised the metal rod in his hand quietly, veins bulging on his wrist, ready to smash down forcefully. In the darkness, a tall and thin figure caught Beruashan's eye. He looked somewhat awkward in his tattered ancient-style garb, while his arms were tucked into his fat sleeves. Disgustingly, it was as if he had never bathed. His stained face was unclear, and his body reeked of dead fish. A message suddenly popped up before his eyes. Name: Hungry Zombie, Wild Race. Underworld Zombie Type Corpse Life Level. Early Youth Form Bloodline Quality. Mortal Bone Level 1 Status. Hungry Wisdom. Very low characteristics. Dark Adaptation / Infection Skills. Corpse Claw, Gnawing Gourmet Cell. 1. What is this? Beruashan's eyes widened. His expression was one of shock. Seeming to catch a whiff of something, the figure in the darkness paused, and jerked its head around. Ah! Mu Zhaozhao let out a scream, and was scared out of her wits. The dim moonlight exposed a horrible human face stained with blood, with badly decayed skin and extremely distorted features. A few fat white maggots were vaguely visible crawling in and out of it, playing merrily. Zoro Zombie. Mu Zhaozhao pointed at the creature. Her hand was shaking, and she couldn't hold the metal rod at all. Roar. The zombie's glowing green eyes almost fell out into light. It hadn't touched such a fine-skinned ingredient in a long time, and with a low roar of excitement, it opened its bloody mouth with long thin fangs and pounced. Dang! Beruashan no longer hesitated, and smashed fiercely into the hungry zombie's head, splashing white and red all over the ground. Beruashan's power now was like a different person's compared to a day ago. The unrelenting blow directly smashed the zombie to the ground, and after its legs and feet twitched, it stopped moving completely. Hunting success, +1 gourmet cell. A line of tiny red letters swept by his eyes as if it were a pop-up. Beruashan shook his head to make sure it wasn't an illusion, forcing down the confusion in his mind as his gaze turned to Mu Zhaozhao. You're not hurt, are you? I'm fine. Mu Zhaozhao shook her head, a little shocked and more than a little ashamed. She was at least a disciple of a large family, and when she came back to her senses, she naturally understood that this was the lowest entrap-sized hungry zombie. Even if she was only a preparatory master, she could easily win in a one-on-one encounter, and she shouldn't have been scared like this, not even having the courage to face it directly. Beruashan was vaguely able to detect Mu Zhao's thoughts. He had experienced life and death many times. He was considered deeply experienced, so he would be more relaxed in the face of unknown dangers, and wouldn't fall into confusion. Mujaja was different from him. She grew up with half a silver spoon. Before this, it was difficult to experience this kind of fear and despair between life and death, and it was inevitable that she would be shocked for a while. Baruashan rubbed Mujaja's head, and didn't say much. He couldn't shelter Mujaja forever, and she, too, needed to grow on her own. They lit the torches, and continued on their way. This time, Baruashan wasn't going to put it out. He was uninformed earlier, and mistook the zombie for a real person. In the spirit of caution, he extinguished the torch first. While walking all the way and killing a few more zombies here and there, Baruashan began to conceive an idea in his heart. This valley was most likely a zombie valley, nothing flying or walking, only zombies, so it was no wonder the whole way was deathly still, and nothing living could be found. Transcendent creatures like zombies, especially the lowest class of hunger zombies, had no vision despite their creepy green pupils, and they relied on smell and hearing for their activities. They feared the sun as much as they feared fire, so they only came out at night, and the darker the night, the more active they were. When it was daylight, they hid underground or in caves to sleep until they came out again the next night to feed. Finally, Baruashan found a suitable cave, and the two of them moved a few large stones to block the mouth of the cave, leaving only a slight gap for air and observation of the outside world. Phew, it's almost midnight. That's the point in time when zombies are most active. Thankfully, we found shelter, or would have to face hordes of hunger zombies, and maybe even higher-level powerful zombies. It's too dangerous and full of unknowns out there. Baruashan straightened up and stretched, lying down slightly lazily on the dry ground next to two specially made simple torches, and felt warm and comfortable. Yeah, it's been a surreal day. Mujaja lay down next to Baruashan, looking blankly at the stone wall above her head, her small face filled with a weary look. Get some sleep. Don't push yourself. You'll keep watch. Baruashan rested just a little before sitting up again, and said, "You are not a master yet. You are not as fit as I am, and you've been emotionally tense all day, so you are awfully tired, right?" Mujaja opened her mouth, but could not retort, so she could only respond, and turn her head to sleep. Baruashan drifted away in thought as he seriously considered some questions, sitting cross-legged next to the flames. That attribute panel, what exactly is it? Chapter 5. The Golden Sword and the Silver Fork, the altar of the god of food. In my 16 years of living, I'd never heard of anyone with such a singular ability, one more powerful than the legendary Great Appraisal technique. Before entering the cave, Baruashan had tested it several times quietly. As long as his gaze was directed at any zombie within the range of 10 meters, a detailed attribute panel would be reflected in his pupils. What was even more bizarre was that a mysterious pattern of the golden sword and silver fork appeared out of nowhere on the back of his right hand. Baruashan tested it with Mujaja, and found that she couldn't see that pattern at all. It seemed that only he could see it. What exactly is this? Baruashan gazed at the golden sword and silver fork on the back of his hand, a pondering look in his eyes. Looking on, he suddenly heard an illusory voice in his ears. "Would you like to open the altar of the Gorman?" Baruashan was startled and looked around. Everything was normal, and nothing was out of place. "Would you like to open the altar of the Gorman?" The voice resounded again, and Baruashan carefully identified the source, finding that it seemed to be a sound transmitted from the golden sword and silver fork. "Altar of the Gorman." Baruashan murmured the inexplicably familiar words twice, and came to a sudden realization. It seems that King Long was fixing an exploit in a game called Gorman right before he died. It can't be. Could it be just like King Long's memory? Every Blue Star transmitter has their own cheat, but it originally belonged to King Long, and now we've intercepted it. Baruashan's heart thumped with joy and surprise. Trying to take 2 deep breaths to calm down, Baruashan kept telling himself to be calm and collected when things went wrong, and never act blindly. He raised his head and observed, confirming that Mujaja had fallen into a deep sleep, and would not wake up anytime soon. Afterward, Baruashan crept to the cave entrance, and glanced at the outside world for a while. A few hunger zombies would occasionally pass by, but none of them noticed the small hidden cave. After confirming that it was safe, Baruashan's gaze refocused on the golden sword and silver fork pattern. "Would you like to open the altar of the Gorman?" "Yes," Baruashan murmured in his mind. Endless darkness wrapped itself around him like a tidal wave, and suddenly he could see nothing. A bright light came before his eyes in the next second, and Bai Wuxian found himself in an abandoned palace. The ground was messy, with broken stone pillars all over the place, and the walls around him were full of cracks, an ancient and unknown past they had. This abandoned palace covered an area of about 300 square meters, appearing like a circle. The outermost ring surrounded 13 pure black statues, some humanoid, some full of limbs like insects, and some even shaped like gigantic dragons. In short, all in strange forms. After scanning around, Bai Wuxian looked towards the very center of the palace. There stood a large bronze square cauldron, rusty and full of the patina of age. Just as Bai Wuxian was about to get closer to the bronze square cauldron for a closer look, he suddenly noticed something different about himself. Why is my body so light? Looking down, he saw that his own body was translucent. Kneeling, his arms and thighs still possessed a substantial touch, but he lost the sense of pain. It's most likely not my true body, but my consciousness or a spiritual body of sorts that has entered this space. How do I get out? Just as such a thought popped up in his mind, Bai Wuxian opened his eyes and the real world as blackness and brightness appeared before his eyes. Looking at the surroundings, he saw no change around him, indicating that the flow of time was about the same as outside. Confirming this, he entered the Gorman's altar once more, and arrived at the very center of the abandoned palace. Taking a closer look at the bronze square cauldron, Bai Wuxian found that the height of the cauldron was equal to his height. It had 2 ears, 4 feet, and a rustic and solemn form. On the outside of that greenish-gray cauldron, small engravings of a colossal 3-legged golden crow that covered the sky, an earthly python that coiled itself around an entire divine mountain, and an ancient giant with 50 heads and 100 arms could be seen. There were thousands of engravings, all of which depicted, without exception, creatures from myth and legend. What kind of cauldron is this? It looked so old and mysterious. After circling and finding nothing more, Bai Wuxian tried to stand on tiptoe and look inside the cauldron. The inside of the pot was pitch black, distorting all the light, and Bai Wuxian looked left and right, but couldn't see anything. After staring for a long time, a palpitating sensation even appeared, as if the dark and deep cauldron had a bottomless abyss inside, and a bloody mouth would appear in the next second to devour him, scaring Bai Wuxian into hastily withdrawing his gaze. Obviously, this bronze square cauldron placed in the very center of the Gorman's altar must be the most important item. What is its use, and how do I activate it? Or how do I use it? After hesitating for a while and unable to find a train of thought, Bai Wuxian tried to touch the body of the cauldron with his finger. Completely different from the cold metallic texture that one would expect, the cauldron's body was scorching and scalding as its flames had just scorched it. Seemingly some change was triggered as the bronze square cauldron began to rumble and trembled, the movement growing louder and louder as the entire palace began to shake. Shocked, Bai Wuxian tried to loosen his fingers. Surprisingly, a tremendous suction force came from the body of the cauldron. Even Bai Wuxian's entire right palm was firmly attached to the bronze square cauldron, and no matter how much he struggled, he could not break away. Troubleshooting original holder Qianlong die trigger bin target certification Bai Wuxian judgment result. The only host of this altar, the altar of the Gorman, is activating 30%, 60%, 100% activation complete. Line after line of small print drifted across the bottom of his eyes, and Bai Wuxian froze, his brain lagging a little. Is this a system? Or something else? Bai Wuxian, who had had the experience of Qianlong's life, quickly snapped out of the surprise. The suction under his palm had disappeared, and as Bai Wuxian drew back his right hand, he saw a rainbow-colored flame that sprang out from the depths of the black square cauldron, lighting up the entire abandoned palace with a dreamlike splendor as the streams of light shot out. Determine that the current host is activating the altar for the first time, trigger additional reward, gift of the Gorman, and receive a first tier Gorman treasure chest X1, a treasure chest the size of a book bag, shining with a clean white porcelain luster, materialized out of thin air from the rainbow-colored flames, and hovered in the air. Gorman's treasure chest? Is this meant to be a raffle? Doubt it just bubbled up when the small print in Bai Wuxian's eyes immediately shifted. Hint. Gorman's treasure chest, with Gorman's special item inside, can assist the host growth. The Gorman's treasure chest is divided into 10 levels, starting from 1 and ending with 10. The higher the level, the rarer the goods. First tier Gorman's treasure chest's item mods 98.9% for transcendent recipes, 1% for Gorman props, 0.1% for Gorman secret techniques, Amazing. This thing seems to have insight into my thoughts and answer my questions directly. Thinking of this, Baruashan tried to call out in his mind. Hello, what should I call you? System. Gorman. Or what? Chapter 6. First drawing the abandoned palace. Baruashan waited for a minute or two, getting no response. It looks like this altar of the Gorman is not an AI. It's too dumbed down to answer our specific questions. Baruashan pondered silently, and then shook his head with a lost smile, thinking. Forget it. It'd been through the whole transmigration thing. My 3 views had long since been shattered, so let's not get to the bottom of it in pursuit of any truth. Now, I just need to figure out what the altar of the Gorman can get me, and how it can help me. Like this first tier Gorman's treasure chest, with uses to the transcendent recipes, Gorman's props, and Gorman's secret techniques had. Hint. Transcendent recipe, a top gourmet recipe created by the Gorman, for transcendent creatures only. Its effects include healing and recovery, advancement and evolution, genetic mutation, physique enhancement, ability enhancement, beauty and hairdressing, and so on. They will assist the host in breeding the most powerful pet beasts. Gorman props. Special items that contain the power of the Gorman, mostly one-time consumables. Gorman's secret technique. A secret skill created by the Gorman, the host can gain special abilities in handling ingredients after mastering it. 3 small lines surfaced in quick succession. Baruashan gradually adapted to this mode of communication. After reading it carefully, he suppressed the questions in his mind, and decided to open the treasure chest first to see for himself. He reached out and grabbed at the rainbow-colored flames. The flames didn't feel blazing hot. The white porcelain-like Gorman's treasure chest fell into his hands, its texture cold and silky smooth, unidentifiable as to what material it was. Without hesitation, Baruashan lifted the lid straight away. A brilliant flash of light pierced his eyes such that he couldn't open them for 2 or 3 seconds. What could it be? With some anticipation, Baruashan refocused his attention, and fixed his eyes on it. In the treasure chest, there was only 1 page of yellow parchment. Baruashan picked it up, and found that it was written with dense golden characters that were completely unreadable. Confusion was just rising in his mind when the yellow parchment suddenly disappeared into thin air. At the same time, Baruashan felt a slight tingling in his brain, and as if it was enlightening, a message appeared. Recipe. Mouse of Temptation. Materials. 1 fresh rat corpse, any species/mid larvae/dead within 3 hours and with a high degree of corpse integrity, plus 10 grams of ink bamboo leaves plus 5 phantom grass plants plus 1 stramonium plus 300 milliliters of water plus soul power of late-stage spiritualist or above. Any process. Remove the guts of the rat carcass and wash it, stuff the rat belly with ink bamboo leaves, and then simply sew it up. Crush all the phantom grass plants and stramonium flowers, throw them into a pot of cold water, and stir evenly until purplish red. Add the rat carcass to the pot, boil it over low heat, inject soul power continuously during the process, and extinguish the fire after the juice is completely collected. Description. A delicacy with a deadly appeal to youth-form snake creatures. Refer to the actual completion degree of the recipe for specific effects. This is a transcendent recipe. Baruashan froze and looked back at the passage, somewhat dazed. It looked like the recipe called Mouse of Temptation had a simple effect of trapping snakes. In the transcendent world, whether it was a series of said professions such as pill refiners, alchemists, talisman makers, array masters, and so on, or the various heavenly treasures, fruits, and medicinal stones in the natural environment, it was possible to achieve a similar effect. However, it was the first time that Baruashan had heard of this special recipe like human dishes with strict ingredients and process requirements, but made only for transcendent creatures. If it's true that there are transcendent recipes for advancement, evolution, mutation, and other effects as the introduction suggests, then this might be a whole new genre of breeding a treasure of riches that belongs only to me. At the thought of this, Baruashan's body trembled, every cell excited. His quest in life was simple: to get strong and stay alive. Only the strong have the power to dictate their destiny, and not be the target of plundering and killing. Trying to calm down, Baruashan repeatedly told himself to learn restraint, to abandon his greedy desires and false assumptions, that the future would always be the future, and that his eye should be on his feet, growing firmly step by step. After calming down, Baruashan posed a new question to the altar. Is there any other way to get this kind of Gorman treasure chest? Hint. The standard way to obtain the gourmet treasure chest is by sacrificing gourmet cells. 100 gourmet cells are required for the first tier gourmet treasure chest, 300 points for the second tier, and for the third tier gourmet cells, special genetic tissues possessed by transcendent creatures. The rarer and more powerful the individual, the greater the number of gourmet cells possessed, all automatically extracted after killing. Gourmet cells are the only gourmet offerings, and can be used to sacrifice for gourmet's treasure chests. Additional note, only the host, or a contract pet with which the host has established a contract, can hunt gourmet cells by killing transcendent creatures. Once the gourmet cells of a particular race have been extracted through hunting, individuals of the same race of the same level and below will not be able to obtain them repeatedly. Individuals of the same race above the level will receive the difference by deducting the gourmet cells that were once captured. Killing transcendent creatures earns you gourmet cells, then exchange gourmet cells for the gourmet treasure chests. Immediately recalling the earlier incident, Baruashang said in a sudden realization, no wonder 1 point of gourmet cell appeared after killing the first hungry zombie, and the subsequent second, third, and fourth kills didn't gain anything, and the fifth was a mid-stage hatchling, yet I got another 1 point of gourmet cell, so that's it. The explanation given by the altar was intuitive and clear, and Baruashang quickly figured out the logic. Right now, the number of gourmet cells he had was 2, which was not nearly enough to redeem a gourmet treasure chest. Baruashang also asked for additional ways to obtain treasure chests, such as gourmet's gift. The altar didn't respond. Looking over the 13 statues in the surrounding area, he still didn't find any new rewards. This altar, it seems, can only be used to draw treasure chests. Baruashang studied it for a while longer, even trying to bring something from the outside world into the altar, and it didn't work at all. Forget it. My main form is not out of danger yet, so that's it for now. I have to go back. Black and white went by his eyes. Baruashang returned to reality, and regained control of his physical body. Inside the cave, Mujaja was still sleeping, the fire kept burning, and everything was intact. Organizing my thoughts, first of all, the secret of the altar of the gourmet will become my greatest reliance, and must never be exposed while my pupils can identify transcendent beings. That's probably considered a derivative supporting ability, so he'll simply call it the eye of perception, and again, it's to be studied in depth. Tries also that transcendent recipe for mouse of temptation, and he'll have to find a chance to gather the ingredients to make it to ensure the reliability of the actual results. As for now, he'll meditate to recover my mental state at ease, and when the zombies recede during the day, this valley should be safe for the time being, so he'll activate my life-bound summoning first, and with the help of my pet beasts, he'll think of a way to return to the academy. Chapter 7. A midnight snack delivered to your door inside the cave. Baruashang sat cross-legged against the cave entrance, closed his eyes, assumed the posture of souls in palms facing the sky, and began to meditate. Meditation was the most common form of cultivation after becoming a master. It could be used to recover or grow one's soul power, and after a certain level of adaptation, meditation could even replace sleep entirely for better recovery of bodily functions. Baruashang didn't dare to enter into immersive deep meditation, only staying in a shallow meditation state so that he could divide some of his attention to respond to outside situations at any time. The minutes passed. Suddenly, a loud boom, like the sound of a heavy object hitting the ground, broke the valley's silence. Baruashang jerked awake as the sound was very close to him. Looking through a gap in the stone towards the outside, he saw a large brown and black boar lying on the ground like a pile of mud in the pale moonlight, its fat belly twitching, its tusks broken, and its mouth foaming with blood. Name: Tusked Pig, Wild Race. Demon Beast, Round Sea Walking Beast Type, Defend Pig Race. Life Level: Late Youth Form. Bloodline Quality: Mortal Bone Level, 3-star. Status: Near-Death Intelligence. Low Characteristics: Reckless Skills. Pig Surge, Skyward Thrust. Gourmet Cell. 9. What happened? Asked Muzhao, who had been startled awake, and came over to ask quietly. Probably fell from above and fell to its death, Baruashang guessed casually, but he was quite worried. This was the point in time when the zombies were most active, and a boar of this size falling here was an unsolicited midnight snack. Baruashang was tempted to complain, forget about serving right up to the door, what, fall dead in front of our cave? What if we're also found? Isn't that harming us? In the darkness, pair after pair of lime green eyes turned, gathering towards the area as if spectral fires. Soon, at least 24 hungry zombies varying in height gathered around, issuing suppressed hisses in succession. They crowded together, their ghastly corpse claws bringing off large chunks of bloody flesh from the tusked pit with each prod, and then pouncing on it like starving ghosts in an extremely gruesome scene. Beruashan covered Mujaj's mouth, fearing that she wouldn't be able to withstand the scene and scream out, and then she would become a live target. Dong. 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 Suddenly, a cloud of sand and dust was raised in the distance, and a burly black humanoid figure darted towards this side, the ground shaking violently with every step. Like a tank, it rushed into the group of zombies without a care in the world, and was able to grab a hungry zombie with one hand and throw it backward a dozen meters casually like a stone. This was repeated, and the normal zombies surrounding the tusked pit were cleared straight away. Roar. The monster opened its bloody mouth, and let out a long cry to the sky, and the hungry zombies around it that didn't have vice still wanted to come over and grab the food, yet suddenly fell to the ground like soft shrimp shivering. Illuminated by the silver moon, the monster was about 2 meters tall, with long hair, naked, and glowing with a metallic sheen from head to toe. If one were to just look at its body, it was a fine sculptural work of art, with overwhelming aesthetic in every curvature. But when one saw its face, one's scalp was bound to tingle, and all senses would tell them that it was totally a murderous monster. The humanoid's face was strewn with scars as if a sharp weapon had strangled it, and its deeply emerald green eyes were filled with tyranny and killing intent that could not be hidden. Beruashan only glanced at it before lowering his eyes for fear of being noticed by it. Beruashan silently recalled the attribute panel from earlier. Name: Ironclad Zombie, Wild Race. Underworld C Zombie Type C Corpse Life Level. Early Mature Form Bloodline Quality. Mortal Bone Level 7 Star Status. Rage Intelligence. Low Characteristics. Dark Adaptation / Infection / Metal Skin Skills. Steel Corpse Claw, Skull Crushing Fist, Iron-Headed Hammer, Venomous Fangs Gourmet Cells. 35 It drew over a big guy after all. Beruashan pulled Mujajao, hiding in the cave and not daring to move, a thin layer of sweat forming on his back. Ordinary zombies, with poor perception and fear of light and heat, either couldn't spot this cave, or wouldn't go near it if they did. But this evolved ironclad zombie was different. It was already a mature form. The ordinary flame and heat might affect it, but the result would be minimal. Now, we can only hope not to be found by a big brother. Can I call you big brother? After eating the stupid pig, just go home early. Sleep after the meal helps digestion. The tyrannical look in its eyes lessened slowly as it saw no more minions dare to approach it, as it was the big brother ironclad zombie. It approached the carcass of the tusked pig, half crouched, and began to enjoy its meal. The sound of blood splashing and the sound of bones clicking and being chewed up made Mujaj's face awfully pale. Soon, most of the remaining tusked pig was eaten and wiped clean by the ironclad zombie, who straightened up and surprisingly still looked a bit dissatisfied, as if it hadn't had enough. After looking around, frightening the minions on the ground who wished to bury themselves in the sand, the ironclad zombie suddenly cocked its head, its emerald green eyes looking straight at the cave where Beruashan was, a hideous smile blooming on its face. Oh no! Beruashan cried out inwardly, and reacted extremely quickly by pulling Mujaja backward. With a loud boom, the ironclad zombie shattered the boulder blocking the cave entrance with a single punch, and half of its body poked into the cave. It smelled like human flesh. Beruashan hurriedly gripped the metal rod, and slammed it against its head as the stone chips flew. In just 2 or 3 seconds, Beruashan smashed it at least 10 times, each time using all his strength, but he only heard the clanging of metal collision echoed in the cave. The skin between Beruashan's thumb and index finger cracked, but the ironclad zombie's head didn't have the slightest trace of injury. On the contrary, the fierce light in its eyes grew as a look of irritation appeared in them. Look out! The sharp corpse claw stabbed at Beruashan's chest with great speed. The hairs on Beruashan bristled, his pupils contracting into needles as he narrowly slanted his body to the side to avoid the vittles, but his shoulder failed to dodge, and was scratched and cut, leaving 5 pitch-black claw marks. The wound was deep, but the blood had just seeped out and was stained black. It was evident that the ironclad zombie's claws carried a potent toxin on them. Thankfully, Beruashan was not worried about poisoning. His body, sealed with the most ancient blood poison, had powerful antibodies to low-level toxins, which was the only benefit he had gained from the catastrophic event. What should I do? How do I get out of such a desperate situation? Chapter 8. The figure in the darkness. Beruashan desperately recalled what he had once learned. The ironclad zombie was a natural evolution of the hungry zombie, with a tough defense that was invulnerable to swords and spears under the effect of its characteristic metal skin. At the same time, it was so powerful that even a transcendent creature of the same quality that was 1 or 2 levels higher than it would have a hard time breaking its defense, making it extremely difficult to deal with. Another violent punch wrapped in a strong wind came, and Beruashan managed to block it with the metal rod. Still, the metal rod broke as it was hit, and the remaining power of the punch blasted into Beruashan's small belly, sending him back 2 or 3 meters and hitting the wall behind him fiercely. Half kneeling on the ground, Beruashan covered his stomach, and couldn't help but cough violently, bright red blood dripping down the corners of his mouth. "Will I die at the hands of this damn thing today?" he asked, resigned. The ironclad zombie gave a strange cry. Not wanting to give Beruashan a chance to catch his breath, it pounced at him like a beast, its nearly 10 centimeters long metal corpse claws poking out threateningly. "Stop it!" Mujaja stepped forward with red eyes, and stopped in front of Beruashan. With a soft clicking sound, the lotus jade pendant on her chest shattered into powder, spawning a translucent full-body armor that protected Mujaja. The ironclad zombie's incredibly sharp corpse claws landed on the armor, scuffling up sporadic sparks. For the first time in its life, the ironclad zombie saw something harder than itself. It first froze, and then went utterly berserk. It frantically assaulted the transparent armor with its steel claws, iron fists, and even fangs. "Jaja!" Beruashan gnashed his teeth. That armor exchanged for the jade pendant couldn't be shattered by the ironclad zombie alone, but there was a time limit. After a minute of frenzied attacks, the transparent armor completely dissipated, revealing Mujaja's softly white tear-stained pretty face. The ironclad zombie, which looked like a madman, didn't hesitate to open its bloody mouth and bite at Mujaja's neck. At this moment, Beruashan hated his weakness and powerlessness beyond measure. His eyes were bloodshot as he forced himself to fight through his injuries, picking up the broken metal rod with difficulty, and preparing to go up and fight. Just at that moment, a white snowflake, leisurely floating down from the air, was reflected in the Beruashan's pupils. It was so white that it was blinding. Time seemed to freeze at the moment. The ironclad zombie's bloody red fangs were about to pierce Mujaja's delicate neck flesh. In the next second, it seemed that he could foresee the image of blood spurting out and the ironclad zombie tearing into flesh excitedly. A bit of blue light suddenly lit up from the bottom of the ironclad zombie's feet, and then spread over its knees, pelvis, torso, arms until it covered its whole body at a very fast speed. Stunned, Beruashan looked on in silence as the tyrannical, unbeatable ironclad zombie, its fierce expression still lingering on its face, turned into an ice sculpture in a flash. The status section of the attribute panel had also turned into the blinding word death. In the half-lit, half-dark cave, a slender arm reached in through the open cave entrance, and with its slide wave, the ice sculpture broke into pieces, clattering and shattering into a field of ice fragments. As the obstacle was removed, Beruashan then noticed that a person was standing at the entrance of the cave, a stunningly beautiful woman. She was about 57, wearing a tight black leather jacket, with a slender waist, ample breasts, and a delicate figure, as well as a purple teki slung behind her back. She naturally carried a sharp aura that made people somewhat afraid to look straight at her. She easily made a deep impression with her long black hair falling naturally and extremely delicate features, especially those clear, glazed black pupils. The only regrettable point was that there was no expression on those femme fatale features, which were deep pools of serenity from start to finish. "Excuse me, there was a floating ship that crashed near here. Are you survivors?" she asked, her voice very calm but polite as she lightly opened her lips. "Yes you are?" asked Mujaja back with a sense of survivor's gratitude, knowing that she had been saved. "Zhang Linyu, second year at Mountain and Sea Academy," the girl with the sword calmly said. "It just so happens that I received this rescue mission on my way back to the academy, so I came to take a look." Thank you. If it weren't for you, we might not see the sun tomorrow." Mujaja bowed and thanked the woman sincerely. A soft call was heard. It turned out that a small blue beast followed by the girl's feet. It was currently blinking its bright pupils, and curiously surveying the two people in the cave. Beruashan looked over. Name: Three-tailed ice flame fox, contract race, demon beast, round sea walking beast, type C, red fox, mutant, life level, early complete form, bloodline quality, commander level 3 stars. too low in soul power to fully detect. Three-tailed ice flame fox complete form. Bear Wuxian pondered. This was a transcendent creature not within his knowledge, with him never having known about it before now. The little blue beast was about the size of a puppy, with smooth, shiny fur and 3 fluffy tails that wagged behind it, looking dumb and cute. Ah, so cute. Mu Zhaozhao was similarly captivated, her eyes twinkling with the kind of tiny stars that women often had. Zhang Linyu seemed to be used to it, and softly introduced, Ice Flame Fox, my pet beast. After scanning around the cave, Zhang Linyu's gaze suddenly landed on Bear Wuxian's body. After staring for a full 10 seconds, Zhang Linyu, who had been clear and cold with little expression, raised her eyebrows surprisingly, and said, "You should be a freshman this year, right? Why do you have soul power fluctuations on you? You are an autonomous awakened?" Bear Wuxian didn't expect her to perceive it so keenly, so he could only explain vaguely. "Because of some accident, by chance, I awakened my soul power. What about your life-bound pet?" "I haven't had a chance to perform the summoning ritual yet." Zhang Linyu contemplated it, and ran her finger across her storage ring, taking out 2 peels and tossing them to Bear Wuxian. "The red ones are crushed and applied externally to the wounds, the green ones are swallowed directly, and there's still half a night for you to recover most of the injuries. Early tomorrow morning, you will first contract the life-bound pet, and I will take you back to the academy to report." After saying that, Zhang Linyu looked at Mu Zhaozhao again. "As for you, let's give you a sleeping bag to rest in for a while." Thank you, senior sister Zhang." Bear Wuxian naturally recognized that the red one was the blood recovery pill, and the green one was the spirit tonic pill, both of which were relatively precious pills, and just these 2 would cost at least 100 gold coins. "You are welcome. It's an assignment from the institution, and in being paid for it," Zhang Linyu finished unenthusiastically, and didn't wait for Bear Wuxian's response before upping the 3-tailed ice flame fox head, signaling it to stay where it was. "Don't worry and just stay here in the cave. Little Ice will protect you. You'll go around the valley again, and see if there are any other survivors." With light, dainty steps, Zhang Linyu's delicate figure gradually emerged into the darkness, and soon no trace of her could be seen. Chapter 9. Life-bound summoning inside the cave. The petite blue figure saw its master leave, and lost its playfulness all of a sudden, lying on the ground in 100 different ways. Not caring about Bear Wuxian and Mu Zhaozhao, it bent its body into a ring, its nose arched into its furry tail as it slipped. "Brother Wuxian, this senior sister Zhang is so powerful. She's only a year older than us, and she can kill an ironclad zombie in seconds. Maybe her strength is almost near Brother Tinxing's." After getting out of the predicament, Mu Zhaozhao was clearly livelier, and there was quite an admiration in her gaze. "Well, that ice flame fox, it's strong, very strong. Don't be fooled by its cute appearance." Bear Wuxian nodded and stopped talking, turning to concentrate on applying medicine to the wound. He swallowed the green spirit tonic pill, and soon a warm power rose from his lower abdomen, constantly surging into his limbs and bones. He felt like his entire body was wrapped in a warm and cozy world. It was indescribably comfortable. In the desert in the morning, the blazing sun had not yet risen, and the breeze was pleasant. Bear Wuxian opened his eyes, feeling refreshed and in excellent condition. A brief check of his body showed that the internal injuries had almost all healed, and the external injuries were scabbed and itchy, so they would be completely healed in a few days. While enjoying the breakfast sponsored by Zhang Linyu, Bear Wuxian brought up how his group crashed in a floating ship. Incidentally, he learned that Zhang Linyu hadn't found anything last night, and that the 2 of them were indeed the last survivors. "I will report it as such when we return to the academy, and the shipwrecked cadets will have someone from the academy to take over responsibility for the aftermath." After a pause, Zhang Linyu continued, "As for the purple electric dragon eagle that attacked you, there's nothing that can be done about it. With the way the academy handles things, they might send someone to investigate the reason for the purple electric dragon eagle's appearance. Still, they definitely won't spend too much energy and manpower to try to hunt it down. After all, it's an ultimate form. The risk is too great." Bear Wuxian nodded, and although both he and Mu Zhaozhao were direct victims of this incident, he could understand the Mountain and Sea Academy's way of handling this. Ultimately, it was still a matter of strength. A transcendent creature of the ultimate form was mighty in battle, and wherever it was an overlord and king of all beasts, not to mention that the purple lightning dragon eagle was an ancient giant species with an extremely high-quality bloodline, and it was said to feed on heavenly lightning, so it had to have been the most powerful type among the ultimate forms. So from the beginning to the end, Barrywar didn't expect the Academy to launch an expedition against the purple electric dragon eagle for a group of preparatory masters. It wasn't realistic. If there's nothing else wrong, hurry up and undergo your life-bound summoning. Zhang Linyu gave a faint smile, and walked out of the cave. Barrywar and Mu Xiaozhao hurriedly got up and followed behind her. Nearby, they found a flat open area, and Barrywar sat cross-legged, while Mu Xiaozhao stood at a distance and watched. Junior brother Washan, to avoid unnecessary trouble, it better explain briefly. Zhang Linyu stood beside Barrywar and clasped her hands near her chest as she instructed, "Now in your Book of Odes, there should exist a black and a gold soul seal. The black soul seal, a standard soul seal that the masters can obtain one of for every major level in soul power, can only be used for live contracts. The golden one is what makes the autonomous awakened special. It transcends the life-bound soul seal. By infusing it with soul power, the life-bound summoning ray can be activated. The spell will pick the most suitable transcendent creature for you, from within a random distance in random space, using itself as the center, and conclude a pet contract." After saying that, Zhang Linyu casually beckoned with her hand, and a sizable ice blue Book of Odes appeared out of thin air, clattering its pages and flipping, a golden seal levitating over it. The color of the golden seal was slightly darker, meaning that the soul seal had already been used. "So you are also an autonomous awakener," senior sister Zhang Beiwashan froze at first, and then it dawned on him. No wonder Zhang Linyu was this strong, being only a year older than him. If she was an elite among the autonomous awakened, it seemed to make sense. Closing his eyes, Beiwashan quieted his mind, and first entered the space of a sea of consciousness, summoning the Book of Odes floating in the vortex of soul power to the real world. Since the contract hadn't been signed yet, Beiwashan's Book of Odes was still very quaint and primitive in appearance, with little distinctness. However, Beiwashan didn't care about that. He tried to focus his attention on the Book of Odes, and soon noticed a thread of soul power spreading from his body, eventually entering the interior of the Book of Odes. In an instant, he saw two soul seals, one black and one gold, floating in the inner world of the Book of Odes, and flickering as if they were breathing. With a thought, the golden soul seal, shining with light, flew out from the Book of Odes, and landed in his hand. Concentrate your willpower and put as much soul power into the golden soul seal as you can without interruption until you are exhausted. After a pause, Zhang Linyu added, "The transcendent creatures that are life bond summoned, regardless of racial quality, are at least at a life level that matches your soul power level, and you have to make sure that you use up all your soul power to get one naturally at the same level." Nodding lightly, Beiwashan indicated that he understood. With a slightly solemn look, he began to inject soul power into the golden soul seal. 10 minutes, 20 minutes, 30 minutes. Time passed slowly. Zhang Linyu suddenly stroked her hair, a hint of surprise showing in her gaze. According to her experience, it was inevitable that autonomous awakened individuals who were also peak spiritualists would have certain differences in their soul power due to their physiques being different. But even so, some of those with more profound soul power were struggling to sustain its expenditure for 30 minutes during the life-bound summoning process, and Beiwashan had actually not shown signs of fatigue yet. Only when a full hour had passed did beads of sweat appear on Beiwashan's face, and his lips gradually turned white. Snapping his eyes open, Beiwashan gasped for air while looking ahead with anticipation. A circular summoning array appeared in front of him, over 30 meters in diameter, with a dense golden light constantly radiating and a beast shadow vaguely emerging. The golden light continued to shrink, and all of it finally burrowed into the beastly shadow, and Beiwashan clearly felt that a life form had established a connection with himself. The three people present looked over simultaneously, and even the lazy ice flame fox surprisingly stretched its neck and glanced at it. It was a rabbit-shaped creature smaller than the three-tailed ice flame fox, all snowy white, and with a crescent-shaped mark on its brow. Its pink ears were erected towards the back, and its silver-white eyes were large and bright, appearing very animated and cute. "Is this the moon rabbit?" Zhang Linyu frowned lightly, somewhat surprised. In the valley, the traces of the spell faded away like water, and only a small, clean white rabbit remained on the tiny scent. The little rabbit was not afraid of strangers, and after its big silver-white eyes looked around and recognized the direction where Beruashang was, it ran over with its short legs. At this time, Beruashang was still sitting on the ground, and the little one just jumped gently and leapt into his arms. Squeak! The bunny made a soft squeaking sound with its mouth, and tilted its little head to look anxiously at its master. For the first time, Beruashang felt that transcendent creatures could be so cute. Stroking the little rabbit's fine white fur and watching it squint comfortably, a smile appeared on Beruashang's face as well. 16 years, and finally a pet of his own. When the long anticipation finally became a reality, when his lonely soul had another companion from now on, Beruashang was happy beyond words at this moment. Chapter 10. Twin Symbiosis, Mutant Moon Rabbit. Is it really a moon rabbit? It's so cute. Mujaja came over wanting to touch it too, her two-eyes starry. Unexpectedly, the white rabbit, which was soft and well-behaved just now, instantly became alert and made a grinding sound with its teeth, gnashing them up and down, not allowing others to touch it. Beruashang disguised himself as a kind father, and gently reassured, "Don't be afraid, this is the little sister." Mujaja resentfully withdrew her hand, and only then did the little rabbit get intimate again and rub around in Beruashang's embrace. "Congratulations, you've officially contracted a beast. Looks like a good fit." Zhang Linyu frowned as she stared at the little guy again and again. "It's just a bit of a pity that the moon rabbit has no natural evolutionary pathway, and has limited growth potential, which might slow you down." "Is that so?" An elusive smile appeared on Beruashang's face as he gazed at the attribute panel in his eyes. Name: Twin Moon Rabbit / Normal Form, Contract Race, Demon Beast Realm Sea Walking Beast Type C Moon Rabbit Mutant Life Level, Peak Youth Form Bloodline Quality, Elite Evil 1-star Status, Cheerful Wisdom, Relatively High Characteristics, Pupil of the Silver Moon / Twin Symbiosis Skills, Moon Shadow Diversion, Moonlight Baptism Gourmet Cell, N/A, Host Contract Partner, Unable to Hunt. This little bunny could not be more recognizable as a textbook version of the moon rabbit look-alike, no matter how one looked at it from the surface. With these magical eyes of perception, Beruashang knew clearly that things weren't that simple. The moon rabbit was one of the lowest and most common creatures in the transcendent world food chain, and could easily be seen in the grasses of the plains at night. This small creature had almost no combat ability, only some minor talents of healing and dodging, and could only be defined as a support-type pet if it had to be classified. In reality, very few people were willing to contract this transcendent creature as a pet on their initiative, and it tended to be the female masters with average talent and a love of furry and cute creatures who would use it as the softest of bed cuddlers. I didn't expect that with senior sister Jiang's perceptance, she'd still make an error in judgment. This little guy has quite a lot of secrets. To think that he is a mutant species like our ice flame fox. Beruashang's thoughts trailed off and wandered. The so-called mutation referred to a rare phenomenon that occurred when a transcendent creature went against its original bloodline during its natural growth. This phenomenon might be inherited from birth or appear due to environmental or other factors later in life. In transcendental biology, a mutation was a vast, complex subject that the masters could measure and judge from two aspects if they wanted to learn it simply. The first aspect was based on actual results. Mutations were not 100% driven to make a creature strong, and it was equally possible to mutate and be even weaker. So in terms of actual results, mutations could be classified as benign mutations and malignant mutations. The second aspect was concerning the degree of mutation. Different levels of mutation would define that question of racial affiliation of transcendent beings. For example, if there were only a change in skin color or growing an extra organ with a slight change in trait skill, these cases would not change the original racial branch even though the individual differed from the original race, because the mutation was small. Comparatively, if the mutation were so great as to prompt a complete change in the creature's appearance, with all aspects of its attributes and abilities in stark contrast to the original race, this would result in the creature being redefined, and often becoming a brand new species. In reality, the vast majority of biological species were derived in this way. Mutation was a major factor in promoting the expansion of the numbers of races. It was similar with Zhang Linyu's ice flame fox. Beruashang could venture a guess by referring to the attribute panel that it originally belonged to the red fox species precisely because of the mutation. It had to have been a substantial mutation that leaned towards the benign side, prompting it to become an entirely new breed or even the only one of a kind in the world. I can probably guess the direction of the ice flame fox mutation, either reversing from the fire attribute to the ice attribute or possessing the ice attribute flames, but of course, the possibility of ice and fire coexisting can't be ruled out. But this twin moonrobot, how exactly has it mutated? Its appearance is no different from that of a normal moonrobot. It has an extra twin symbiosis in its characteristics. What is this concept? Is there another moonrobot soul sharing a body with her? Or does she have a transformation-like ability that allows her to shift into a second form? Baruashang's unorganized thoughts came in a flurry. In any case, the little guy is definitely on a set of benign mutation. The bloodline quality of a normal early youth stage moonrobot is only about 2 stars at the mortal bone level. This twin moonrobot has crossed 8 small levels to reach 1 star at the elite level, far above the average upper limit of those at the early youth stage. Even many of those in the mature stages can't match her. Zhang Linyu thought that Baruashang was silent because he was not satisfied with the pet, so she couldn't help but frown and remind him, "Okay, don't be too discouraged." The life-bound summoning is originally focused on the degree of affinity. Qualification and talent potential are all another matter. This moonrobot may not be able to become your powerful battle force, but it will definitely be your closest companion. Huh. Baruashang was slightly stunned, and hastily explained, "No, it's not easy to have a pet. I couldn't be happier, but it's just that I'm still in a bit of a daze when I think of the process from awakening my soul power to contracting a pet process was so messy." Since Zhang Linyu hadn't uncovered the little one's unusual features, there was no need for Baruashang to jump out and expose the secret himself, so he organized his words slightly, and just digressed from the topic. Zhang Linyu looked slightly better, and her clear and pure eyes glanced at Baruashang. Not dwelling further on this topic, she turned to say, "All right, pack up and hit the road. We need to arrive at the academy by noon." "Oh, okay." Baruashang stood up and tried to put the little one into the Book of Olds, which at this time had its cover turned white and looked much better. Unexpectedly, the little one snuggled into his arms, much displeased. After a few attempts, Baruashang no longer insisted. Seeing the little one relying on him so much, he was actually quite happy. "Little Ice." Zhang Linyu suddenly called out in a clear voice. The lazy 3-tailed ice flame fox instantly pricked up its ears, landed on all 4 feet, and howled to the sky. Ooh! A circle of cold blue mist rose from all around, encircling it in the middle, and spinning faster and faster. A dozen seconds later, the icy mist dissipated, and a huge 3-tailed ice flame fox with a length of 7 to 8 meters and a light blue body stood tall. It wore a crown of ice on its head, its eyes were majestic, and its entire body of fur was untouched by a single speck of dust. Describing it with words like holy and noble would eclipse it. Baruashang also noticed that the ice flame fox 3 tails were a gradient blue, with the root being relatively light, and the tip at the very back being a deep blue as if it was seawater. It was quite a beautiful look. This is its original form. Zhang Linyu tapped her toes on the ground, and easily leapt onto the fox back. Her voice slightly apologetic, she continued, "However, Little Ice doesn't like people sitting on its back, so I'll have to burden you guys to grab its tail." Squeak the little rabbit in Baruashang's arms stared in awe at the beautiful fox that took up its entire field of vision. "Oh." Under the contract, Baruashang vaguely sensed that the little rabbit was a little surprised but more so envious, and he felt a little amused by this. "If you work hard, you might grow this big too, and then I won't have to worry about not having a mount." Squeak. The little one stamped its foot fervently, indicating that it would try. The sun was blazing hot, and above the golden desert, the blue 3-tailed ice flame fox moved and leapt from time to time, and sometimes raced. Baruashang and Mu Xiaozhao held a large fluffy tail, half suspended in the air, experiencing a roller coaster-like sensation. Along the way, they saw swarms of black ant beasts in the process of arborizing, gray rock pythons lurking in the sand trying to sneak up on them, cloud eagles capturing steel finches, and even an eagle's sphinx from afar. And finally, they saw a magnificent green city looming on the horizon. Chapter 11. Mountain Sea City. Is this Mountain Sea City? What a retro architectural style! Mu Xiaozhao exclaimed. The mottled dark green walls towered into the clouds, and stretched thousands of miles from side to side, as if a sleeping green dragon lay above the horizon, pressuring the mountains and rivers, strange and majestic. Even the supersized three-tailed ice flame fox was as small as an ant compared to the city. As they gradually approached Mountain Sea City, the road became flatter and broader, and the flow of people continued to increase, with many young faces in light clothing riding all kinds of pets, either running or flying. It was quite lively. Baruashan had inadvertently noticed that among the dozens of transcendent creatures around him, the three-tailed ice flame fox was by no means the largest one. Still, many people who looked at the fox, or rather who saw the black-clothed woman with a sword on her back resting with her eyes closed, would reveal a nervous and fearful look and hurriedly move away, unwilling to be near at all. It seems that Senior Sister Zhang is also someone with a story. I can inquire about it later. Baruashan pondered silently. Approaching the city gates, one could see from afar that 240-meter-tall black iron giants in full suits of armor, one on the left and one on the right, were holding super-large steel forks and guarding both sides of the gates. After reaching a distance of 10 meters from them, the attribute panel surfaced promptly. Name: Black Iron Giant, Contract Race, Savage Realm Sea Giant Type C Metal Giant Race Life Level, Late Stage Ultimate Form Bloodline Quality, Commander Level 6 stars. Too low in soul power to fully detect, Baruashan couldn't help but secretly mutter, the ultimate form, it's ridiculously strong. Stop. A tall and sturdy middle-aged man with prominent muscles stopped in the middle of the road. Being a few meters away, Baruashan could feel the ferocious aura on his body. He was definitely a ruthless person who had been through countless killings. Uncle Tai. Zhang Linyu jumped off the fox back, and greeted the man while gesturing for Little Ice to put down Baruashan and move Zhaji as well. Oh, so it's Little Zhang. The middle-aged man named Uncle Tai, whose aura disappeared instantly, looked slightly embarrassed, and said with a sarcastic smile, gee, I'm getting old. My eyes are not so good. I hadn't seen this little fox in 2 months, and I almost didn't recognize it. Before he finished his words, he sized up Zhang Linyu, and suspiciously said, your aura seems to be even thicker. You didn't break through to the Mystic General level, did you? Then there'll be some fun to be had in the academy. Uncle Tai, don't make me laugh, it's just a fluke of a breakthrough. Zhang Linyu smiled faintly, and responded blandly without being arrogant. Luck is part of strength, and at your age, I can only stare and envy you. Taizu laughed brightly and stroked his mustache again as he looked at the two behind her. And these two are? They are both freshmen this year, and there were some mishaps on their trip. I stopped by to bring them back. Hey, that's a bit untimely. The freshman awakening ceremony is over for the morning. You'll just have to take them to make up for the admissions and apply one more time. Taizu exchanged a few more pleasantries, and waved his hand, letting them through the passage. Stepping through the gates, a bustling street with shops, food stalls, and training halls came into view, and perhaps because the academy had just been infused with a group of new students, there were festive decorations everywhere. Baruashan and Mu Xiaozhao followed Zhang Linyu while curiously observing the things around them. Meanwhile, the three-tailed ice flame fox reverted to its miniature size, and strolled at the end with a catwalk. At this moment, the moon rabbit was sleeping soundly while hiding in the clothes on Baruashan's chest, and was not woken up at all by the noisy sound of drums and music outside. Zhang Linyu was light on her feet, leading the two around the corners without any delay at all. At some intersection, she suddenly turned back, and seemingly casually asked, Junior brother and junior sister, what do you two think of the Mountain and Sea Academy? Mu Xiaozhao, with a thoughtful look in eyes, considered carefully before replying, I have a cousin who was a student here, but it's our first time here, and we still know very little about this academy. But I have heard rumors in the outside world that the competition at the Mountain and Sea Academy is very fierce. Anyone who can last 4 years and successfully graduate will become the best of the great Qian dynasty in the future, and enjoy a high reputation. Zhang Linyu gently nodded. Yes, as one of the 4 famous academies of the Great Qian Dynasty, the Mountain Sea Academy has the highest allocation of both strong and reputable teachers and cultivation resources. It can be said that once you enter the Mountain and Sea Academy, it is equivalent to having a growth accelerator installed. If you use it well, you will be able to soar to the heavens. Worms can turn into dragons, and being above the ordinary is not just plain talk. However, as someone who has the experience, I wish to remind you that all this at Mountain and Sea Academy is based on a brutal elimination mechanism. After a pause, Zhang Lingyu turned to ask, do you know how many freshmen made it to sophomore year last year, the one I was in? There's always 1,000 people, right? Replied Mu Zhaozhao tentatively. I remember starting with a total of 2,230 people, and only 275 ended up moving on to the second year without any problems, close to a 90% elimination rate. Zhang Lingyu's voice remained lukewarm as if she was narrating a trivial matter. Mu Zhaozhao, however, pursed her lips, a look of dismay frozen on her face. Beruoshan was equally stunned by the information. According to our dean, the original purpose of his ancestors in establishing this academy was to use 99% of the sand to sharpen 1% of the gold. So, from the moment you step into this academy, be prepared to put up a good fight. Otherwise, the only thing that you will face is expulsion. No wonder my family wouldn't let me take the Mountain and Sea Academy, saying something about the risk being too great. I didn't understand, Mu Zhaozhao muttered, realizing something. Beruoshan thought. This is to apply the natural law of survival of the fittest to the extreme. He whose life was already limited, and who was thirsty for breaking his destiny, instead looked forward to it somewhat after a brief moment of surprise. If he couldn't even survive the hardships and dangers set up by man, how could he even begin to talk about fighting fate? Half an hour later, at the office lobby. After a brief account of the floating ship's crash, Beruoshan and Mu Zhaozhao successfully went through the enrollment procedures. They officially became first-year students of the Mountain and Sea Academy. After Zhang Lingyu collected her share of the quest pay, she took the lead and left with Mu Zhaozhao to apply for an assisted awakening ceremony. Beruoshan, however, watched as the expression on a staff member's face in front of him grew shocked, and then heard him shout, "What? You are an autonomous awakener." The hall was grand enough and open enough so that the echo was very loud and clear. Many other unfamiliar people were scattered nearby in business, and at this point, curious eyes gathered on him as they were drawn by what was being said in the sentence. Beruoshan sighed lightly. He didn't like this kind of attention as if he was a mouse. He endured and maintained his politeness as much as possible. "Excuse me, is there a problem?" The staff member seemed to realize that he had greatly lost his composure, and somewhat embarrassedly said, "The thing is, with you, that makes 3 autonomous awakeners in this class." Chapter 12, Validation 3. Beruoshan raised an eyebrow. Yes, it's truly incredible. I've been working here for over a decade, and it's the first time I've come across this. It's so rare to have 3 autonomous awakeners in the same year. The staff member with a somewhat bald head scratched his head, embarrassed, and said, "If it's convenient, I'd like to verify your soul power values and actual age, as well as create a base profile for your life-bound pet beast to keep on record. Is that okay with you?" "No problem." Beruoshan agreed in one breath. "Please follow me." The staff member got up, and politely led Beruoshan to a certain room on the second floor. In between trips up the stairs, he harped on an explanation. "Little brother, don't blame me for making such a hassle. If the verification passes and confirms your identity as an autonomous awakener, then the Academy will give you the highest level of resource support for new students for 3 months, which is a considerable amount of wealth, so it's always right to be strict." "Understood, understood." Beruoshan nodded, somewhat surprised. "Is the Academy still divided into ranks for new students, and what are the specific criteria?" "I can't reveal too many details. Simply put, every new student can enjoy 3 months of resource support from the Academy for free, and this resource allocation has 4 levels established: C, B, A, and S level, from low to high. Among them, C, B, and A, those 3 levels, correspond to students in the early, middle, and late stages of initial soul power, respectively, while S level corresponds to autonomous awakeners. The staff member was a bit of a chatterbox, and couldn't stop talking. As for the exact resources, you'll know when the time comes. Hey, generally speaking, it's only the norm to come across an autonomous awakener once every 2 or 3 years. The past few years have been less than normal, and there are actually 3 this year. The Academy is really going to be a mess." Beruoshan stopped, and couldn't help but interrupt. "It's a dead end up ahead." Sorry. I was caught up in talking here. The destination was a room of 100 or so square feet, with many instruments, large and small, displayed in an array that looked like a store, and 2 or 3 staff members that were meticulously wiping down and maintaining the equipment. After learning that Barry Wushang needed to perform an autonomous awakening verification, several staff members looked at each other and exchanged surprised looks, but Barry Wushang was satisfied with their work ethics as they immediately took out the apparatus that needed to be used without too much superfluous tech. Soul Power Crystal Ball. It was a white crystal ball the size of a human head, pure white like jade, without a single flaw, and looking expensive. Barry Wushang gazed at it twice, and that feeling of intimate familiarity came up in his heart. He couldn't help but recall the person who had adopted him at the age of 6, and was nominally considered his adoptive mother. Back when I was a kid myself, I was in her lab, tossing these instruments around like toys that said, if she hadn't suddenly written and told me that she was now serving in the Mountain and Sea Academy, and suggested that I come here to attend, maybe I would have gone to the Red Dragon Royal Academy after all. That is the nominal #1 academy, personally supported by the royal family of the Great Qian Dynasty. I don't know if Sha's doing well now. I'll go visit sometime once I've settled in. Barry Wushang mused, but his hands didn't stop. He familiarly pressed his palm against the crystal ball, and pushed his soul power without reservation. The white crystal ball blossomed brightly, and in almost an instant, it was completely lit up, and 2 lines of text emerged in the very center. Soul power value, 10,086 Rupiah. Age, 16 years old. The staff member held him and repeatedly looked at the data several times, then looked up with bewildered eyes, and dubiously said, isn't the soul power value for the peak of the spiritualist level just 7,000? Is this instrument broken? Is it so much higher? No way. I've used it so many times in the past 2 days, and I don't see any problems anywhere. Another staff member also stiffened a bit, and muttered, if the soul power value breaks 10.000, it corresponds to what seems to be an early soul servant level soul power value, right? How about we try again? A third staff member spoke up tentatively. 5 minutes later. Soul power value, 10,120. Looking at that first line in the center of the soul power crystal ball, several staff members present felt their throats go a little dry, and turned their heads to stare straight at Barry Wushang as if they were sizing up a monster. What are you guys doing? Barry Wushang took a step back silently. Their eyes looked like they wanted to strip him naked, looking oddly scary. This student, do you know that you just entered the academy and broke a record? In the last 100 years since the school was built, there is an autonomous awakener's total initial soul power for the first time that can be compared to the early soul servant level. You are simply too powerful. Barry Wushang's eyes darted in thought as he carefully inquired, what do you mean? So am I considered to be at the peak of the spiritualist level or the early soul servant level? One staff member kept smacking his lips, and speculated, it's still the peak of the spiritualist level. Perhaps it's because your physique is rather special, and your soul power capacity under the same team far exceeds that of others, so the total amount of soul power reserves at the peak of the spiritualist level has now broken through the defining line of the early soul servant level. There's just definitely still some gap in quality, but when you really break through to the early soul servant level, maybe your total soul power will be equal to someone else's at the middle stage, and your soul power will always be a bit thicker than others during the same stage. That's terrifying. That doesn't sound too bad. Barry Wushang suddenly realized what it meant, and then revealed a smile. So it passed the verification, right? Of course. The staff members nodded like chickens pecking on grains, and one of them had an ingratiating smile. Student, can you summon your life-bound pet for us to record? Academy rules require that a file be created for autonomous awakeners to keep for research purposes. At those words, Barry Wushang lowered his eyes, patted the bulging mass under the garment on his chest, and called out, Milky Way, get up. The name Milky Way came to Barry Wushang suddenly on his way here. The main inspiration came from the moon rabbit's beautiful silver-white pupils, which easily reminded people of the bright stars in the sky, so Barry Wushang named it Milky Way, hoping that she could be like the endless stars in the night sky, forever blossoming with her beautiful brilliance. Squeak. First, a pair of pink rabbit ears stretched out, then the little one poked out its bewildered little head, and looked at Barry Wushang dumbly with white eyes, not understanding how it had a new name after just a nap. The staff members scrambled over, staring in disbelief with eyes bigger than Milky Way's. 2 bitter long ears, short tufted tail, pure fur white like snow, pupils silvery white like the asteroid belt, moon crescent mark on the brow. If I'm not mistaken, this should be a moon rabbit. Old Zhang, be bold and skip the word should. Chapter 13. B-level quarters. Back at the reception office, the staff worked as fast as possible to get the S-class qualification for Bei Wushang. There is a small problem that needs to be communicated to you. Although the Academy has established 4 resource levels for new students, because there are so few S-class students, only 3 classes of A, B, and C are amongst the dormitory allocations, and no additional dormitory has been created for S-class new students in principle. S-class freshmen are housed in A-class dormitories, except that the number of students enrolled this year far exceeds that in previous years, and the A-class dormitories have been allocated in the morning, without any remaining now. If I may help allocate you to a B-class dormitory, and then give you a little extra allowance as compensation, can you accept this? Yes, no problem. Bei Wushang nodded. Okay, student Bei, congratulations again on becoming an S-class freshman in our academy. This is your identity wristwatch, bound with all your basic information, and equivalent to your pass and key to enter and exit the academy. Please keep it safe. Bei Wushang reached out and took it. It was a very technologically textured black circular chip, 2 centimeters in diameter and no more than 2 millimeters thick, thin like a sheet of metal. Place it flat on your left wrist, and it will automatically attach itself to the skin, and won't come off even with strenuous exercise. Bei Wushang did as he was told, and for a moment, his wrist felt like a weak current had flowed through it, tingling. When he looked again, the black chip was already closely stuck to his skin, and there was no sign of it falling off even when he shook his arm hard. Even when Bei Wushang was still, the black chip would automatically change to a color similar to that of his skin. Without careful inspection, it was utterly impossible to tell that there was anything else on his wrist. Is all technology so advanced now? Muttered Bei Wushang, flipping around and observing rather interestedly. The staff smiled proudly. It might not look big, but it covers communication, map, portable key, data transfer storage, gold mall, and hundreds of other functions. Everyone in the academy has one. Tap it lightly, and it can display the holographic projection screen with the patient guidance of the staff. Bei Wushang spent 10 minutes to master the basic functions of the watch smoothly, and immediately felt that a new world had opened up, and couldn't help but praise, "This is a great watch. All its features are practical, and it's so easy to operate." Yes, we are also grateful to the inventor of the wristwatch. She has made a huge difference in our work life. The staff member said a couple of more things with praise, and then squarely said, "Student Bei, the arrangement for the new students today is to awaken their soul power, and then confirm the relative resource level of each person. There is nothing more to do in the afternoon. You can go straight back to your dormitory and to recuperate. At 6 o'clock in the evening, the academy will send the next notification. Just check and confirm in time." Before bidding farewell, the staff member also sent Bei Wushang to the door, and reminded him, "Student Bei, the academy covers a vast area, and until you have a suitable pet for traveling to your place, it is recommended to take the academy's guidance car, which is even completely free with your privilege of being an S-class freshman." "Understood, thank you." Saying goodbye to the staff, Bei Wushang was nearly blinded by the blinding sun as he walked out the door. It was about 2 or 3 o'clock in the afternoon. The sun was burning at its brightest, and it was hot and stuffy outside, but there were still a lot of people and animals coming and going on the road, including young and beautiful men and women and pets of all sizes and shapes. Is this how the long-awaited academy life begins? As Bei Wushang looked at these beautiful things, the corners of his mouth rose in a curve, and his mood brightened up like the sun. After emptying his mind and getting cozy in the sun for 2 or 3 minutes, Bei Wushang started his wristwatch to confirm his information. Name: Bei Wushang. Student No. 202101115. Qualification: S-class freshman. Dormitory address: District 11 CB Class C Building 477C Room 101. With slight unfamiliarity, he entered the address of the dormitory into his wristwatch, and the map showed a distance of 32 kilometers, which was indeed frighteningly far. Scrolling to the lower submenu, Bei Wushang found the guidance vehicles section, and immediately dozens of different styles of guidance vehicles popped up for him to pick from. The fastest single model was selected at random, and with a ding, the words "calling, please stay where you are" popped up on the screen. A few minutes later, a small fully enclosed black car that was no more than 2 meters long and shaped like a bullet head slowly stopped in front of Bei Wushang. The small car was empty. It was the latest smart autopilot model, convenient and fast. After aligning the watch with the sensors outside the guidance vehicle, and checking to confirm his identity, the door automatically lifted upwards. Barry was unwinding, and followed the guidelines to fasten the protective straps. Before the ride, Barry wondered how this fully automated piloted guided vehicle was secured. If it was going fast, wasn't there a worry about colliding with other moving objects? It didn't take long before it dawned on Barry that the guidance car would drive slowly at an even speed on the ground, avoiding all obstacles until it drove to a special underground passage, where its speed would be maxed, racing wildly and making him exclaim with excitement. It took about 10 minutes for the guidance car to return above ground, driving slowly between rows of similarly styled low-rise buildings before finally pulling up in front of one of the buildings. Barry saw the sign with the word 477 at a glance, and knew that he was at the place. He pushed the door to get out of the car calmly and collectedly while the electronic beep of the guidance car sounded. Unlike the brick-lined vintage-style buildings he had originally envisioned, these dormitory buildings were cast in sheet metal and metal bricks, each looking more like a small fortress, safe and solid without losing its character. Each building was about 30 meters high, yet only 5 floors were set up, with 4 rooms on each floor, meaning that 20 students could live in one building. Barry passed through the building's door and his dormitory room door with his wristwatch, finally stepping into his new home. After a general tour around, he discovered it was a 1-bedroom, 1-bathroom structure with a total area of over 100 square meters, decorated in a simple and complete style, with all essential appliances. It was worth noting that the vertical height of the apartment was over 5 meters, which should be a comprehensive design made in consideration of the large size of some participants' pets. This is only a B-class dormitory, so what kind of luxuriousness does a class have to be? Barry muttered, but overall he was satisfied when he saw that it was enough to live in, enough to use, and quiet and elegant. Lowering his head and focusing his attention on Milky Way, Barry was surprised to find that the little one was asleep on his chest again, with her small mouth slightly open and a few drops of saliva dripping while having some kind of beautiful dream. Does it mean that the little one, despite being a mutant species, still inherited the nocturnal, active habits of the moonrobits, so she is easily sleepy during the day, and spends most of her time sleeping? While guessing, Barry gently carried the little one to the soft bed, pinching her little ears in the process. After turning around and leaving the bedroom, Barry didn't hesitate to dive into the washroom. After 2 days of tossing and turning, his body had long started to smell, and even if Milky Way didn't mind it, Barry himself could barely stand it. After showering and cuddling comfortably with Milky Way for a nap, he woke up really refreshed and cleared of 2 days of exhaustion. Dong, dong, dong. Just as Barry was planning to delve into the web's functions, urgent knocks on the door suddenly sounded. Chapter 14. Lovely doormates opening the door, he saw 2 strange boys. "You guys have business with me?" With a puzzled face, Barry greeted them first while observing the 2 calmly. One of the men looked to be from a rather well-off family, wearing a formal blue suit and little shiny leather boots. With a back sweat hairstyle, apart from his round face and slightly chubby figure, he was oozing with an sophisticated and pretentious air. With a crew cut, the other was tall and fit, and had evidently exercised much, though his skin was dark and rough, and the clothes he wore were somewhat faded from washing, so his whole air was more on the side of simple and unpretentious. "Hey, man. We're on the same floor as you. I'm Yuan from room 103. The well-dressed, slightly chubby boy wiped his greasy hair, and gave what he thought was a sunny smile. The dark-skinned guy next to him blushed a little, and said, "Hello, my name is Shabra. I'm from a pneumatic background, and I live in room 102. Here's the thing, we're all new students, and we happen to live together. Teresa's saying that it's better to have a close neighbor than a distant relative. I thought I'd get to know you all and become friends so that we can look out for each other in the academy in the future." Yan Yuan enthusiastically introduced their intentions in coming while snatching a handshake with Barry. It dawned on Barry that it seemed reasonable to make some new friends when he first arrived. "My name is Barry. Hello guys. Haha, brother Bet, I'll call you that if you don't mind." Yan Yuan hooked his arm onto Barry shoulder, squinted his eyebrows, and cheerfully said, "I'm not going to hide from you. My family has a small business in jewelry and jade. If you have a need in this area or have a good treasure jade you want to sell, remember to find me first." He'll certainly give you the best price. Beruashan nodded with a smile, thinking in his heart that this person's nature was quite likely and not annoying. The future life in the academy would seem to be more interesting. Well, Tress still one missing from the 4 swordsmen of the mountain and sea now. Let's go. Let's go knock on the door of room 104. Waving his hand, Yan Yuan led the way, and ran towards the door of the last room at the end of the corridor, while Beruashan and Shabru followed behind curiously. Dong, dong, dong. The brother inside, you there? We are next door neighbors. Let's get together for a meal and get to know each other. Yan Yuan shouted enthusiastically at the top of his voice. Hey yes, who is it? What's wrong with you? The door opened, and a cold-looking boy in baggy training clothes poked his head out, and looked at the trio with an unfriendly gaze. In terms of appearance, this boy had a face like a jade crown, and was the epitome of handsomeness and good looks. But the grim and unpleasant look on his brow was unconcealed. Sit Kai. Yan Yuan was startled, his expression somewhat frozen in place. Huh, you guys know each other, Tat Great Shabru laughed nervously, but before he could finish his sentence, he was unceremoniously interrupted by the resident of 104. Damn, it's terrible luck. Forget about assigning me to a B-class dormitory, but to be neighbors with you. The face of Sitkai was gloomy, and he sneered, Yan Yuan, you don't think we are the same kind of people just because we once went to school together, do you? If you don't want to suffer in the future, get away from me and don't bother me, understood? After saying that, he examined Beruashan and Shabru again with a condescending gaze, and said in a disdainful tone, and you guys, if you have time to follow and fool around with this scum, you might as well meditate or learn more. Otherwise, with your initial soul power at the middle spiritualist level, you'll be kicked out of this academy sooner or later. With a bang, the door was viciously shut, leaving Shabru and Beruashan looking at each other, as well as Yan Yuan's gradually souring face. Hes telling us what to do. Beruashan was the first to break the ice, finding this somewhat amusing. This one, Sitkai, is quite interesting and, well, quite arrogant. Did I say the wrong thing? Shabru looked bewildered and overwhelmed, squeezing his knuckles and making a crunching sound. Nothing to do with you. Yan Yuan shook his head, took a deep breath to suppress his emotions, then patted Beruashan's shoulder with a fake smile, and said, if we can't be the 4 swordsmen of the mountain and sea, then we can be the 3 swordsmen. Brother Bear, if you don't mind, let's go sit in your room, and I'll order a delivery dinner to treat the guys. Good, agreed Beruashan with alacrity. In the living room of room 101, the 3 sat around the table. Trez a gold mall feature in the watch, and although most of what's sold there is ordinary stuff, the food looks pretty good, so let's try it. Yan Yuan introduced while tapping on the holographic screen on his wrist. Without hesitation, he shopped for sets of pots and pans, followed by all kinds of transcendent ingredients, from those flying in the sky to those swimming in the water, all sorts and kinds, so long as they were delicious. When the order was placed, Shabru's eyes bulged when he realized that the meal cost over 200 gold coins. Mother of God, why so expensive are we eating gold? Beruashan was also impressed with Yan Yuan's generous nature. One should know that the purchasing power of 100 gold coins in the Great Qian Dynasty was enough to sustain the living expenses of an ordinary family of 3 for a whole month. This one meal was worth more than 2 months of someone's living expenses. That's what Brothers Shah doesn't understand. Everyone is a master now, so how can we continue to eat ordinary food? We need to learn to break with the past and start eating quality food. Only by eating well can we grow stronger muscles. Yan Yuan talked nonsense seriously. Ah, is that so? Asked Shabru, who felt something was wrong, and didn't know how to refute it, hesitation written across his face. 20 minutes later, a green-clad delivery man knocked on the door of the room. From the special storage belt he carried, he laid out the dining utensils along with the steaming dishes one by one on the table, and handed over the bill. Yan Yuan was quick to sign a confirmed receipt and settled the payment of the gold coins. Come on, guys, let loose and eat. You can drink less today, but you must eat the food to your heart's content. Brother Shaw, try this pickled fatty beef hot pot while it's hot. It's made from the hind leg meat of the transcendental creature thick mountain cow, tender and fresh, fatty but not greasy. Dip it in some ghost broth, that's urns, I can't believe it. This is the 10-hole tunic soup boiled with the blue wave mud chicken. Drink 1 bowl to whet your appetite and warm your body, drink 2 bowls to refresh yourself, and drink 3 bowls to strengthen yourself. Brothers, don't hold back. Drink more. Come on, brothers. Let's officially celebrate the first meeting of the 3 swordsmen of the mountain and sea. Cheers. After several rounds of dishes, the 3 men had gotten to know each other quite well. When the lively atmosphere had cooled down a little, Baruashan chewed on his peanuts, and seemingly casually asked, "Tell me about it. What's the origin of this sick guy?" Chapter 15. So you're the one hiding the deepest. Yan Yuan put down his chopsticks, and took a silent sip of fruit wine. After a moment of hesitation, he asked, "Have you guys ever heard of the saying that there are 6 great royal families in the Great Qian Dynasty?" Shabaru shook his head, his expression filled with confusion. Baruashan knew about this. He had lived in the Mu family for a long time. Even though the Mu family was not as good as those top royal families, it was still a first-class family in the Great Qian Dynasty. He was still familiar with such basic information. Isn't it the Wu family, Zhong family, Zhao family, Kong family, Den family, Sit family? Huh. Could it be that this Sit Kai is a descendant of one of the 6 royal families, the Sit family? Yan Yuan glanced at Baruashan with slight surprise. He hadn't expected anyone to answer, but it seemed that this Tormod also had an influential background. Gathering his thoughts, he continued, "That's right. It's that Sit family who was famous for their bloodline talent Cloak of Invisibility. The patriarch Sit once as a monarch-level Iron Seed beast, and was crowned by the Red Dragon Emperor himself 30 years ago as the Iron Seed King, a prestigious name. This Sit guy, the youngest son of the Iron Seed King, has been spoiled since he was a child, and is so haughty and arrogant that he looks down on ordinary civilians like us." "No wonder he's so arrogant." Baruashan nodded thoughtfully, and then asked, "Then how did you and me meet?" "That's a long story. When I was a kid, my family spent a lot of money, and managed to get me into a martial arts school to hammer out my physical skills. I didn't expect him to be an apprentice there as well, and a chief apprentice at that." Yan Yuan revealed a reminiscent look inside. "I admit, not only is he highly talented, he learns everything quickly and works hard. On the other hand, I have average qualifications, and am occasionally lazy, and I've always been last in the martial arts school. But what's wrong with me being a dud? Is being a dud a crime? It's not like I messed with him, and I'm working hard in my own way, so why should he bring people after me for 3 days and try to kid me out of the martial arts school? In the end, I had to leave that martial arts school due to his threats. His background was just too powerful for me to mess with. But what I never thought was that I would run into him again at Mountain and Sea Academy. With him obviously being from the royal family, the Red Dragon Royal Academy is more suitable for his development. I witnessed his awakening ceremony in the morning, with an initial soul power of late spiritualist level, properly identified as a class qualification, but it seems he went late. The A-class dormitory has all been allocated, so he only got a B-class dormitory. Fuck, he's actually next door to me. What kind of shit luck is this?" Yan Yuan downed another mouthful of fruit wine with an annoyed look, and said, Brother Shaw, mid-stage and late-stage soul power might only seem like a small difference, but in fact, the cultivation speed going forward is incremental with the initial soul power as the base. Under the same T-rent resources, he will only get further and further ahead, not to mention that a royal family is backing him." Baruashan coughed vainly, his eyes peeking over the other 2, one wolfing down his food, the other with a depressed look. "Since we're going to be friends, I can't make an excuse not to tell them my initial soul power." After thinking about it, Baruashan grabbed a large crystal radish from the table, a hint of embarrassment on his face. "Never got around to telling you guys about it. Actually, I was also assigned here because there weren't enough A-class storms left." "What?" asked Shabaru in a shocked voice, stopping his hand from shoveling meat into his mouth, and half puffing out his cheeks. "Milky Way, come out and say hello to everyone." Baruashan returned to his room, and woke up the little one curled up in a ball in his bed and sleeping soundly. Gee, Gu the little one seemed to have slept well, and rolled twice comfortably after being awakened, then leapt up from the bed, and landed deftly in Baruashan's arms. "Eat this." Baruashan shoved the large crystal radish in his hand, thinking that all rabbit creatures ate vegetables. Squeak. The little one started dutifully hugging the big carrot with two little paws, and sniffing it lightly twice. After noticing that it was food, its large silver-white eyes instantly shone. It lay in Berry Wushang's arms, nibbling on the carrot, and eating with great elegance. Stepping out of the room, Berry Wushang was confronted by two baffled young men. "Moonrobit?" Yan Yuan let out a strange cry, and was utterly dumbfounded. The next moment, he sprang up from his chair, his voice so excited that it was incoherent. "Brother Bet, why you have a contract pet?" Right now, all the freshmen had only completed their soul awakening, and had not yet arranged the next step of contract binding, so there was only one possibility for those who had a contract pet right now. "That's right," Berry Wushang admitted openly. Under the same roof, there was no need to hide. "I'm an autonomous awakener. This is my life-bound pet, Milky Way." "Holy shit. Brother Bet, you hit quite deeply." Yan Yuan howled at the top of his lungs, looking as exaggerated as he could. Let me take a look." Shabaru put down his bowl with a swish, and stared with copper bell-like eyes, his big face making its way to the Moonrobit. PFFT. Milky Way spat towards him, clutching the large carrot while hoping to escape to Berry Wushang's shoulder. "This little bugger, is it really a transcendent creature? Why does it look so weak?" Shabaru scratched his head, not caring about the drool in his face. "What do you know? This is a support-type pet." Yan Yuan glared at him, then rubbed his meaty palms, and smiled fawningly towards Milky Way. "Come on, good baby, let Uncle hug you, here. PFFT. PFFT. Milky Way looked disgusted, and spat twice across the room, not wanting to pay attention to the strange uncle. Ha ha ha. Berry Wushang didn't expect Milky Way to have such a playful side, and laughed joyfully. "Brother Bet, this pet of yours is quite human-like." Yan Yuan dropped his hand awkwardly and stopped teasing, looking spirited. "What I'm curious about now is what kind of look would be on Sitkai's face if he knew that Brother Bear was an autonomous awakener, and would he still be so high and mighty thinking he's hot stuff?" Ha ha ha. "Don't be like that. I only succeeded in the awakening by accident." Berry Wushang hurriedly waved his hand to stop his thoughts. "As for that Sitkai, since he's told us to leave him alone, there's no point in getting into disputes with him again. Hey, Brother Bear is still quite the low-key one. I admire that." Yan Yuan arched his hand with a straight face, and said, "But Brother Bear should also be careful. This Mountain and Sea Academy is filled with concealed talents. This morning I also saw a red-haired woman who should be our peer, and is also an autonomous awakener. Her life-bound pet is a small fire sparrow that has a trace of the legendary phoenix blood. It's quite fierce. Your Moonrobit won't stand being burnt by her. Don't go provoking her. I also saw it. That woman hadn't unleashed her pet yet, and a man tried to hit on her seeing that she's beautiful, but he'd only called her a beauty before his hair was all burned up. It looked terrible." Shabaru also muttered his thoughts. "That fierce." Berry Wushang subconsciously scratched his hair. He didn't want to become bald at a young age. Drip, drip, drip. Just as Berry Wushang was silently blacklisting the red-haired woman, the three men's watches vibrated simultaneously. Huh. I didn't know it was 6 o'clock. The Academy has sent a new notice. Berry Wushang opened the holographic screen and perused it. Chapter 16, Mystic Realm Sea Island Notice. Tomorrow at 7 am, all new students should arrive in the Central Square. There will be a trial for new students, and the Mystic Realm, Sea Island, will be opened for you to contract your first pet. Please attend on time. Those who are late will suffer consequences. Mountain and Sea Academy Head Educational Administration. Additional note: participants are requested to go in light gear. Do not wear any protective equipment, and storage rings, amulets, and potions are also prohibited. What is this Mystic Realm, Sea Island? Shabaru was the first to ask. You don't even know about this? Yan Yuan gave him a surprised look, and said, Mountain and Sea Academy is called Mountain and Sea Academy precisely because it has two mystic realms. The most famous one is naturally the Mystic Realm Heavy God Mountain. The other is the Mystic Realm Sea Island. No. First, I want to know what the Mystic Realm is. Shabaru was a little embarrassed. Brother Shaw, you are missing some of the basics here, so hurry up and catch up sometime. Yan Yuan looked at Shaba's naive look, and couldn't help but hold his forehead and sigh, kindly explaining to him, let's put it this way. This earth we're stepping on right now is called the Transcendental Continent, or some people call it the Transcendental Plane. In short, it's a big world that's also very stable. This great world is not independent. There are hundreds of millions of other worlds clinging to the multidimensional space around it, from the dead worlds that are deserted to the living worlds that nurture all spirits. There are all kinds of worlds. The Mystic Realm Heavy God Mountain and the Mystic Realm Sea Island are two small worlds that have been developed and taken in by the Mountain and Sea Academy. The former is a sacred place for the cultivation of masters and pets, and is the most important treasure of this academy, so it can be said that the majority of people who travel thousands of miles to attend school here actually come for this mystic realm. The latter is a special island-type subspace where the Mountain and Sea Academy has spent a lot of effort in cultivating and rearing a large number of young transcendent creatures, and it is opened for new students to contract their first pets every year. I see. Shabaru nodded in a naive manner, and curiously added, that means we can have our pets tomorrow? That's the case, but I guess it's not that easy. Yan Yuan glanced at Bear Wushang. You should have heard about it, right? This academy is very competitive, and even if you are highly gifted and of a great background, if you don't complete the requirements set by the academy, you will be dismissed. There is no ambiguity at all. Well, I indeed heard one of the senior sisters mention it on the way here, Beruashan replied. Shabaru waved his fist, his face full of determination. I'm not afraid. I came here to school to become a powerful master. I didn't think about that much besides that. Early the next morning, Beruashan was woken up on time by the alarm clock. Last night, after the trio received notice, the get-together ended quickly, and everyone went back to their room to recover. Beruashan first played around with Milky Way for a while, trying to tap into something special in her, unfortunately, with no luck. After that, Beruashan spent the first half of the night in deep meditation, and slept in the second half. Everything was perfect except for Milky Way bouncing on the bed now and then, which slightly affected his sleep quality. Even on his body, the scars left from the ironclad zombie were now only a shallow mark. Holding Milky Way, who had started to doze off again in his arms, Beruashan rejoined Yan Yuan and Shabaru, and they shared a guidance car to the central square. Brother Washan, here! Mujaja stood alone at a particular high point on the main road of the square, looking with expectant eyes, and the moment she spotted Beruashan, she kept waving towards him. AOS Brother Bear, you have acquaintances? Yan Yuan asked curiously. He looked out twice and didn't see the face, but from his experience, the outline was a petite beauty. Mujaja, we grew up together. She's kind of my younger sister, Beruashan briefly introduced as he sought to figure out how to get past. At this moment, the central square was filled with people, full of noisy laughter and whispers. It was like a rally, bustling with activity. Beruashan spent a while before he could squeeze in next to Mujaja with his two dorm mates. After the initial introductions of both sides, Beruashan frankly asked, Xiaoxiao, did your soul awakening go well yesterday? How much initial soul power do you have? Mujaja showed two small dimples and smiled delicately. I was scared to death. I originally thought I was going to be at the bottom, but I didn't expect the soul power value actually to break through to the middle spiritualist level. Beruashan sighed in relief. He didn't have high expectations of Mujaja. The middle spiritualist level was already unexpected. You've become a master in earnest, so stop slacking and work hard when you should, said Beruashan as he gently knocked her on the head. Got it. Got it. Mujaja was in a good mood, and grunted in response. Time passed quickly, and it was soon 7 o'clock. Phew. A loud, clear whistle rang out from above the clouds. The clamor in the square gradually ceased, and the more than 2,000 students raised their heads and looked up at the sky. A bird-like raptor with a wingspan of nearly 20 meters came speeding from afar, as swift as lightning, and before they could see exactly what it looked like, it dove down vertically, gliding willfully above the heads of the students. The monstrous and endlessly fierce power coming from the sky caused countless people to scream in fear. Beruashan happened to be directly below it, and took the time to catch a glimpse of its attribute panel. Name: Pterodactyl. Contract race: Demon beast, realm seabird beast type C. Pterodactyl race C. Subdragon species. Life level: mid-stage. Complete form. Bloodline quality: Commander level 1 star. 2 loin soul power to fully detect it's actually a pterodactyl. Beruashan was dumbfounded, not expecting to see a dragon so soon. Even if a pterodactyl was only the lowest subspecies of dragons, it was still an incredibly ferocious creature. The pterodactyl was huge but nimble, dodging countless architectural obstacles in a fancy manner before finally landing firmly on a thick stone pillar in the very center of the square. In a change from its fierce and flamboyant stance, the pterodactyl gathered up its huge bat-like wings, and obediently crouched down. A long-haired woman wearing a long golden dress and a metal mask on her face slid down from the back of the pterodactyl, her actions coming with absolute confidence and ease. She towered over the crowd at her feet, and her sensual red lips, bared beneath her mask, suddenly rose in a teasing smile. "Let me introduce myself. Kissia Wanling, one of the 10 Masters of the Mountain and Sea, currently ranked 3rd. Of course, you may also call me Caster." Chapter 17. Caster Kissia Wanlin Wat, Chess, one of the 10 Masters of Mountain and Sea. No way, seeing one of the legendary 10 Masters of Mountain and Sea as soon as we arrive. Hey, did you guys get the point? She said. Chess in the 3rd seed, the top 3 of the 10. Such whispers rang out from the crowd of thousands. Shabru looked left and right, and could only foolishly ask Yan Yuan for help. "Brother Yuan, what are the 10 Masters of the Mountain and Sea again?" Beruashan likewise perked up his ears. Because of the temporary change of the academy, he hadn't learned much about the academy, and some things weren't clear to him. Yan Yuan rolled his eyes. Seeing his 3 little friends all looking at him expectantly, he could only helplessly say, "There is an outstanding talent ranking in the Mountain and Sea Academy, recording the 50 strongest masters of the academy, and those who can be the best of them to climb to the top 10 are called the 10 Masters of Mountain and Sea, each with their own title." "Are they strong?" asked Shabru, scratching his head. "More than strong," said Yan Yuan somewhat fervently, his tone sounding a bit urgent. "The status of the 10 Masters of Mountain and Sea in the Academy is even above that of the ordinary instructors. After all, the combat power of the ordinary instructors is only at the early complete form, and the combat power of the top ranked of the 10 Masters might be middle to late complete form, overpowering countless instructors. More importantly, the 10 Masters of Mountain and Sea Committee formed by the 10 Masters of Mountain and Sea is a unique executive body directly subordinate to the Dean. According to the rank of the 10 seeds, they enjoy various varying degrees of privileges, and are even able to influence many things related to the operation of the Academy. In a way, the will of the 10 Masters of the Mountain and Sea represents the will of the Academy, understand? Yan Yuan finished in one breath, then whirled around, and gazed with a slightly longing gaze at the golden-skirted woman on the stage, murmuring, "TSK, TSK, this curvaceous figure, this graceful and classy temperament, what kind of blooming beauty is hidden under them?" Asked Shushu above the stone pillar. The pterodactyl suddenly raised its head and hissed twice. The sound was not loud, but it radiated in all directions like a sound wave, as if there was a terrifying oppressive feeling above the soul, shocking everyone into shutting their mouth. It was silent in an instant. Dynamite. Beruashan was startled, and noticed Milky Way on his chest also being startled awake and poking her head out to quietly survey the outside one. "I will be fully responsible for this year's freshman's trial. I hope everyone listens well. Do not interrupt, and save the questions together for last. Do not disobey." Or Kissia Wanling absently patted the wing of the pterodactyl, which understood in a second, grunted heavily, and raised its head to look at the crowd viciously with the feeling of whoever dares to make trouble, prepare to die. Nodding in satisfaction, Kissia Wanling turned on the holographic screen on her wrist, fiddled with it a few times, and began the official pronouncement. This freshman trial has a core theme that revolves around only one thing: contracting pets. I know that you all must be excited now that you've become official masters, and can't wait to have your first pet companion. I can understand that, and the Academy can understand your feelings even more. So, the Academy has prepared the Mystic Realm Sea Island for this purpose, specifically to give everyone a chance to contract a pet. In the Mystic Realm Sea Island, the total number of species of transcendent creatures exceeds 50,000. There are ordinary species that can be found everywhere in the wild forest and precious species that are particularly rare in the world. Whether it is demonic beasts, devils, ghosts, bone species, or insects, in short, it will definitely be able to meet your needs. Kissia Wanlong's voice was quite charming. The control of the intonation and rhythm of her speech were also very well placed, which immediately mobilized the sense of anticipation of the whole audience, and made them listen very carefully. But then, I'm sure you've heard about the purpose of the Academy's founding. All the resources here are only open to the best of the best. The rest of the losers, we don't want them. This trial is not only for everyone to take in their beast pets, but it's also a game of survival. Anyone who doesn't reach the passing mark in the trial will be directly expelled from the Academy. No one will be spared. I will now state the details of the trial. This trial will take the form of grouping the 2,578 new students present, randomly and equally divided into 26 groups and dropped into 26 separate areas of the Mystic Realm Sea Island. Everything the participants encounter in the Mystic Realm, be it treasures, old pills, or transcendent creatures, can be freely hunted for as long as you are capable, and the Academy doesn't place too many restrictions. Trials, in principle, allow cooperation and also will encourage competition. Still, maiming and death are strictly forbidden, and violators are not only directly expelled, but also face accountability from the institution's senior management at their peril. The trial will last for a total of 15 days. Each participant must dress lightly, and is prohibited from carrying any protective gear, potions, storage rings, and a host of other aids. Also, all functions of the watch will be temporarily blocked. Before entering the Mystic Realm, the Academy will give each participant a dimensional backpack with replacement clothing, as well as an elite dagger, a unique scent bag, and a distress talisman. Special scent pouches will protect the participant from active attacks by transcendent creatures for the first 5 days. Distress talismans can be crushed in times of crisis, and automatically activated as barriers to guard one's body. Note that the trial is immediately terminated after using the distress talisman, and an instructor will take the participant directly out of the Mystic Realm. Before termination, if the pet contract has been completed, the participant will meet the minimum passing standard, and be considered to have passed the test. If the contract has not been completed, the participant will fail, and be directly expelled. The perfect participants who successfully contract a pet and stay alive for 15 days until the end of the trial will be given an additional reward by the Academy, receiving 10 points of mystic energy each. Okay, this was the detailed description of the trials provided by the Academy, so let's move on to the questions. Raise your hand if you have any questions. Kissia Wanlin leisurely played with a strand of green silk, her tone relaxed but unquestionable. Remember, think before you ask. You'll only answer 3 questions. Countless hands were raised here and there in the crowd, and even Yang Yuan actively participated. That little guy over there with the glasses and the yellow hair, what are your questions? Kissia Wanlin casually pointed to a freshman. The yellow-haired boy who had been pointed at looked around to make sure it was him, and stammered in some disbelief as he spoke, "What is mystic energy?" Kissia Wanlong's slender hand playing with the green silk froze for a moment, and even her voice instantly turned icy. I told you, think before you ask. This is a question that I'm sure at least half of the 2,000 or so first-year students in the room will be able to answer for you. You wasted a precious opportunity to ask a question. Kissia Wanlong's gaze seemed to have a penetrating quality, firmly fixing on the yellow-haired boy as she frankly said, "If I sensed correctly, your initial soul power is only at the early spiritualist level. It's not even an easy task for you to complete a pet contract, yet you're asking questions about the reward for a perfect pass. Isn't that a bit overly ambitious?" Chapter 18. The Autonomous Awakened in Special Care. The yellow-haired boy blushed at the comment, but didn't have an ounce of courage to retort, and could only keep his head down to avoid the unkind glances cast at him by those around him. Shaking her head in slight disappointment, Kissia Wanling still kept her promise to answer. Mystic energy is a vital cultivation resource for the Mountain and Sea Academy. One can exchange it for time to cultivate in the Mystic Realm Heavy God Mountain, which will have a multiplying effect on the strength growth of the pet as well as the master. You just need to remember one thing. Any students in the Academy and the 10 Masters, including me, value mystic energy highly, so if you have the chance to harvest it, then fight for it with all your strength. Second question, the double ponytail boy in the short pink skirt with a beard. Well, you actually wear lipstick, quite a unique taste. Go ahead, what do you want to ask? Kissy pointed at another person again. Being too far away, Baruashan didn't see that boy, but his mind still sketched out the corresponding person's portrait. Baruashan could only exclaim, Mountain and Sea Academy is filled with concealed talents, there really are all kinds of people, and such eyesores of a classmate actually exist. Senior sister, do you have any key advice for this freshman trial? The voice of the big stressed guy rang out, but it was a very stiff and mellow fierce male voice, giving a powerful sense of dissonance. The question he asked was quite incisive, and might get some additional information from Kissy. Well, that's a bit of an interesting question. Kissy pondered for a moment, and slowly spoke, my advice, then, is to remind everyone to make the most of the first 5 days, and explore the layout of the trial grounds for as long as possible in the safest time frame possible. In addition, students with average strength can work together in teams as early as possible, and the number of people need not be large, such as 2 or 3, so that it will be conducive to obtaining higher returns. One last disclosure, the trial ground doesn't just have early youth transcendent creatures, there are also a minimal number of mature ones present, so you should always be careful, and treat this trial ground as if it were a real wilderness, and learn how to survive in a crisis-ridden environment. By the way, if you can't even crush the distress talisman in time, you will die. Kissy words caused many freshmen to fall into a brief moment of contemplation, and she didn't interrupt, giving everyone a few minutes of free time. Okay, one last question. Kissy clapped her hands, signaling everyone to refocus. The bald guy at the end. You. The person Kissy was referring to wasn't very far from Baruashan and the others, so everyone could see him. Huh, isn't that the boy who got his hair burnt out by the little fire sparrow yesterday? Muttered Yuan. Senior sister Kissy, what I want to ask is, how is this trial arranged for autonomous awakeners? The bald guy's voice seemed laced with a hint of indignation. I heard that there are 3 autonomous awakeners in this term. If there are no restrictions on them, I'm afraid that whoever encounters them in that trial will have no power to fight back, right? After all, their initial soul power is higher than ours, their physical quality is stronger than ours, and they have one more life-bound pet than we do, so no matter how we compare, we'll be an absolute underdog. Paragraph yeah, that's not fair. Shouted a good number of students immediately following. Baruashan raised an eyebrow, not at all expecting the focus of the conversation to shift towards himself. On that note, the academy has already made arrangements. Kissy paused, her red lips suddenly curled into a brilliant smile, planning something. The 3 students who already have their life-bound pets, please gather on my side. Mujaja hit Baruashan with her elbow, her almond-shaped eyes repeatedly blinking, and urging him to hurry up. Brother Bet, it's your turn to perform on stage, said Yuan, laughing mischievously next to him with a somewhat vulgar expression. Baruashan sighed lightly. He really did like the feeling of standing out in public. Wasn't it good to advance in secret? Particularly, there were so many secrets that he hadn't fathomed yet, and standing in the spotlight in a hurry would be troublesome if he became a public target. Senior sister Kissy doesn't seem to harbor good intentions. Baruashan vaguely felt just that. In the 10 seconds or so he hesitated, 2 people had already weaved their way through the crowd and passed towards the central stone pillar. Baruashan had no choice but to take a deep breath and take a step to squeeze forward. Coming through, thanks, coming through for a second, thanks. The packed crowd kept making way for Baruashan while pairs of bright eyes were firmly locked on his figure. Soon, Baruashan reached the bottom of the central stone pillar, and saw the other 2 autonomous awakeners. One was the red-haired woman described by Yuan, with crystal skin and a devastatingly beautiful tall figure not inferior to John Linkyus. As if big red flaming waves, her hair was dazzling, and she was like a fiery blossoming fire lotus, delicate without losing innocence and soft with rigidity. The other was a boy, slim, of average appearance, and dressed in ordinary clothes. The only thing that was a big distinctive was his long hair coiled in a hairpin, and his brow was calm and relaxed. He was like a frail scholar who would read a lot of scriptures. You 3, don't invoke your soul power, he'll pull you up. Kissy quickly flicked her fingers as if she had cast some kind of secret technique, and Baruashan immediately perceived a voided light wrapping around the trio before carrying them to float overhead. Kissia Wanling flicked her hand, and took out a green-colored treasure pearl, firing out 3 green lights that fell into each of the 3 just as they landed on the stone pillar and before they could say anything. In an instant, Beruashang's face sank with some anger. "What are you doing, senior sister Kissia?" The green light entered his body, and the first thing Beruashang noticed was that Milky Way on his chest disappeared, being forcefully summoned back to the Book of Olds, and could no longer be summoned. The other 2's expressions similarly changed slightly. Their eyes were fixed on Kissia Wanling as they waited for her explanation. "Take it easy." Kissia Wanling smiled faintly but didn't reply, and instead turned sideways, facing the sea of people at her feet, and shouted, "Can everyone see clearly? This year, these are the 3 autonomous awakeners. From left to the right are Beruashang, Luo Yeruan, and Zukin. I hope everyone remembers their names and also their faces. Just now, I have sealed their life-bound pets with my own hands, which means that in this trial, the 3 autonomous awakeners will be like you, stepping into the mystic realm with their bare hands, unable to draw on the power of their life-bound beasts." There was a vague commotion and chatter from the sea of people. Kissia Wanling scanned the venue with a smile, and continued, "Of course, even so, they still have a big advantage, it's their talent and ability. The Academy won't interfere much more." With those words, Kissia Wanling lifted the golden hem of her skirt with one hand, placed the other on her chest, and gracefully performed a noble salute towards everyone. "That's all the general arrangements of the Academy for this freshman trial, and I have explained them all." Beruashang was so close to him that he could clearly see that her red lips suddenly blossomed in a teasing expression as her head was bowed down. Chapter 19. Additional rules. Now, I will exercise my prerogative as one of the 10 masters of the mountain and sea to add a few new trial rules. Kissia Wanling stood up, and a clear and pleasant voice spread across the room. The freshmen who had leaped for joy and were filled with anticipation, just waiting for the mystic realm to open, were dumbfounded all of a sudden. "Additional rules? Can she do that?" Kissia Wanling pursed the smile at the corners of her mouth, and said, "Don't you guys think these rules are too rigid? No fun at all? I, for one, want to plan more benefits for the winners, as well as add a little fun to Rian's trip to the trials. This is the data I received out of the 2,578 new students this year. 1,357 are C class, 1,072 are B class, 146 are class, and 3 are S class. How about this? The trial starts on the 6th day, and all students are allowed to hunt each other. Eliminating other students will be rewarded with extra mystic energy. 1 additional point of mystic energy for each C-class student eliminated. 3 additional points of mystic energy for eliminating a B-class student. 10 additional points of mystic energy for eliminating an A-class student. If anyone can eliminate S-rank students, congratulations on an extra 100 mystic energy." Kissia Wanling's words caused an uproar in the crowd. The corners of Beruashang's mouth twitched. This wasn't aiding a bit of fun. This was going to topple the entire trial grounds. Initially, one had to last 15 days to get 10 points of mystic energy. Now one could get 10 points for hunting an A-class student. Anyone would be a little tempted, right? What was even more of a headache was that at 100 points of mystic energy, he had to be the hot cake in Rian's eyes. If they took him down, they'd make a fortune. Oh yes, all the extra rewards are based on the premise of passing perfectly. If you fail in the middle, you will have nothing, added Kissia Wanling. This is still a bit more reasonable, otherwise everyone will just find ways to eliminate the others, taking out others without the need to last till the end. Beruashang sighed in relief. 10 minutes later, several staff members appeared in the central plaza. Teleportation arrays were lit up one after another, and shortly after, 26 light gates surrounded the central square. The Mystic Realm Sea Island is about to open, so please get ready. Carrying the dimensional backpack he had just received, Beruashang waited quietly before the corresponding light gate according to the number he had obtained from the lottery. Taking advantage of this brief gap, Beruashang reassured Milky Way, who was trapped in the Book of Olds, that she didn't have to worry about him through weak telepathy. Mystic Realm Sea Island. No. 9 trial rounds. Beruashang fell from a height of 2 meters, and having an unstable center of gravity, he fell in all fours. What's the deal? Why did I land from the air? Beruashang's muttered complaints came to an abrupt halt as the expected pain did not appear. Instead, it was like smashing into a sponge, thick and soft and quite comfortable. Subconsciously tugging behind his back, Baruashang saw a handful of long brown hair. A muffled groan of pain sounded from above the back of his head, and with it came a condensed blast that blew over Baruashang's cheek, fishy and unpleasant. In an instant, Baruashang's blood rushed wildly to his scalp, his brain churning as his subconsciousness frantically reminded himself that there was great danger behind him. He stiffly craned his head, and was met by a giant brown bear. A considerable body, coarse fur, sharp fangs, magnificent muscles all over compared to it, Baruashang was as thin as a bamboo pole. Fortunately, the giant bear's eyes were tightly closed, its mouth half open and snoring, and even though Baruashang was lying on its belly, and even pulled a handful of fur on its chest, it only grunted, showing no signs of waking up at all. The attribute panel then surfaced. Name: Sound Sleeping Bear, Wild Race. Demon Beast Realm Sea Walking Beast Type C Sleeping Bear Race Life Level. Early Mature Form Bloodline Quality. Mortal Bone Level, 9 stars State. Deep Sleep Intelligence. Low Characteristics. Drowsiness Skills. Giant Bear Slap, Tarzan Crush, Meatball Impact, Death Throw Gourmet Cells. 45 What the hell kind of luck is this? This is ridiculous, right? Granted, he knew that entering the trial grounds would randomly leopard everyone, but it didn't have to be so thrilling to throw him into the bear's den right off the bat, did it? And his back was to its chest, making contact as close as possible. Baruashang's throat was clogged, and he wanted to cry at that moment. This wasn't an ordinary bear. It was a sound sleeping bear. A sound sleeping bear in the early stages of maturity. Looking at the quality of its bloodline, it exceeded the ironclad zombie by 2 stars, so a random slap would easily make him have god blood. 2 slaps, and he'd be mush, wouldn't he? Oh, Senior Sister Kissia, do you have some misunderstanding about the word minority? As promised, there are only a very few mature beasts in the mystic realm, so how come I ran into one as soon as I entered? Few. Fortunately, the sound sleeping bear spends 9/10 of the day in slumber and normally can't be awakened, otherwise I might be the fastest autonomous awakener of all time to be eliminated. Baruashang was sure that sound sleeping bear would have gone berserk and tear him to pieces in anger if he had woken it up. It wouldn't help to have a sandbag in hand. The premise of the sandbag working was that one couldn't actively provoke transcendent creatures. The sound sleeping bear was one of the creatures that loved to enjoy a good night's sleep, and anything that affected the quality of its sleep was a mortal enemy in its eyes. Gingerly climbing down from the sound sleeping bear, Baruashang's thumping little heart eased a little. Only after fleeing wildly for 2 or 3 kilometers did Baruashang dare to gradually slow down, and wipe the cold sweat from the corner of his forehead. Phew, finally, it's safe. After trying to calm down, Baruashang began to look around. Right now, he seemed to be in a dense primeval forest, with ancient trees and their mottled shadows and insects and birds chirping, filled with signs of life. Before entering the mystic realm, I already confirmed that Zhao Zhao, Yan Yuan, and Shabaru are all in the other trial grounds. Even Zukin and Wo Yeruan, the other 2 autonomous awakeners, didn't go to Portal 9 with me at that time. Baruashang stopped and gathered his thoughts. That means, I don't have to purposely seek out anyone or take care of anyone in this trial ground, nor do I need to have too much competitive pressure. I can just progress steadily. With the eye of perception, the transcendent recipes, and the altar of the gourmand, Baruashang wasn't going to team up with unfamiliar students so easily. His physical quality and soul power level were amongst the top, and he was fully capable of acting alone. Anyway, let's explore the environment first and collect as many materials as possible on the first day. Apart from making traps and auxiliary utensils, I should also start preparing for the cooking of the Mouse of Temptation. Chapter 20. Thunderhorn Bull. Gathering his thoughts, Baruashang looked around and climbed up a large tree. Standing atop the canopy, Baruashang looked out into the distance, only to find that there were shadows of lush trees in every direction, with no end in sight. The only conspicuous thing was that the sun in the sky was not a solid entity, but an illusory projection. It seems that it's difficult to figure out the environmental structure of the trial ground in a short period of time. Baruashang frowned and thought, and finally decided to go in one direction first. Gripping the dagger tightly, Baruashang fully activated his senses as he walked between the trees with a vigorous gait. Unlike the dry climate of the endless sand domain, the humidity in the air was high, and after just a moment of walking against the wind, Baruashang felt a thin layer of mist on his face as it became sticky. Huh. Somewhere not far away, a cluster of grass-like plants in a gradient of blue and green on a tree trunk caught his attention. "It's guinea grass," said Beruashang as he got closer and scrutinized it, and exclaimed in surprise, "This is one of the raw materials for many basic healing medicines. A plant this big would cost at least 20 or so gold coins in the market, right?" Carefully digging through the trunk with his dagger, Beruashang took out the plant from its roots, and put it into his dimensional backpack. This dimensional backpack distributed by the Academy was one of the smallest spatial storage equipment. With a total capacity of only 1 cubic meter, it was still barely enough to store some herbs, fruits and vegetables, meat, and other things. "You'll take it first, and if I get injured, I can directly crush it and apply it externally to accelerate the healing of wounds. If I can't use it, I can still make some money, taking it out of the mystic realm." Continuing to walk, Beruashang gathered valuable medicinal herbs or fruits that could be eaten while constantly identifying the transcendent creatures hiding in various corners of the forest. Flowered bamboo rat-winged pink butterfly hum. This fiery cap turtle seems to have mutated. The flames on its head are actually blue. It's a bit rare, but still too weak for me. For Beruashang's peak spiritualist level soul power, the strength limit of contracted pets was the peak of the early youth, and these weak early and mid-youth transcendent creatures in front of him were far from meeting his contracting standards. The first direction of my choice is that the bloodline quality should not be too low, and should guarantee sufficient growth potential in the future. The second is the current life level, preferably in the late youth or peak youth. If it's too weak, it won't be conducive to surviving the trials. But taps all theoretical expectations, not quite the same as the reality. In dealing with Beruashang knew that if it was in other academies or certain families, the first pets for newly promoted masters were usually provided directly by elders or mentors, and a little familiarity would enable them to contract easily. The quality would not be bad, with a low overall difficulty. However, Mountain and Sea Academy made it a regular trial for newly promoted masters to contract pets. They even created a special mystic realm for this purpose, requiring the students to find, identify, collect, contract, and survive alone in the wild, and even learn to cooperate or face competition. Beruashang believed there were disadvantages and advantages to this mode of training. The downside was that under such rules, each participant would need to figure out how to take in a pet on their own, inevitably by strategy or even physical combat, with a high risk factor. There should be a significant number of people who would not be able to complete the contract, and would be eliminated from the competition. The advantage was that the Academy provided the perfect platform for contracting, and such an opportunity was rare. For students who had the ability or the opportunity to have more options and possibilities, the probability of obtaining a quality pet increased significantly. At the same time, with contracting and growing in this environment, the relationship between the human and the pet was stronger, and it would be rare for a pet beast to defect. Swish. There was a sudden strange noise from a grassy area to the side, and the movement was quite loud, with faint sounds of human giggles and the hissing of struggling beasts. Beruashang frowned and quietly approached, hiding behind a tree to observe in secret. "Ha! After an hour of hard work, I actually caught this thunderhorn bull. Nana, my trap-making skills are flawless, right?" A man in gray pointed to a massive crater in the ground, and laughed triumphantly and openly. "Thunderhorn bull?" Beruashang was surprised. That was a mortal bone level 6, star transcendent creature. Not only did it possess the rare lightning attribute, but it also had 2 stages of natural evolution, and at the stage of youth, it belonged to the absolute premium type of pet beast. Brother, he is so great." A girl wearing a blue floral decorated dress that showed off her shoulders covered her mouth and laughed, her voice very soft and clinky. "Hey, wait a bit longer for this guy to toss and turn and get so tired that it's close to being fatigued, then he'll sign a pet contract with it. It's a success rate of 80 to 90%, the man in gray said with strong confidence in his voice. "Brother, he." The blue-skirted girl named Nana suddenly rested her slender arm on the gray clapmat's shoulder, and her red lips came up to his ear. "Brother, he, can you let me contract this thunderhorn bull first?" "Ah? But Nana, didn't we discuss this when we were teaming up? The first one caught should rightly be mine first. How come you?" The blue-skirted girl kissed the man in gray's cheek, and daintily said, "Brother, you are so powerful. Are you still afraid of not catching a better pet?" "I don't know why, but when I saw this thunderhorn bull, I felt a special connection when I saw it, and liked it very much, so let this little sister have it, please." The man in gray was with his back to Beruashan, but when Beruashan saw this, his body froze, and his ears turned red. "Well, that's fine, Anna, as long as you like it." The man in gray's voice was mincing, and Beruashan could even imagine his flushed cheeks. What an inexperienced teenager, bought off by this little benefit, has got no spine, spat Beruashan inwardly. Maya. 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 The Thunderhorn Bull struggled desperately in the deep pit, charging and bouncing as hard as it could, and making a loud rattling noise. "Brotherly, how is it still so vigorous it won't run out?" "Well, don't worry, my trap is 2 meters deep. How can it run out by itself?" Pang. Pang, pang. Pang, pang, pang. Beruashan couldn't see the situation in the deep pit with dozens of meters between them, but he could also feel the Thunderhorn Bull going berserk just by the sound, struggling more violently with every move. After a huge collision, a yellow-bodied bull jumped up furiously from the deep pit, soared a meter or two into midair, and finally landed heavily on the ground. Huh, it just learned the skill air jump. That's kind of interesting. These two are going to be out of luck. Latest episodes are on the FACEBOKK. Chapter 21. The restless Lanana. This Thunderhorn Bull was clearly still a calf, only a meter long and at most at the middle stage of the early youth. Even so, when it was in full rage, its head hung low, its arcing thunder horns facing forward, a pair of huge bull's eyes bulging out, and its stubby hooves plowing the ground over and over again, ready to trigger. The fear was overwhelming. The blue-skirted girl covered her mouth and took some steps backward, her face full of cowardice. Big brother, it had ran out. "Oh no," said He Fan, his legs waddling and shaking, panicking briefly and immediately coming back to his senses. "Nana, come on, let's climb up the tree." His voice was urgent, and just as he finished his sentence, he grabbed the blue-skirted girl and pushed her hard up the tree, pulling himself and scurrying up the bark. The two just climbed 3 or 4 meters when the Thunderhorn Bull crashed over with a boom, its arched horns viciously opening 2 large holes in the trunk of the tree, and the entire tree shook continuously. "Ah!" Nana exclaimed, almost falling off in shock. "Steady, Nana, you must hold on. If you fall, you are done," cried He Fan, holding his shoulder up against the blue-skirted girl's heel and hanging his head low. "Boom boom," the Thunderhorn Bull gasped, backing up, accelerating the charge, backing up, and accelerating its charge over and over again. The tree, which 2 people could only surround, was soon overwhelmed and half-broken, slowly toppling forward. I can't hold on. The tree's going to fall," cried Nana sobbingly. "Nana, don't be afraid. You'll count down from 3, and we'll jump down together and run for the dense forest on the right." In his panic, He Fan still maintained a trace of sanity. "The Thunderhorn Bull has lost a lot of strength. We still have a chance to escape, so don't give up. Do you hear me clearly? 3, 2, 1, jump!" The dozen-meter-tall tree fell with a crash, and the man and woman fell to the ground, rolling over several times in a mess. Fortunately, the large tree fell between the Thunderhorn Bull and the two, temporarily blocking the Thunderhorn Bull's advance. He Fan glanced back and instantly raised his eyebrows in great joy, immediately pulling Nana to one side of the grove. "Maya." The yellow-bodied Thunderhorn Bull suddenly stopped, stepping on the air and soaring 2 or 3 meters, crossing the obstacle at once, and even further closing the distance between it and the man and woman. In another air step. It has just learned it, and can use it continuously. This Thunderhorn Bull is quite gifted. Beruashan, who was hiding in the shadows, commented silently, and despite his compliments, he had no thoughts to step in to help the two, nor did he intend to try to subdue this Thunderhorn Bull. "There's no need to rush. It's only the first day. I still have plenty of time to pick a better pet. As for this Thunderhorn Bull, in the end, it's still a big weak. If it was a late-stage youth form, maybe you'd have my heart set on it. A mid-stage youth form, forget it." Quietly standing up, Beruashan intended to slip away. Had watched 5 minutes of good drama, and it was about time. As for whether or not the pair could successfully escape, Beruashan personally judged that it was a bit uncertain. After all, bringing a woman who was dragging our feet would increase the difficulty exponentially. "Ah! Nana, what are you yanking me for?" Just as he turned and took 2 steps, a startled cry came from the man in gray from behind him. Pure curiosity got the better of him, and Beruashan glanced back again. But he saw that the blue-skirted girl yanked the hem of the man in gray running at her side and pushed him slightly, and the fast-running man in gray lost his balance, and instantly fell to the ground. Maya. Like a small moving mountain peak, wrapped in a monstrous rage, the Thunderhorn Bull did not hesitate to slam into the man in gray, hitting between his chest and stomach. The man in gray let out a scream and spurted a large mouthful of blood wildly, covering his stomach and curling up on the ground, twitching. At the moment of life and death, he twisted his head with difficulty, and his two densely bloodshot eyes looked incredulously at the blue-skirted woman's increasingly distant figure, following with increasing dullness. "Nana, you actually betrayed me." The man in gray closed his eyes in pain, and with his last strength, he crushed the distressed talisman hidden in his waist and completely passed out. A milky white semicircular shield of light appeared, wrapping him firmly in place. After the Thunderhorn Bull tried to hit it twice and found that the white light shield did not move at all, it turned its blood-stained horns towards the blue-skirted woman who had fled far away, and ran after her wildly. Witnessing all of this, Beruashan frowned deeply. This woman is so vicious. The man in gray had been sympathetic and taking care of her, but at the critical moment, she actually betrayed her teammate for survival. Beruashan was disgusted with such a woman from the bottom of his heart. Under the pretty face, a heart like a scorpion and a snake was hidden. It was truly disgusting. However, within a minute or two, a mentor appeared on a flying pet, first casting a great healing spell to fix the man in gray's injuries, and then dragging him away on a special stretcher to transport him. Watching this mentor disappear into the air as a black dot, Beruashan shook his head sadly, and continued exploring the forest. 10 minutes later, somewhere along the path of the forest, Beruashan had just picked a rosemary when he suddenly noticed a noise ahead of him from a distance, and hastily lifted his head to watch. A disheveled blue-skirted woman was seen running wearily towards him, with a yellow creature chasing her in the distance. Am I seeing things? How come I'm seeing her again? For a brief moment, Beruashan suspected that he was dreaming. He had just changed this direction before advancing, deviating greatly from the path the blue-skirted woman had disappeared. It's really her. The Thunderhorn Bull actually hasn't caught up with her yet, but she instead has run a big circle and come around to my side. Beruashan cursed, looking irritated, and turned his head towards the other side of the woods, not wanting to have any encounter with the blue-skirted woman at all. Help! Help! Nana saw from afar that there was actually a figure in front of her, and she who had felt despair physically and mentally had a rush of another ounce of energy, speeding up her steps, and chasing after that person with her life. Beruashan ignored her, and hurriedly picked up his pace. Don't run away, please help me, Nana cried as tears stained her face, her voice as pitiful as could be. Beruashan remained unfazed, and even began to run at full speed. As he was an autonomous awakener, his soul power was among the highest of all the students, and his physical quality was also among the highest, so he quickly shrugged off the blue-skirted woman. Nana didn't understand why the man was ignoring her, or how he could run so fast. Her body was exhausted, her brain was starting to run out of oxygen, and she was losing the ability to think properly. Even so, Nana was still unwilling to crush the distressed talisman just like that. She didn't want to lose so badly. The sound of the bull's ragged breathing behind her grew closer and closer, and under the great fear of life and death, Nana once again broke through her body's limits, and forcibly sped up to catch up along the direction where Beruashan had disappeared. On the other side, Beruashan ran and stopped abruptly, his expression looking as uncomfortable as if in constipation. Up ahead, it was a dead end. Chapter 22. Beruashan vs. Thunderhorn Bull. A small, short mountain a few dozen meters high stood in the way of Beruashan, with smooth walls and absolutely no possibility of climbing it. It was all very dense spiky bushes in the surroundings, and not a place humans could easily cross. Careless, how I took an unfamiliar route, never thought it would be a dead end. Beruashan turned around, and a blinding flash of blue could still be seen from afar. Annoying as hell. When will this woman be finished? He said, a little angry. Right now, he had to return the same way to find a way out, but returning the same way, he was bound to run into the blue-skirted woman, as well as the crazed Thunderhorn Bull. At that time, with this woman's nagging ability, how could she let him go? She would definitely drag him out to help deal with that Thunderhorn Bull. How truly unpleasant. Beruashan breathed in, and began to run back. The fact was now before him that, whether he stayed where he was, or returned the way he had come, he was destined to run into the blue-skirted woman. It wasn't that Beruashan couldn't find a shady bush to hide in, or hide in a tree somewhere, but he felt it would be too wimpy and unnecessary. Weighing his options, Beruashan chose to take the initiative. Avoid it if possible, but if it can't be avoided, he'll just kill it. Lightning attribute transcendent material, it should be worth a lot soon. Beruashan faced the blue-skirted woman again. Did you came back to save me? Thank you. Thank you. Seeing hope reappear, Lin Nana cried with joy, and in an instant, unable to carry her exhaustion any longer, her delicate body went limp, and she fell towards Beruashan. Beruashan reacted quickly and took 2 slide steps back, perfectly avoiding her. Lin Nana fell flat to the ground, overwhelmed, her teary eyes filled with confusion. Why didn't you catch me? He could just bear to let a soft, pretty girl fall to the ground. Damn jerk doesn't know how to have any tender feelings for fairer women. I'm so furious. Lin Nana growled madly in her mind. Beruashan glanced at her with an expressionless face, lifting his leg, crossing over her waist, and retracting his foot, quickly stepping over her before keeping his gaze firmly on the yellow bull behind her. Name: Thunderhorn Bull, Wild Race, Demon Beast, Round Sea Walking Beast, Type C. Thunderhorn Bull Race, Life Level, Middle Stage, Youth, Bloodline Quality, Mortal Bone Level, 6-star Status, Rage/Fatigue/Light Wounds, Wisdom, Very Low Characteristics, Irritable/Weak. Current Skills: Accumulating Charge, Lightning Burst, Air Step, Gourmet Cell. 18. The Thunderhorn Bull spotted an unfamiliar figure and came to a slow stop, gasping for breath and glaring at it. Beruashan then pulled out the incense bag, placed it plainly in his hand, and not caring whether the Thunderhorn Bull could understand or not, he said, "You see, I have the incense bag, and I haven't actively provoked you, so can you move over and let me through?" This section of the road was very narrow, and the Thunderhorn Bull's body basically took up more than half of the width of the road, so if Beruashan wanted to return to the main road, he would inevitably have to squeeze past it. Marta the Yellow Bull sniffed down at the incense bag and slowly took 2 steps back, but when it saw the blue-skirted woman who had climbed up behind Beruashan, its eyes instantly reddened again. Maya. The Thunderhorn Bull went wild, and the 2 sharp horns of the bull flashed with electricity as they thrust at Beruashan with great speed. Bastard! Beruashan shouted. He had been observing the change in the Thunderhorn Bull's expression, so naturally he noticed something was wrong immediately. At this point, Beruashan and the beast were too close, and the space to dodge left and right was limited, so he could only hold down the 2 bull horns with both hands, and try to wrestle with it. Just the time to test how powerful I really am now with the Eye of Perception, Beruashan confirmed that this Thunderhorn Bull had not mastered any other lightning attribute skills, and that it could not cause damage to the human body with its characteristic weak current alone, so he dared to grab the bull's horns with his bare hands. Along with the rush of blood, Beruashan did his best, retreating 2 or 3 steps at first, after which he never retreated half a step, and was able to come to a deadlock in place with the Thunderhorn Bull. This man is so strong that he can actually match the Thunderhorn Bull in strength. Who is he? Lin Nana's jaw dropped as she watched from the side, her face full of incredulity as she subconsciously turned her head to observe the side of Beruashan's face, which looked somewhat familiar. A direct contest of strength was a romance that belonged amongst men, and Beruashan began to feel excited, secretly thinking, although I took advantage of the Thunderhorn Bull's fatigued state, it's a standard power-type creature. It's good enough to have this kind of result. But when I obtain a pet, I can't take risks as easily as this. It's not the norm for the masters to go down for strength battles themselves. The Thunderhorn Bull was already in extreme rage, and when it saw that its prot power was actually blocked by an insignificant male human, it was so furious that its snorts built its breath into the air as if it was steam. It violently broke away from Beruashan's hands, took a dozen slow steps back, lowered its head, and began to accelerate and build up strength as it slammed over. The stored power charge did boost the speed and strength of the Thunderhorn Bull, but the longer distance also unexpectedly meant more reaction time. Beruashan was now in a state of full stamina, and he dodged the charge with just a sidestep. Taking advantage of the fact that half of the Thunderhorn Bull's body was rooted into the bushes, Beruashan smoothly circled back and darted towards the original main road. I remember. Hess, one of those 3 autonomous awakeners. I think his last name is Beruashan. In a flash, Lin Nana suddenly reacted to the fact that the one who could forcefully resist the Thunderhorn Bull right now had to be someone with a high initial soul power, immediately associated it with those three autonomous awakeners, and then thought of the real identity of the man in front of her. Damn, I blame it on the fact that I was so far back that I couldn't quite see the faces on stage. Lin Nana mentally cursed, but screamed at the top of her lungs, "Brother Bear! Senior Brother Bear! Don't leave me. I really can't run anymore. Do your best on your own, and don't come pestering me again." Baruashan didn't turn back as his voice echoed throughout the forest. This was the first day of the trial, and there was no game from eliminating students. Baruashan didn't want to get involved with this woman, either, and only hoped that she would continue to attract the bull's attention and allow him to escape without any problems. Lin Nana sat down on the ground for a moment, looking at the Thunderhorn Bull that had climbed out of the bushes, and was shaking its head with despair in its eyes. Why is he so cold-blooded? Gritting her teeth, Lin Nana took out the distress talisman with extreme reluctance, and it was ready to crush it. Unexpectedly, Thunderhorn Bull gave a cold glare towards the blue-skirted woman, dashed on its hooves, and turned around to go after Baruashan. According to its limited intellect, the blue-skirted woman was already prey ready to be crushed, but the man who had provoked it was still alive and well, and he had to be made to pay in blood. Baruashan looked back and saw Thunderhorn Bull following behind in anger, somewhat incredulous. "Stupid thing, why are you so grumpy, chasing me instead of going after the one who messed with you?" The reason why he chose to force a breakthrough was that he judged that the Thunderhorn Bull would definitely give priority to attacking that woman if it chose one of the two. There was no reason for chasing him. Was its brain damaged from anger? A few thoughts crossed Baruashan's mind, and he made up his decision. In that case, I might as well have beef tonight. Chapter 23. The turret wasps. Amidst the dense jungle, a yellow bull puffed and ran, constantly chasing a figure in front of it. It seemed to catch up several times when the figure in front of it suddenly picked up his pace, and hurried away in a flash. Maya! 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 The Thunderhorn Bull was so angry that it kept hissing and squeezing its remaining strength to chase after the figure desperately. From time to time, Baruashan turned back to confirm the condition of the Thunderhorn Bull, fearing that he might lose it if he wasn't careful. In its exhausted state, it had taken a while to chase after the blue-skirted woman, and it should be even more overwhelmed trying to catch up to an autonomous awakener that was running at full speed. It was undoubtedly a pipe dream. Baruashan was the one who deliberately slowed down, baiting the Thunderhorn Bull, and letting it follow him the whole time. Tossing and turning until now, it's finally running out of steam. Baruashan noticed that the Thunderhorn Bull's panting had become more rapid, while its running speed decreased. In the surroundings, subtle crosshatch marks appeared on several tree trunks. They were special markings that he had personally carved a while ago, signifying that the area had been explored. It could also be used to point the way and confirm directions at critical times. Almost a stubborn cow, wasting my time for so long. You can wait to pay in the flesh soon. Baruashan stood in front of a small tree, and tilted his head to look at it twice. Compared to the other trees, this one was thin but a little more colorful, with bright green branches and leaves that breathed life. Turning around and waiting a little while, and seeing the Thunderhorn Bull approaching, Baruashan took out the 2 stones he had just picked up, and threw them forcefully. Pang! Pang! The Thunderhorn Bull grunted twice in pain. Its skin was so thick that the stones alone couldn't break its defenses, but with the addition of Baruashan's power, the intense pain could not be avoided. Maya! Feeling constantly provoked, the Thunderhorn Bull accelerated a little, enraged, and slammed straight into Baruashan with a determined spirit. Excellent, easy to anger and with a low IQ, so easy to bait, Baruashan muttered as he quickly dodged. With a boom, the Thunderhorn Bull once again brushed against Baruashan, and its completely uncontrollable body broke directly into the small tree behind him. And without hesitation, Baruashan dashed away, quickly running away from the area. A spherical object slightly larger than a basketball fell to the ground in pieces. Wang, wang, when a large swarm of insects the size of a baby's fist burst out of the shattered spherical object, roaming the sky in a dense mass, and firmly surrounding the Thunderhorn Bull. The Thunderhorn Bull had just finished crashing into the tree, and it was still a little dizzy from the rush. When it looked back, it found the human male's figure had disappeared. Surrounding it was a swarm of large and deafening flying insects. They were black and covered in brownish-red fleece, and pairs of darkly veined translucent wings flapped rapidly, making a buzzing noise. Most prominent were their abdomens, with a long, thick, tubular tail vessel, hideous in its coldness and all aimed at the thunderhorn bull at the moment. Marta the thunderhorn bull gave a token warning and finally got a little scared, kicking the ground restlessly with all four hooves. Poo, 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 poo. The swarm fired a round of stings in unison, short sharp stingers in the shape of beans sticking all over the thunderhorn bull's body, followed by a series of muffled explosions. The thunderhorn bull was blown to pieces in just an instant, screaming madly and miserably as it tried to flee. 200 to 300 meters away, Baruashang coated his body with some kind of herbs to cover his smell while peeking through the gap in the leaves to watch the battlefield. Turret wasps, early youth stage, swarm-type transcendent creatures. Its stinger is extremely penetrating. Although non-poisonous, it carries an explosive effect, just like a cannonball. Even a peak stage youth transcendent creature that is good at defense wouldn't dare to mess with such a large swarm of turret wasps. Baruashang revealed a smile. Stubborn little cow, this round of fire will take at least half of your little life exhaustion plus serious injuries. Don't try to run and be good and stay here. The swarm that had lost its nest naturally did not lead the culprit off easily, and after a slight delay, another round was fired in unison. Amidst the spluttering of blood and flesh, the thunderhorn bull tumbled to the ground, not even having the strength to struggle, its breath growing weaker and weaker until it disappeared completely. The turret wasps buzzed around the corpse of the thunderhorn bull and, seemingly unrelieved of its anger, launched the third round of fire 20 minutes later. Seeing the turret wasps carrying all the broken hives away, Baruashang dared to venture out and return to the position he was just at. The air was thick with the smell of blood. This stupid thing has thick skin. It's too hard to kill just by myself. It's quicker to swarm it with the help of turret wasps. Baruashang examined the bloody corpse of the thunderhorn bull. Not a single piece of its fur was intact from head to tail at this point, and many places even showed bones. It's just a bit of a shame that 18 gourmet cells were wasted. Baruashang showed some regret. This thunderhorn bull was ultimately killed by the turret wasps, not counting the proceeds of his hunt, so he didn't absorb the gourmet cells. Pulling out his dagger, Baruashang squatted down, and began to dissect the corpse of the thunderhorn bull. Breaking down the corpses of transcendent creatures for valuable loot was likewise a discipline that needed to be focused on as a master. Baruashang had only learned the basics in the past, and had limited himself to paper, never practicing with his own hands. Now it was the first attempt, so naturally he was a bit clumsy. It was good that the thunderhorn bull was just an ordinary demon beast realm, walking beast-type transcendent creature. Except for its rare attributes, its bodily structure wasn't complicated. This bull's eye, hide, hip, and tail were all blown up by the turret wasps and rotted, and lost their value. What is left that can be collected is mainly this pair of thunderhorns, followed by the tongue of the cow, and finally the well-preserved organs. Well, there is still another 20 pounds of hind leg meat that can be taken, so I can taste how the thunderhorn bull tastes at night after working on it for a while. Baruashang stood up, patted the slightly bulging dimensional backpack with satisfaction, and turned to leave. At night, inside some unadorned stone cave, a campfire was blazing, and a faint smoky aroma of roasted meat wafted in puffs of wind. Baruashang sat on one side, concentrating on weaving the old vine in his hand. He was making a mousetrap. Wiregrass, sheep's fat flour, natural grass juice, silver-winged bird's feather, 10-year-old vine. With these things together, the cage will certainly be tough enough. The rat-type transcendent creatures in the mid-stage youth form will find it difficult to break free. Adding the cheese flour, which is something tempting to mice, the probability of capturing it greatly increases during the daytime hours. Apart from pitting and killing the thunderhorn bull, Baruashang did not rashly provoke other transcendent creatures, and instead explored the environment of the trial grounds while gathering melons and fruits and medicinal herbs, harvesting many materials. Now that we're just short of a full red carcass in the mid-stage youth, and all the other supporting ingredients have been found, I'm going to finish the recipe Mouse of Temptation as soon as possible. Baruashang's thought process was clear. He would hunt many snake creatures with the help of the Mouse of Temptation, harvesting gourmet cells while collecting snake venom to boost his combat power. When he met his preferred pet, the probability of a successful contract would naturally increase. Chapter 24. Mouse catching. The next day, at dawn, A flash of morning sun cut through the sky and shed a pale glow. The shadows of the beasts and ghosts walking in the darkness disappeared, and under the sunrise, the trees were lush and green, the birds cried in high pitch, and the forest was once again vibrant with life. The air was filled with moist vapor and the faint scent of flowers and plants, and Beruashang inhaled greedily, calming some of a slight anticipation. He was heading to the 5 rat traps he had placed overnight yesterday, ready to check the harvest one by one. Soon, Beruashang pushed apart a thick grass, tugged on a thick vine rope, and pulled out the number 1 rat trap cage that was half buried in the earth. This one is empty. He had the cage twice. It was empty with nothing. Slightly disappointed, Beruashang put the cage back after replacing with fresh cheese flour. Trap number 2 was under a fruit tree, not very far from here. He caught something. Just as he got closer, Beruashang heard a strange rattling in the cage. Through the thin vine net, Beruashang vaguely saw a great 30-centimeter-long creature scurrying around the cage in a panic. Name: Great Hairy Rat, Wild Race. Demon Beast, Round Sea Walking Beast, Type C, Great Fur Rat Race, Life Level: Early Youth Form, Bloodline Quality: Mortal Bone Level, 2-star Status: Restlessness, Wisdom: Very low characteristic. Bacteria Skills: Digging holes, gnawing gourmet cell. The Great Furred Rat is a rather common rat-like transcendent creature. Unfortunately, it is only in its early youth stage, and doesn't meet the requirements. On second thought, Beruashang relaxed his frown. It's okay. At least it shows that the mouse traps are feasible. Besides, these are also 2 points of gourmet cells. Anything is better than nothing. Carrying the rat-catching cage, Beruashang found a small stream nearby, and drew on the Great Furred Rat. This was the most convenient way to handle it. Hunting success, gourmet cell plus 2, total of 4 points, 96 points to go. It's a long way to go. I still have to keep working hard, Beruashang murmured, while his hands and feet nimbly removed the rat skin and rat teeth. These 2 things could also be worth 5 or 6 gold coins. For his currently quite empty pockets, any amount he could make was considerable. 3 more cages. He won't ask for much, just catch one. With a heart full of anticipation, Beruashang continued to look through the remaining rat-catching cages. Cage 3 trapped a freckled mouse, but unfortunately, it was also in the early stage of youth, which was too low for it to be useful. The 4th rat-catching cage had been destroyed. From the marks, it was torn right through by sharp claws. It was most likely a late stage or peak stage rage creature, and Beruashang's handmade cage alone couldn't trap it. Finally, in the 5th rat-catching cage, Beruashang found the mid-stage youth rat he longed for. It was a small rock rat, only about 20 centimeters in size, and with gray and coarse fur. Its bloodline quality was not Lana to be a mortal bone level, 4 stars, which could be considered intermediate amongst the youth form. Rock rats, a class of creatures with mighty sharp claws and teeth, were notorious for making holes and nests in large chunks of rock, for which they often destroyed some human buildings. When Beruashang saw it, it had already bitten a small hole in the 5th rat-catching cage, and if he had come 1 step later, it might have run away. Beruashang used a hard object to plug the freshly made hole, darted to the stream, and pressed it into the water the way he did before. Rock rats were more afraid of water than the average rodent, and it lost all signs of life in just 2 minutes. Hunting success, gourmet cell plus 8. Carrying the intact corpse of the rock rat, Beruashang returned to the simple stone cave with full hands. Taking out one material and auxiliary apparatus after another from his dimensional backpack, Beruashang rubbed his hands together, and prepared to crack the mouse of temptation officially. The process described in the recipe was very detailed. Beruashang first used a dagger to break open the rat's belly, pulled out the internal organs, and washed them. Then, after estimating the weight of about 10 grams of ink bamboo leaves and putting them inside, he simply sewed it together with the silk and wasp stings he had collected. Then it was time to crush the phantom grass in the stramonium. It was nothing complicated. As for the cooking pots and pans, Beruashang prepared an iron melon. It was a poor-tasting ball-shaped fruit, a small half a meter in diameter, with a near-metallic texture on the outermost rind. It could briefly resist burning at high temperatures, and it was a good choice for picnics. Beruashang yanked off the calyx of the iron melon, which immediately revealed a head-sized hole, drained and washed the flesh inside, and put in about 300 milliliters of water. The powdered crushed flowers and herbs were mixed with water and constantly stirred, turning from blue and red until they took on a full purplish-red color, which took only 3 or 4 minutes. Excellent, no mistakes so far. Next, cook it on a small fire. Baruashang ignited the shredded wood, adjusting it slightly to keep the flames burning as low as possible, and then he placed the rat carcass in the pot before setting the whole iron melon on fire. There is also the infusion of soul power into the ingredients, a practice somewhat similar to alchemy, but used on food. I never heard of it before. What kind of changes will it produce? A trace of apprehension flashed across Baruashang's face. If he were asked to cook food for humans, he would be able to do it aptly, but right now, it was the first time he cooked food for a transcendent creature, so he was inevitably a little bit impatient. With the palm of his right hand near the rim of the pot, Baruashang began to slowly release his soul power while watching the changes in the pot with total concentration. As soon as the soul power left his body, it automatically merged into the purple rat soup as if it was a cat that smelled something fishy. And as the flames heated up, the infusion of soul power grew, and the pot gurgled and bubbled little bubbles. In about 5 minutes, the iron melon shell was red, the soup inside was completely boiling, and the purple red liquid was continuously seeping into the rock rat's body, gradually staining the grayish-white flesh red. After another moment, the feeling of soul power absorption suddenly disappeared, and no matter how hard he pushed, soul power could not enter the pot. It's all boiled. Baruashang's eyes widened as he realized that there was indeed no liquid left in the pot, and hurriedly extinguished the fire. Carefully using the bamboo chopsticks to clip out the final product, Baruashang saw the flesh of the rock rat whose appearance had changed drastically. At this moment, its body was slightly swollen, all its fur turned into crimson, and its pupils that should have lost their sparkle were inexplicably tinted with deep purple, making its overall appearance quite demonic. Transcendental delicacy Mouse of Temptation has been created, recipe completion 76%, no special effects triggered. Effect 1. Serpent Gathering. Attracts youth form snake creatures, estimated duration 57 minutes, effective ground distance 3000 meters, high probability of attracting early stage, low likelihood of attracting mid stage, very low likelihood of attracting late stage, zero possibility of attracting peak stage, effect aborted after being swallowed. Effect 2. Serpent's Delight. Youth form snakes that successfully swallow this will enjoy extreme pleasure and lose their mobility for 3 to 10 seconds. Chapter 25. Snake hunting. It's nice that the author will even give an assessment when the recipe becomes a delicacy. Looking at the several lines of small words that emerged before his eyes, Baruashang looked invigorated, and his thoughts were like lightning. It turns out that there is such a thing as completion 76%. I don't know whether it is considered high or low. Come to think of it, the water quality, flame temperature, the weight of ingredients, including pots and pans, may have impurities mixed, and I am not sure of all these details. It's normal to have errors. Tick. Recipe completion. The overall evaluation score of transcendental delicacy will directly affect the final efficacy. 60% is passing, 70% is average, 80% is excellent, 90% is perfect. Perfect level transcendental delicacies can trigger the profoundness of food and obtain additional special effects. Once again, the author gave a hint, and Baruashang skimmed through it. Alright, it probably figured it out. Now that the Mouse of Temptation was made, and the effect has been triggered, I need to hurry up and set up my hunting spot, and start camping for the snake. Baruashang could smell the strange fishy smell that kept wafting out from the rock rat's flesh, just like rotten fish and shrimp mixed with Chinese herbs, with a little bit of pungency. Since the dimensional backpack was just an ordinary storage prop that didn't stop the passage of time, Baruashang wrapped the crimson rock rat with a clean lotus leaf, and immediately darted away from the stone cave. Baruashang had explored the surrounding forests, and he had a suitable hunting location in mind, so he went straight to it. When he reached his destination, it was an old mountain fruit tree, standing alone on a short slope, with dead branches and no hint of greenery in sight. Using his dagger, Baruashang easily pried open the dry bark of the tree, exposing a hollow hole the width of a man. Confirming that the hiding spot was usable, he wrapped the enveloped Mouse of Temptation around with a vine rope, tied it to a section of branch in front of the tree hole, and swung it down to a position 2 meters above the ground. After setting the bait, Baruashang coated his body with herbs that could mask his smell, then went into the tree hole, took out a series of self-made snake trapping tools he had made last night: castanet, wooden fork, bamboo sticks, and so on, and then pulled up the bark from the inside, barely covering the hole. To ensure that his field of view was as adequate as possible, Baruashang cut a dozen more small holes around the tree hole so that he could monitor the outside world through the gaps. This operation took a mere 6 or 7 minutes. The area around this old tree is relatively open and at a small dominating height. The snakes have no way to climb over from the other trees. They can only take this route on the ground. This will definitely expose them to my view early, and as long as they get close, I can pounce head first and take care of them all. This was Beruashang's battle strategy, and other than that, he had his strong physical strength as a base and the natural advantage of not being afraid of toxins. As long as he didn't encounter an overly powerful late-stage youth, Beruashang was confident that he could complete the hunt. Here it comes. After stopping to catch a few breaths, Beruashang noticed a small snake appear on the right slant. It had a cone-shaped head, thin at the front end and thick at the back end, with a body only 2 fingers wide, and alternating between yellow and white all over. It moved very nimbly, slithering towards him. Cream snake, mortal bone level 2 star transcendent creature, non-poisonous, mild in nature, likes to eat insects and rats, can be kept as a pet snake even by ordinary people. The relevant knowledge popped up in Beruashang's mind, and he confirmed through the eye of perception that it was just a little guy in the early stage of youth. When the cream snake came within 2 or 3 meters of the attack range, Beruashang pushed away from the bark that covered the hole, took the wooden fork, pressed the snake's torso at once, and then grabbed and twisted it with his hand, instantly twisting off the snake's head. Hunting success, Gourmet Cell +2. After picking up the 2 parts of the snake body, storing them in his dimensional backpack, and spilling a handful of dust to cover up the small amount of blood in the process, Beruashang re-entered the tree hole. After only half a minute, 2 small snakes appeared in view at the same time. A flower-armored snake and a mud snake, both prevalent snakes of extremely low quality. Beruashang dealt with them in 3 or 2 strikes, completing a double kill. Next, snake-like creatures continued to approach one after another. All of them were in the early to mid-stage of their youth, and Beruashang dealt with them without too much pressure. Good lord, 3 at once, and all of them were early youth copper wire snakes. Is this a family of 3 out for food? Huh. A immortal bone level 4, star blood striped snake, mid-stage youth, a little problematic. I have to be careful not to get bitten by it, or the wound will be hard to stop bleeding. Boy, immortal bone level 6, star horned python is 3 meters long at only the early youth. What did you grow up eating and trying to sneak up on me? You are too bulky and heavy. These 5 food cells are mine. In the beginning, Beruashang would hide after killing, but then he found that more snakes gathered over, an average of 1 every 1 to 2 minutes, and even an entire den altogether. He killed a wave, and the next wave immediately came again, and he simply couldn't stop. They generally seemed excited and impatient. Even though Beruashang was standing right next to the bait, and there were still broken snake carcasses on the ground that it was too late to clean up, the snakes still went forward, and kept trying to pounce on the source of that fishy smell. About 5 minutes to expiration. Hurry up, here's the 37th head. Beruashang rolled up his sleeves, half dressed in red scattered on his arms and thighs, but they were all just bite wounds, and the lower quality toxins wouldn't work on him. Just then, a 5-meter-long and thigh-thick red python burrowed out of the earth, and its bright red triangular snake head aimed distantly at Beruashang, hissing and spitting its tongue. Beruashang felt chills. 5 or 6 meters away, he could detect the fiery aura on the red python, which was just like a moving furnace. He instinctively focused all his attention and gazed at it. Name: Fireball Snake, Wild Race. Demon Beast Realm C Reptilian C Fireball Snake Race Life Level. Late Youth Form Bloodline Quality. Mortal Bone Level 5 Star Status. Alert/Gluttonous Intelligence. Low Characteristic. Fire Poison Skills. Fireball, Fiery Body, Snake's Entanglement Gourmet Cell. 15 Fireball Snake. Crap, I might not be able to beat this one. Beruashang was facing a great enemy. The late stage of the mortal bone level 5 star youth should be slightly stronger than him, physically speaking. The physical advantage that he relied on was no longer an advantage, but turned into a disadvantage. What was even more dangerous was that the fireball snake was not an ordinary snake. It possessed the spell-like long-range attack skill Fireball. Although it had a long build-up time and flew slowly, if it hit him head-on, the result would be a severe injury if Beruashang was lucky, and even death if he was unlucky. Once Fiery Body was activated, the fireball snake would glow with orange-red flames all over its body, and the surface temperature of its skin would exceed 300 degrees. It could tie up its prey with its snake's entanglement, and then activate its fiery body to burn it alive. No, there's no way I can win against the fireball snake now, whether at long range or in melee. Chapter 26. Fireball snake and spectral viper. In front of the mountain fruit tree, the fireball snake and Beruashan confronted each other. Seemingly sensing that Beruashan was a threat to it, the fireball snake did not rashly move forward, its gaze wandering between the lotus leaf bag and Beruashan. Its tail whipped the ground back and forth with increasing frequency, looking like it was about to lose its patience. Today's haul has greatly exceeded expectations. 36 snake has, not to mention the value of the snake carcasses, 74 points from gourmet sales alone. It's time to call it a day. Pondering, Beruashan gave up on the idea of going head-on with a fireball snake, and slowly moved his feet backward. Seeing the enemy retreating of their own accord, the fireball snake could no longer hold back, and with a fierce lunge, its bloody mobbed towards the wrapped lotus leaf. Swallowing it also produces the effect of snake's delight, which causes a brief loss of mobility, so should I risk trying and using those few seconds to decapitate the fireball snake? Beruashan was filled with this thought, and he tightened the grip on the dagger at his sleeve, unable to make up his mind. Just at the moment when the fireball snake was about to bite the lotus leaf wrap, an abrupt change occurred. The shadows of the mountain fruit tree on one side suddenly twisted like ripples, and coalesced into a small pure black snake. The small snake had eerie and treacherous vertical pupils. It turned into a streak, instantly biting the head of the fireball snake. Hiss! The fireball snake screeched, and subconsciously activated its reddish-orange flaming stripes, but it lasted 2 to 3 seconds before disappearing. Its head slid helplessly from the air, its pupils blinking with dismay and fear, but its body did not listen to its commands, and fell limp on the ground, unable to move. Deep paralysis. With the aid of the eye of perception, Beruashan was the first to notice the change in status of the fireball snake. The small pure black snake struck, and immediately let go with its teeth. It raised its head and leapt, using its tail to cut the vine rope in mid-air before biting the lotus leaf wrap as it descended and landed back on the ground. At the same time, Beruashan finally looked at its attribute panel. Name: Spectral Viper, Wild Race. Abyssal Realm Sea Crawling Type C Underworld Viper Race Life Level. Late Youth Form Bloodline Quality. Mortal Bone Level, 7-star Status. Craving Intelligence. Low Characteristics. Paralyzing Toxin / Dark Adaptation Skills. Shadow Stealth, Intimidation, Shadow Raid. Gourmet Cell, 21 Spectral Viper. Beruashan was startled as this type of creature was considered a rare species among snakes, with very few surviving numbers. Doesn't this snake inhabit a dark environment? How did it end up here? Before he had time to think about it, the little pure black snake swallowed the lotus leaf wrap into its belly in 3 or 2 bites like a hungry ghost reincarnated. Anoi hissed. The spectral viper changed its sinister expression almost immediately, squinting its eyes and spitting out its tongue cheerfully. The upper half of its body stood tall, and the lower half of its tail gently slapped the ground, falling into a special mental state. The information related to the spectral vipers quickly crossed through his mind, and Beruashan's blood surged up, so he couldn't hold back and rushed forward. With a silver-white dagger blade flashed by, cutting a small pure black snake in half by the waist. Hiss, hiss, hiss. 1 second it was immersed in a world of pleasure, and the next it was awakened by sharp pain. The spectral viper that came back to its senses looked incredulously at its segmented body. Resentment, hatred, anger, all kinds of emotions passed from its eyes, and the spectral viper looked deadly at Beruashan, and the upper half of the snake sank slowly into the shadows on the ground as if it had turned into water. Oh no! Beruashan hadn't expected the spectral viper to be so resilient that it still could unleash its skills to escape with such injuries. If it got away, he wouldn't be able to sleep or eat. With an assassin-type transcendent creature lurking around at all times, sneak attacking at all hours, it was thrilling just to think about. In desperation, Beruashan lunged forward and went straight for the spectral viper, yanking it with his hand. The spectral viper was stunned. Would someone dare to touch it directly? Was its venom just for show? The snake twisted its head and bit down, and its curved hood poisonous teeth pierced into his palm. Beruashan groaned, but didn't let go. Instead, he used this to drag the spectral viper out of the shadows. 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds. The spectral viper looked at Beruashan sorrowfully. In its eyes, Beruashan was already a ruined man. If hit by its paralyzing toxin, even a large walking beast wouldn't last a few seconds. Waiting for the moment of poisoning, the spectral viper was ready to bite off Beruashang's carotid artery, and make him taste the pain of death. A dozen seconds passed, 20 seconds passed. The spectral viper's expression gradually froze. It didn't understand why this person didn't react at all after being poisoned by it. In its bewilderment, it saw a glaring dagger's blade cutting its neck cleanly. Hunting success, Gourmet Cell plus 21 few finally finished. With a sigh of relief, Beruashang looked around for a moment to make sure there was no new crisis before picking up the remnants of the spectral viper's body. Grasping the black and slippery snake carcass, Beruashang had fervor in his eyes. With the paralyzing venom of the spectral viper, it'll at least double my odds of catching a high-quality pet at the late youth or even peak level. The spectral viper was a special type of snake. Its true combat power was not high, but it possessed a strong nerve-paralyzing venom. Even if it were a transcendent creature several times its size, as long as the venom entered the blood circulation, it would lose all resistance in a very short time, and be at the mercy of slaughter. Not expecting the mouse of temptation to attract such a precious creature at the last minute, Beruashang charged up, being hot-heated. A late-stage youth spectral viper with a sufficient amount of paralyzing venom can take down the majority of peak youth creatures, and can even threaten early mature stage creatures. Well, it used it twice just now. It'll check its remaining venom first. Opening the spectral viper's mouth, Beruashang cut off the poisonous teeth along with the poisonous glands, and slightly pressed it with his hand, feeling that there wasn't a lot of venom stored. He'll have to use it sparingly. Barely enough. Beruashang fell into contemplation, considering its usage in passing. Later, he'll gather some hardwood to make short spears, and coat each with paralyzing venom and another mixed snake venom. As for the daggers, there are other uses for them, cutting food and whatnot, so I won't coat them in poison. Hiss! The fireball snake that was lying limply on the ground next to him suddenly spat out its tongue. Almost forgot about you. Tapping his head, Beruashang came up next to the red python. At this time, the status of the fireball snake had changed from deep paralysis to moderate paralysis, but it could only spit its tongue and twist its tail, and it would be a while before it completely regained its mobility. To be honest, a late-stage youth, mortal bone level 5-star fireball snake is not bad overall, and it can naturally evolve into a mature explosive fireball snake and a complete form meteoric fire-flying snake in the future. Should I consider contracting it? Chapter 27. Harvest and Preparation. Beruashang knew very well that if he took advantage of this moment to conclude the contract, his success rate would have to be about 90%. After careful thought, Beruashang gave up on the idea. The fireball snake was indeed good, and fitted his ideal contractual conditions. But if the full score was 100, this fireball snake could only get 60, just on the lowest borderline. Beruashang had just obtained the paralyzing venom of the spectral viper, and his confidence had increased further. Plus, it was noon of the second day, and there was still 3.5 days of safety left, so it was totally fun to take more chances. With a swift slash, he killed the fireball snake. Beruashang was not a merciful person. If their places had been swapped, the fireball snake would have happily eaten him and satiated itself. Survival of the fittest was always the case in nature. Hunting success, Gourmet Cell plus 15. After death, the fireball snake's boiling carcass gradually cooled. Taking advantage of this time, Beruashang took out a healing medicine like guinea grass, crushed it and put it on his wound, casually tore a clean sleeve, pulled it into a strip of cloth, and wrapped the wound. After briefly treating his own injuries, Beruashang began to clean up the battlefield and count all the loot. The loot was generally divided into two categories. One was the snake carcass parts, containing various snake skins, teeth, guts, hearts, venom, and flesh surpassing 100 parts in total. The total value of the snakes was about 600 gold coins without counting the fireball snake and the spectral viper. A complete fireball snake cost over 200 gold coins. After all, it was covered in precious fire attribute materials, especially the flaming snake heart, which could be used as a bomb at critical times. As for the spectral viper, the most valuable thing was its paralyzing snake venom, but Beruashang was going to keep it for his own use, and the other body parts would only contribute 50 or 60 gold coins. That worked out to nearly 900 gold coins gained by Beruashang in nearly an hour of snake hunting. What did this mean? for Bear Washan, who had been fostered in the Mu family compound in the past, and had no worries about food and drink or cultivation resources, but likewise had little pocket money. This was enough to be called a huge sum of money. Unfortunately, the dimensional backpack is only 1 cubic meter in capacity, so many snakes, especially this fireball snake, are too big for me to fit them all. I have to throw something away. This was something that Bear Washan was both helpless and heartbroken about. Picking left and right, he discarded a lot of snake meat of low value, and even had to discard part of the fireball snake's carcass to fill up his dimensional backpack as much as possible while keeping 20% of the space for emergency use. When I get back to the academy and save up some money, he'll definitely buy a larger storage ring, said Bear Washan, making this decision in his mind. Another category of loot, naturally, was the long-desired gourmet cells. In total, he had hunted 38 snakes, and putting aside the principle that the same realm and race could not be obtained repeatedly, Bear Washan had obtained a total of 110 gourmet cells, all of which could be directly exchanged for a first-tier gourmet treasure chest. After taking stock and disposing of some of the harvest, Bear Washan was still patient, burying the portion that had to be discarded, and removing any traces of his activity. Cleaning up trails, if there were any, could prevent many unwanted accidents, and was one of the core skills that wilderness survivors should master. Bear Washan might not be gifted with high intelligence, but he was pragmatic, and hoped that he could seize every opportunity to keep trying, keep learning, and improve his overall ability as much as possible. Strange, I've only seen 3 or 4 students so far. That's pitiful if you Bear Washan suddenly thought of this. Originally, he was worried that he would encounter other students during the snake hunt, and had specially prepared countermeasures, but he didn't expect not to use any even until the end. Well, with an average of 100 students in a trial ground, it shouldn't be so difficult to bump into others, Bear Washan slowly contemplated. Perhaps this trial ground is far vaster than I envisioned, which has led to the wide dispersing of students. Leaving the suspicions in his mind, Bear Washan had one more business to attend to. From the first moment he saw the spectral viper, he had doubts in his mind. It was obvious that it was a dark-type creature with dark adaptation that was afraid of sunlight, so why was the spectral viper here? Around this mountain fruit tree, the trees were sparse, and the area was relatively empty. Even though the sunlight in the mystic realm was not as blindingly hot as the outside world, it was still not a small burden for the spectral viper. It couldn't have just happened to reside here. Associated with the actual effectiveness of the mouse of temptation, which made it clear that the effective distance was about 3,000 meters, Bear Washan seriously suspected that there existed a hidden dark attribute habitat in the vicinity that he had yet to discover, possibly a cave or something else. This dark habitat, which tends to have a large number of high-end, high-quality transcendent creatures, might just allow me to contract my ideal pet. Bear Washan was silent for a moment, and quickly made the decision that he was going to look for this habitat that might exist. Before launching into action, he gathered some hardwood and diamond-shaped rocks. Using a dagger, the hardwood was cut, and a short wooden handle over 1 meter in length and 3 fingers thick was made, and a simple wooden spear with a stone spearhead was made by fixing a diamond-shaped stone to one end of the handle with a strong rattan rope and a little polishing of the tip. Due to the lack of tools like chopping axes for making them, it took Bear Washan a while to make only 12 of these short spears. Applying the poison was next. Bear Washan gave priority to applying paralyzing venom onto the spear tips, and after all the venom was depleted, a total of 5 black-tipped short spears were made. Also, using mixed snake venom, 5 colored-tipped short spears were made. Finally, 2 non-poisonous short spears were left to keep as a backup. After completing the poison spears, Bear Washan also considered that the space in the dimensional backpack was limited, and that it was more convenient to take something like a weapon with him, so he removed the rat trap he had made earlier, and converted it into a long back basket. In passing, the basket was lined with ice grass to create a cold and dry storage environment, which could effectively slow down the evaporation of snake venom. After doing this, Bear Washan easily carried the long back basket on his back, and began to comb the surrounding area. An hour later, in a remote corner, Bear Washan found a hidden stone cave. The entrance was small and hidden by the creeping vines that swung down, so if one wasn't examining closely, it would be quite hard to notice that there was a small dark hole hidden behind it. Pushing aside the plants in the way, Bear Washan lifted a torch, and carefully peeked halfway in. Upon entering the cave, he could obviously feel that it was a bit wet and cold inside. By the light of the fire, what came into view was a dense inky moss, which still had some faint footprints and claw marks on it, as if some creature had been active. Farther away, there was endless, deep darkness with no end. An airy cold wind suddenly blew from the depths of the cave. Chapter 28. The Dark Forest Treads Wind. Baruashan froze, and then was a little surprised. A breeze meant that the cave was connected to somewhere, and wasn't a dead end. That place might be the true habitat of the spectral viper. Baruashan no longer hesitated, keeping himself fully vigilant and going deeper into the cave. In the darkness, there were strange rustling sounds from time to time, and some bats, rodents, and insects could be vaguely seen, but probably because of the incense bag, these creatures didn't approach Baruashan. Along the way, Baruashan found that the passage had no forks, and it was far better to traverse than expected, except that it was too deep and long, and it took 30 or 40 minutes before he saw the exit at the other end. There was light at the exit, very faint and just like the feeling of a pale moonlight spilling down at 2 or 3 in the middle of the night. Coming out of the cave, Baruashan saw a shocking scene. In front of him was a huge and vast black forest, far more lively than before, with trees commonly exceeding 50 meters in height, their grand black leaves connecting to hold up the black sky. Through the gap, the illusory sun hanging in the sky could still be seen, but the trees blocked 99% of that sunlight, and only an extremely faint bit was able to shine on the land. Dim, cold, and damp were the main themes of this place, and the air was also laden with the stench of rotten mud. Baruashan was certain that this was the most ideal environment for the spectral viper to live in, and it had to have run out from here. A euphonious singing voice reached his ears, and Baruashan poked round for the sound, quickly seeing 3 or 4 ghosts. They were translucent blue bodies with their outlines shaped like 2 or 3-year-old babies, with eyes tightly closed and another eye open in the middle of the brow. The beautiful song was coming from their throats. Singing ghosts. It dawned on Baruashan that this ghost-type transcendent creature liked to sing, didn't possess any attacking ability, and had an extremely timid personality. Seeing a stranger appear in front of them holding a torch, the singing ghost screamed in fear and scattered in a flurry, disappearing into the distant darkness. Without stopping, Baruashan continued on his way. Skeleton archer, floating elf, spring wood demon, shadow ladybug. Along the way, he had seen so many transcendent creatures that it was almost overwhelming. Baruashan clearly noticed that as he gradually penetrated deeper and deeper into this dark forest, the strength of the active transcendent creatures around him rose, and it was almost difficult to see the little ones at the early stage of youth. Snap! When his left foot went soft, as if he had stepped on something, Baruashan reacted extremely quickly, and immediately jumped backward a step. The torch hung low, and he saw a pile of mud. The mud did not exist singularly, but stretched to the left, eventually forming a giant black sunken, unseen mire. A mire of this size is likely to be inhabited by that kind of creature. Having a sudden thought, Baruashan took out a large piece of snake meat, and threw it onto the mire 6 or 7 meters away. Mud splattered everywhere as the snake's flesh embedded in the surface of the soft, rotting mire, sinking inch by inch downward. Hooah, hooah, hooah! In the distance, the sound of mud churning suddenly rang out with great commotion. Baruashan held his breath, and quietly leaned behind a section of trees, watching in silence. The darkness lit up with pair after pair of dull yellow pupils, smaller ones only the size of glass beads, but larger ones as good as light bulbs. They contained the primal cold sheen of beasts. When the owners of those pupils approached, and began to fight for the right to own the snake's flesh, Baruashan saw their true faces. It was an amphibious reptilian creature with a flat head, long muzzle, eyes growing on the sides of its head, and a large, narrow mouth littered with sharp teeth. It had a dark brown body as if clad in a heavy layer of armor and a long, thick tail behind it which could splash a meter or 2 of roiling mud with a casual fling. Sure enough, they were swamp crocodiles. With a smile on the corner of his mouth, Baruashan picked one of a random size to observe the attributes. Name: Swamp Crocodile, Wild Race. Demon Beast, Realm Sea Crawling Type Sea Swamp Crocodile. Race Life Level: Peak Youth Form. Bloodline Quality: Mortal Bone. Level: 6-star. Status: Hyperactive Intelligence. Low Characteristic: Pathogenic Body/Hardened Skin. Skills: Death Roll, Wave Strike, Mud Blast, Whipping Tail. Gourmet Cell. 24. Not bad. How can a swamp crocodile with a 6-star mortal bone level and peak youth form achieve my expectation of 80 points? Baruashan's thoughts stirred as he silently assessed the creature. two major characteristics of the swamp crocodile, one of which, pathogenic body, is central to its survival in a hostile environment like a mire, so if scratched and bitten by a swamp crocodile, one must seek prompt medical attention to avoid being infected by germs. Secondly, hardened skin. The armor-like character of the swamp crocodile has a strong defense and is strong in its own right, able to resist and fight. It's a nightmarish existence. Overall evaluation. Swamp crocodile is positioned as a meaty tank-type creature with high damage output and even some long-range spell attacks. It has a natural evolutionary chain of a mature form black swamp crocodile and a complete form set swamp crocodile with superior abilities and potential. However, its flaws are equally obvious. Part of the swamp crocodile's strength depends on the environment. Fighting in a mire, it's often able to kill higher-level transcendent creatures, but if it goes to land, its combat power drops by at least a third, and its slow speed is a shortcoming attribute that it cannot avoid. Beruashan weighed the options in his mind, and did not make a hasty choice. It's better to explore deeper. If I can't encounter a higher quality transcendent creature after that, he'll return here and find a way to contract the swamp crocodile. The first one or two pets that a master contracted would be with him for a long time, and it was so important that no amount of caution could be overstated. Beruashan decided to include the swamp crocodile as a backup option, noting down the location here first. He began to circle the mire, carving cross marks into the trees around it. This was his usual way of marking, perhaps not as safe and useful, but convenient enough. How in passing, Beruashan noticed that there were footprints left by humans on the rotten ground on the other side of the mire. Upon closer inspection, the footprints were large and small, and there appeared to be more than one person. It looks like several people have stopped here, and there are many students in this dark forest. Beruashan thought about it, and noted this information. Keep going deeper. Hopefully, there will be surprises. With a look of anticipation, Beruashan held a torch in his left hand and a dagger in his right, a dimensional backpack slung across the side of his chest and a long backpack on his back. He turned and walked deeper into the darkness. Chapter 29. Touched. The sun was gradually sinking in the west, and at some point, a faint mist rose in the surroundings, making them even more dimly lit in the shadows. The sounds of beasts could always be heard: wolves howling, lions roaring, eagles crying, and insects chirping, all echoing one after another. Beruashan listened for a moment, slightly adjusting the direction of his movement. He had already eaten his light meal briefly, and intended to go a little deeper before it became too dark. As he walked, a herd of Bigfoot deer appeared in front of him. It was a relatively short walking-type beast, only a meter tall, hornless, with deep sunken eye sockets and a splashy back. It was characterized by a muscular body. Although it was short-legged, its limbs were extremely thick. The soles of its feet were as wide as the feet of an elephant. The ground would shake as it ran, and the commotion it caused was particularly large. Beruashan held his torch and stepped back quietly, not recklessly moving closer. Amongst this herd of Bigfoot deer, the weakest one was in the mid-stage of youth, and the leader was probably in the peak stage of youth. Bigfoot deer were recognized for their poor temperament, and even if their bloodline quality was only 3 stars at the mortal bone level, a dozen of them together would be enough to make most peak youth creatures back off. Just then, Beruashan felt goosebumps as he vaguely sensed something approaching. In the darkness, a continuous sound of air appeared from far and near, coming swiftly. It was too late to react, and 3 black thick, long things grazed the legs of Beruashan's pants, and shot towards the herd of Bigfoot deer in attack. Yo-yo-yo! That panicked cries of the deer were immediately followed by the booming sound of hooves trampling around in chaos ahead. By the light of the fire, Beruashan saw what was by his feet, and was surprised. Is this a vine? The black stems and leaves spiraled and twisted, forming an arm-thick vine that twisted like a snake's body, weaving back and forth through the herd of Bigfoot deer. In no time, Beruashan saw 2 dying Bigfoot deer tied like dumplings being dragged by black vines and pulled somewhere behind him. Beruashan tiptoed around, and sneaked up behind. After about a dozen paces and then around a bend, Beruashan stopped, extinguished his torch as fast as he could, and then lay prone in the bushes. Not far away, a huge vine plant was rooted in the ground, shaped like 4 black pythons stuck upside down in the earth. The thickest one in the center would be the main vine, and at the very top of that wooden vine, a branch grew a dazzling round flower bud that was over 2 meters in diameter, and emanated a dense glow in the darkness. It should have been a pleasing sight, but Beruashan sweated and wanted to curse when the buds bloomed. What was in that bud was not a stain at all, but a huge hideous mouthpiece is the mouth of a monster with sharp teeth, interlocking in layers, and faintly glowing with a ghostly green liquid. The 3 branching vines that encircled the main vine near the bud hastened to send the 2 strangled Bigfoot deer into the mouth of the bud. The food went into its mouth, and the bulging bud closed again, making an anthropomorphic chewing motion. The sound of it eating and crunching was quite creepy in the silent night. Ghost vine. This is a ghost vine, a rare species of plant. Baruwashang's gaze gleamed as he mused. Looking at this size, it should be late-stage youth, not yet at its peak. Otherwise, the secondary vines would number only 3. Quickly recalling the relevant points of knowledge in his mind, Baruwashang couldn't stop excitement from showing on his face. Ghost vine, a plant-type transcendent creature of the abyssal realm with an ancient bloodline, characterized by a fondness for the flesh, a brutal nature, and a strong recovery ability. Its main attack method is the black vine tentacles, which are not only tough, but also extend extremely far, making it one of the ideal crowd-controlled pets. I remember from the Sacred Beast record that there was once a master nip named Ghost Monarch whose life-bound pet was a ghost vine, and under his nurturing, the ghost vine evolved to the extreme, and eventually advanced to a legendary level holy beast, the thousand-handed ghost vine demon king. With just a man and a beast, they swept across a border with an army of 100,000 orcs, creating a great battle achievement. If I could contract such a pet. Baruwashang was in a trance as thoughts floated through his mind. A few seconds later, Baruwashang, who had come back to his senses, took a deep breath and exhaled slowly, cutting out all the distracting thoughts that shouldn't be there. He began to analyze the possibility of capturing the ghost vine seriously. The way and method of taking in a pet vary from person to person and from beast to beast. There is no way to generalize. Some attract through emotional empathy, some attract by virtue of their bloodline talent, and some even seduce and deceive. The most common of these is definitely still forceful persuasion. Only if one first proves that one's fist is hard enough and can overpower the other side, will transcendent beings that follow biological concepts such as superiority and dominance be likely to submit obediently. It goes without saying that with this kind of ferocious ghost vine, no one would form a contract with it at its perfect state. Unless your soul power is so high that you can directly suppress it, you will definitely piss it off. I must think of a way to severely damage the ghost vine first, and sign a contract with it in its weakened state so that the probability of success will be higher. Thinking of this, Baruwashang frowned helplessly. But how am I going to defeat it alone? The most obvious weakness of the ghost vine is undoubtedly its slow movement speed, but its tentacles' movement range is so large that even though there's no way to cover the entire area with 3 tentacles, I still can't choose to tangle with it. The trap method doesn't work, either. It's a plant, not a walking animal. I can't count on it. Baruwashang pondered for a while, and suddenly tapped his head. Maybe I should backtrack on which part of the ghost vine I can severely damage. Without a doubt, its body is the main vine in the very middle, and the bud on top is equivalent to a human's head. If I can damage it a bit there, I won't be far from success. Let's see if I have anything on me that can come in handy. First, forget the dagger. It's too short. That poison spear is fine, but only if I pierce that flower bud. There's flesh and blood tissue there. Piercing vine tentacles won't help at all. Also, I seriously doubt that the green liquid in the bud is a corrosive toxin. Creatures that carry their own toxins tend to have some resistance to them, and it's a plant type itself with a high recovery ability. It's hard to say how much the venom will work. What else could come in handy? Baruwashang reached out and flicked open the dimensional backpack, and after a moment, his fingers suddenly froze, and a hint of surprise bloomed in his gaze. Right, the heart of the fireball snake. How could I forget it? It's a good and potent explosive. As a dark-type plant, the ghost vine should still be afraid of fire at this youth stage. If I can detonate the heart of the fireball snake in the bud, it will definitely be able to injure it seriously. Chapter 30. Capturing the ghost vine. RV. The question before me now is, how do I approach it? Baruwashang was lying on the ground in the darkness while racking his brain, unable to think of a suitable solution. The ghost vine did not have organs like eyes and ears, and all of its sensory abilities were concentrated on the black vine tentacles. When hunting, the vines extended, naturally augmenting the range of senses, and once a suitable prey was found, it would attack fiercely. In a feeding state like this now, the vines would all retract, and then its perception range would be within about 20 to 30 meters of the vicinity, and if one came any closer, even if one held the incense bag, they would be counted as an intruder. After 20 minutes of a silent observation, the ghost vine finished enjoying its dinner. It wiggled its 3 thick vine tentacles, slowly and lazily protected the bud in the middle, and then stopped all movement. The pot's color even began to flicker as if it were breathing. What's happening? Baruashang was stunned. All his knowledge was learned from books or taught by the old teacher in the Mu family compound, and the ghost vine's current state was not within his knowledge. After waiting patiently for half an hour, he saw the ghost vine was almost motionless, and the bud was flickering more and more slowly. Could it be that it's sleeping? Do ghost vines need sleep too? Baruashang was puzzled, and could only rely on the experience he already had to make wild guesses. After another moment, the situation remained unchanged, and Baruashang frowned. Waiting idly was not an option. He'll try to get closer. Quietly he began to creep forward inch by inch, his gaze locked firmly on the ghost vine, and he would react immediately if anything seemed out of place. Baruashang was patient as he controlled his movements to a minimum, moving only a meter in 5 minutes on average, never waking the ghost vine. It took a long time for Baruashang to get within 10 meters of it. The information about the ghost vine was visible in his eyes. Name: Ghost Vine, Wild Race. Abyssal Realm Sea Plant Type C. Ghost Vine Race Life Level. Late Youth Form Bloodline Quality. Mortal Bone Level, 7-star Status. Extremely full/sleeping and digesting intelligence. Low characteristics. Growth/dark adaptation/vine tentacles, 3 skills. Rooting, Vine Whip, Entanglement, Flowers Bite Gourmet Cell. 32. I can't believe it was because it ate so much, and had to aid digestion through sleep. The corners of Baruashang's mouth twitched, and he almost couldn't keep his composed expression. This ludicrous reason instantly brought down the image of the tall and fierce ghost vine in his mind. Next, I have to be ready to make a move anytime. Slowly drawing out the paralyzing poison spear, Baruashang advanced at a turtle speed while focusing all of his attention on the reaction of the ghost vine. After advancing another 2 meters, the vine tentacles of the ghost vine suddenly twitched twice. It's waking up. Baruashang's thoughts raced like lightning as he stomped his left foot on the ground and jerked up to his feet, using all his muscles to start a short sprint. The 3 black vines sensed the intruder, but having just awakened from sleep, the plant moved very stiffly for the first few seconds. Without giving it a chance to buffer, Baruashang clutched the paralyzing poison spear, and with a jump, he thrust it hard into the lower end of the bud. As if stepping through a layer of silky satin, Baruashang's full-strength thrust only penetrated 6 or 7 inches into the bud before it was stuck. The ghost vine let out a creepy, miserable scream that resembled a ghost or demon, shrill and piercing. Spurred on by the pain, it came fully awake, and swung out a vine tentacle at the first opportunity, swiping it viciously towards Baruashang. Baruashang reacted quickly, and immediately dodged sideways. From his peripheral vision, he saw the wound he had just inflicted, and a ghostly green liquid flowed out and dripped onto the wooden spear, sizzling and smoking. It really does come with its own corrosive venom, Baruashang exclaimed inwardly. Hastily avoiding the other 2 vines attacking from the back and front, Baruashang grabbed a poison spear from his basket, and instead of retreating, he advanced even closer to the bud's position. The distance is rather conducive to the ghost vine's attacks. Staying on the side of the bud, it can't do much easily, so I can take advantage of that. Baruashang changed his battle strategy temporarily. He had to find a way to stab the bud a few more times to make the ghost vine suffer from being poisoned a little more. Only when the ghost vine was pushed to the point where it found it difficult to subdue him with vines alone would the ghost vine open its buds and use Flower's Bite. At that time, he would throw the heart of the fireball snake and detonate it inside the bud. It would be able to take it down in one go. Swish! The swooshing sound of the vines was continuous, and at the cost of a nasty bruise on his left arm, Baruashang managed to lodge a mixed poison spear and a paralyzing poison spear into the bud. The ghost vine was pained, and became even more irritable, and the vines either strangled, wrapped, whipped, or smashed, chasing after Baruashang in a flurry of blows. Baruashang dodged around the bud, sometimes rolling and crawling, and sometimes twisting and jumping. He was doing his best to avoid being tangled and bound by the ghost vine, dodging the rest of the attacks if he could, and resisting them if he couldn't. He never stopped thrusting the poison spears during this time, and whenever Baruashang caught a chance, a new hole would be added to the bud. A few minutes later, Baruashang gasped for air, and suddenly noticed that the speed of the ghost vine had diminished. When he looked at it, he saw that the words lightly injured, lightly paralyzed, and lightly poisoned had been added to its status column. Very good. After all, it didn't let my injuries go to waste," said Beruashan, his eyes lighting up. At this time, he was covered in wounds, with as many as a dozen small and large injuries on his body, and his clothes were soaked and soiled with mud and sweat. He looked wretched, and only his spirit was full and stern. After a moment's thought, Beruashan put down his poison spear, and instead pulled out his dagger. In a slight provocation, he slashed around the bud, cutting several tiny slits. The ghost vine made several attempts to use its vine tentacles to grab the dastardly attacker and dismantle him, but the pain in its body plus its slower reaction time made it feel more and more agitated. Finally, just as Beruashan approached it once more, the ghost vine could no longer hold back, and the bud moved. In the darkness of the night, the dazzling bud blossomed abruptly, revealing the hideous mouth parts, and the main black vine extended slightly, adjusting the angle of the bud and aiming it bited Beruashan. "He have been waiting for you for a long time." The corners of Beruashan's mouth rose in a wide smile as he stopped his footsteps, and took out a crimson fist-sized object, throwing it into the bud's mouth forcefully. The foreign object entered Ghost Vine's mouth, and the Ghost Vine froze, subconsciously closing a sliver of the bud and chewing a few times. Boom! In an instant, flames soared into the sky, and a violent explosion shook the ground. With the Ghost Vine as the center, a strong shockwave radiated in all directions. The ground became scorched black in a snap of a finger, the grass and trees around withered and snapped, and insects and ants fled. It was a picture of a small disaster. Cough, 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 how come this explosion is more violent than expected? Ghost Vine, hold on, don't die just like that. Chapter 31. Fat white hair Beruashan was in rags, and stumbled to get up from the ground. At the moment of the explosion just now, he had turned around in time to rush out some distance, so he was only shaken by the aftershocks, and was basically unhurt. Smoke was everywhere, the air was filled with the pungent smell of burning, and there were clusters of flames burning. Beruashan choked on the smoke, and struggled to stare with reddened eyes at the Ghost Vine's shriveled and largely charred body. Status: satiated / heavily wounded / lightly poisoned / lightly paralyzed / moderately burned / shivering / in a trance / good, just stay alive. Beruashan stopped his worries. Probably because of the unique environment of the dark forest, the flames that sputtered around didn't spread much further, but instead became a good source of light. Beruashan paced closer to the Ghost Vine, his face filled with joy. The days of this master personally taking the field for blood are at an end. "Oh, Ghost Vine, don't blame me. In the future, he'll bring you the lap of luxury, and absolutely won't treat you poorly." Beruashan rambled on, and he summoned the Book of Orbs from the vortex of soul power with a thought. The silver-white pages clattered and flipped, a black soul seal leaping out. He reached out and grabbed the soul seal, about to slap it at the Ghost Vine's tattered bud. Just then, a cloud of gray shadows suddenly fell from the air with irresistible force. The corners of Beruashan's eyes jumped, and he instinctively leapt backward. Pop! With a sound similar to a water balloon breaking, the gray shadow smashed down on the roots of the Ghost Vine, splashing a large amount of mud. A mud blast? Beruashan identified the skill as a control skill that was not too deadly but was nasty enough. Once hit head-on by a mud blast, the mud that broke open would cling stubbornly to the victim. If it weren't cleaned in time, when the mud completely set, it would form an actual shackle that drastically limited the flexibility of the victim's body. The Ghost Vine, which was already heavily wounded, was unable to struggle at all, and at this time, the lowermost part of the main vine was all covered with mud, drying and solidifying at a visible speed. "Don't be afraid, fellow student. We're here to save you." A fat white-haired man burst out from a bush not far away, and greeted Beruashan with a smile. Behind him, a man and woman followed. The male was tall and strong, definitely over 2 meters, with thick eyebrows and dark skin. He was carrying a thick, long wooden stick, his aura domineering. As the female, petite and delicate, and with short pink hair and beautiful bow ornaments visible on the top of her head, on her cuffs, and at her waist, was squawking at the moment, tearing into the skewer of meat in her hand with a serious look of concentration. Quickly scanning through the basic features of the three, Beruashan saw a crawling creature following at the tall man's feet as his pupils narrowed. The dark brown armored body, the flat head, and long muzzle, the wagging tail as it walked. It was a swamp crocodile. That mud blast just now, that was its doing. Barry White's face gradually turned cold, and from the moment the contract was interrupted, he had a bad feeling. Don't panic, don't panic. You see, the ghost vine has been trapped by our mud, and is completely incapacitated. You are no longer in danger, the fat man at the head of the group with a white coat with haircut said with an air of calmness. So I have you guys to thank for this, said Barry Washam, looking him straight in the eye. Hey, that's not necessary. It wasn't much of an effort. The fat white-haired man came closer to Barry Washam's side, and stared at the half-dead ghost vine, clicking his tongue. It's a rare plant-type species. It's so rare. I didn't think there was such a great creature in the trial grounds. What, you are planning to intercept halfway and rob this ghost vine? Barry Washam was expressionless as he asked a question in return, his eyes seemingly skimming over the swamp crocodile without a second thought, pausing at the words mortal bone, level 6 stars, and late-stage youth. How can you call it a robbery? The fat white-haired man was displeased, and muttered, I'm openly trying to take possession of it for myself, so be tactful and leave on your own. I've seen shameless ones, but I've never seen one so shameless as you. Barry Washam spat and took a deep breath, and slowly exhaled again, his voice becoming extremely calm. If I remember correctly, students aren't allowed to attack each other for the first 5 days. Are you ready to break the rules of the trial? The fat white-haired man snickered, and pointed at the ghost vine, making an innocent expression. Why would we? Did you see us attack you? If we really wanted to kill you, wouldn't it be good to wait until you were halfway through the contract, and then sneak up on you? After saying that, the fat white-haired man stopped being playful, and instead stared at Barry Washam's eyes aggressively, and said, My name is She Balin, She of Tashli, the Bana and Domineering, and Long Dragon King. To put it plainly, I have my eyes on this ghost vine. Thank you for crippling it, but you can forget about the contract. It's mine now. Please leave. Barry Washam's gaze was icy cold, and the fat white-haired man stared at him without the slightest fear, but a stifled breath in Barry Washam's chest was extremely unbearable. My fault. It's my fault for not being cautious enough, knowing that there are others in this dark forest. Forget it. It's useless to think about it now. Calm down, calm down. Now that things have come to this point, what should I do? The injuries on my body aren't severe, but they're definitely not light, either. The three of them, and the swamp crocodile. Barry Washam thought as hard as he could. I definitely can't fight alone. Not to mention whether I can win, as long as I strike first, he can counterattack on the grounds of self-defense, so I would be the one who broke the rules. The final result, no matter what, is my loss. It's not worth it. How about I take a gamble? Preempt the contract of Ghost Vine in front of them. The process of contracting the pet at the low end is less than 10 seconds, and at the high end, it's more than a few minutes. Alas, forget it. This method is not reliable. In case it is interrupted, the consequences of mental backlash are more serious. I would rather give up the contract than take such a risk, but just give it to them. I won't give in like this. I wasted so much energy and time, used so many materials and props, and even suffered injuries, with only one last step to go. After a moment of silence, Barry Washam lifted his head, his eyes somewhat bloodshot, and slowly said, You should know that forcing a contract on a pet that you aren't personally involved in subduing, even if you manage to succeed, the fit between the human and the pet would be very low. Are you sure you want to do this? That's not for you to bother with. She Balin waved his hand, not caring. Ghost Vine is a rare species, and even if I force a contract, you'll still make a solid profit. Fine, since you want it, I'll give it to you. Barry Washam turned around swiftly, and was about to leave. Ha, that's right. We are all students who love each other and should help each other. Seeing that you are so badly injured, we have quite a lot of herbs. We can share some with you. Before he finished his words, She Balong's face froze when he saw Barry Washam pull out a short spear. Chapter 32. The hunter and the prey. Fires burned everywhere, reflecting off the scorched earth. Sorry about that, looks like you and I aren't meant to be. Barry Washam looked deeply at the ghost vine, and held a poison spear, intending to completely ruin its bud. Until the contract was completed, the relationship between transcendent creatures and humans would always be that of hunter and prey, living and dying, and losing and winning, each living according to their ability. Now Baruashang had no better way to repel the fat white-haired man and the others, and staying here in a stalemate was even more of a waste of time, so he simply chose to actively give up. However, Baruashang wasn't going to easily let the fat white-haired man take this bargain. He was ready to strike down the prey that was rightfully his. Rare species. It would have to be alive. Just a few seconds before Baruashang was 2 or 3 meters away from the bud and about to raise his arm and strike, She Belung shouted, "Little She!" The pink-haired little girl, who was silently eating a roast on the side, finally looked up to take a glance at the situation. She licked her fingers, and softly called out, "Blackie, come out." Baruashang only saw a black shadow moving quickly from his peripheral, and before he realized, he found a large black dog stop between himself and the bud, showing its teeth viciously towards him. Name: Tooth Hand, Contract Race, Demon Beast Round Sea Beast Type C Tooth and Race Life Level, Late Youth Form Bloodline Quality, Mortal Bone Level, 5-star Status, Extreme Alert Intelligence, Medium Characteristics, Loyalty/Sensitive Smell Skills, Intimidation, Bite, Pursuit, Surprise Attack, Vicious Hound's Teeth Gourmet Cell, 15 Hiding a Pet Beast. These really come prepared. Baruashang stopped his hand. There was no way he could cross the tooth hand to attack the bud. The slightest movement would be met by the tooth hand baring its teeth in warning. And the dog was very smart, not barking or actively attacking, and just stopping him from advancing. The pink-haired Lolita named Yijaxu blinked towards Baruashang, and said in a slightly cute and naive manner, "I have a pet too. Don't underestimate me." As fellow classmate, what bothers? She Belung sighed in relief. He wasn't angry but still smiling. "I know, what was in hand is now gone, you must be uncomfortable in your heart, but you can't blame me. The trial rules are clearly written. There doesn't seem to be any rule that doesn't allow snatching a pet, right?" Baruashang glanced at him coldly, then swept over the tall, sturdy man in the pink-haired Lolita's face, convinced that he had no more chances to strike, and slowly stepped backwards without further ado. He did not act recklessly out of anger, and likewise did not rant incompetently and leave any threatening words, but merely silently engraved the matter in his mind. Looking at the gradually distant figure of Baruashang, the pink-haired Lolita suddenly lowered her head and spoke in a small voice, "Bobs, that guy just now has an autonomous awakener." The taut, fierce face of the other tall, strong man turned sour as well, frowning as he said, "Yes, boss. You helped us catch our pets, so we definitely trust you and follow you, but offending the autonomous awakener I don't think it's worth it. It might cause a lot of trouble." She Belung withdrew that frivolous attitude, and put his hands behind his back as he gazed languidly at Ghost Vine. After a few dozen seconds of silence, he took a hard breath, and said in a firm voice, "People die for money, birds die for food. This Ghost Vine, it's important to me. As long as I can contract it, even if I eliminate it now, I'll accept it. Put it this way, when I collect the Ghost Vine and the three of us combine our strength, how many others in this trial ground can match us? Are the autonomous awakeners necessarily stronger than us?" On the other hand, Baruashang was far away from where the Ghost Vine was, and sought out a secluded hole in the ground. After setting up traps around the perimeter for vigilance, he started a campfire in the hole in the ground. While simmering the medicinal soup, he gave himself a full-body check, applying medicine, bandaging, and treating the injuries in whatever way was conducive to recovery. When Baruashang was done with that, he rested his cheeks and stared at the campfire, frozen and lost in thought. This is a lesson I need to reflect on. Baruashang began to recall every single thing he had experienced in the 2 days since he entered the mystic realm until just now, constantly reflecting and asking himself, was it right to do that, was it possible to do better, and how should he fix it if he started over? It was a good habit to review and learn from one's experiences. Baruashang could tolerate his temporary weakness, but could not accept his stupidity, and he didn't want to make a mistake again in the future on something similar. With 3 more days to go, I still have a chance to capture the right pet. Musing, Baruashang suddenly turned his gaze and paused on the golden sword and silver fork pattern on the back of his hand. I never had much of a chance before, but now that I've settled in, it's time for me to do a second draw with his thought. A darkness and then a brightness appeared before his eyes, and his consciousness appeared at the altar of the gourmet. Looking around, the broken stone pillars, the blackened statues, the ancient bronze square cauldron, nothing had changed. Without wasting any time, Baruashang walked directly to the bronze square cauldron, and pressed his right hand on top of it. 7 colored flames erupted along with it, and everything around him became streams of light. He accumulated 124 gourmet cells. Do you want to redeem the first tier gourmet treasure chest? Yes, Beruashang said silently. A white porcelain treasure chest emerged from the 7 colored flames, exquisitely small and shaped like a precious makeup box. Beruashang opened the treasure chest, and this time, instead of yellowish parchment, it was a palm-sized blank card. What is this? Congratulations to the host for drawing a 1% probability gourmet prop. Hint. This item is called Universal Recipe Exchange Voucher, and can be used to customize a recipe for any youth-level transcendent creature of your choice. How to use the Universal Recipe Exchange Voucher: make sure the target is within 10 meters of you, and say it silently in your mind. Tailor-made. The first thought that came to Beruashang's mind as he opened his mouth was, I wonder if I could use it for Milky Way, and customize a recipe with evolutionary features. It just so happens that I can't figure out what kind of existence the twin moon rabbit is, so if I can use this exchange voucher to aid in evolution, that would be great. Thoughts ran through his mind, and at the thought of that cute little rabbit, Beruashang's mouth curled up into a smile, just like a ray of sunshine, dispelling the gloom in his heart. I hadn't seen Milky Way in 2 days. I kind of miss her when I finish the trial. You'll be sure to have a good time with her all day. There were only 2 hints at the altar for the introduction of the exchange voucher, and nothing more. Unable to figure it out, Beruashang simply withdrew from the gourmet's altar. At this time, it was already late into the night, and after 2 days of intense labor and a lot of injuries, even as an autonomous awakener, Beruashang felt endlessly exhausted. He didn't choose to stay up. There was a new round of adventure starting tomorrow, and he had to get in shape as soon as possible. After confirming that the surrounding guard traps were intact, Beruashang leaned against the corner with his clothes on and closed his eyes. Chapter 33. A new discovery at dawn on the 3rd day. Waking up from a shallow sleep, Beruashang ate a good breakfast, replaced his injury medicine, and resumed his journey. The light in the dark forest was terrible, and what should have been a bright morning was still dim as evening. With a torch in one hand, Beruashang walked forward with vigorous strides. Late-stage youth, mortal bone level 4, star black woolly mammoth. Relatively low quality, without any natural evolutionary path, not worth considering. Peak stage youth, mortal bone level 6, star gull. It does meet the criteria, but it is said to be too difficult to breed, needing to be constantly fed, so they'll put it on the alternative list for now. This is a dark fire bat. Mortal bone level, 7 stars, excellent potential, but it's just born, right? Its hair hasn't even full grown. The life level is too low. The vastness and breadth of the dark forest was far beyond Beruashang's imagination, and he spent the entire day searching and identifying it. Over 50 species of transcendent creatures were encountered by him, though the vast majority did not meet his criteria. The very few that were barely there were only temporarily on the alternative list. On the 4th day, the situation progressed slightly. Beruashang tried to capture a dark crow. It was a mortal bone level 7, star transcendent creature with a 3-stage natural evolution chain, and its own strength was at peak stage youth with great characteristics and traits, making it a target for the most desirable level of contract. Unfortunately, extreme excellence often represented extreme strength at the same time, and Beruashang's carefully prepared plan to capture and entrap ended in failure. Even then, he was chased by an enraged dark crow, and ran in disarray for a long time. It wasn't until 3 or 4 o'clock in the afternoon that Beruashang dared to sigh in relief when he unexpectedly escaped from another remote area of the dark forest. This wasn't a female, was it? I only knocked off 1 or 2 of its feathers, and it chased me for so long. Don't be so vindictive. It better stay away. Standing in the sunlight, Beruashang gasped for air and looked back at the large bird that was circling and screeching not far away, but did not dare to fly away from the darkness. After a break, he straightened up and looked straight ahead. What leaped into view was a high and undulating terrain with sparse grass and gravel, a completely different environment from the one he previously experienced. It's a bit deserted. It doesn't seem to be the same forest as at the beginning, Beruashang muttered, and turned to look at the dark forest behind him, asking himself, should I explore another place or find a way to return to the dark forest? Oh yes, the time remaining at the moment was too precious to waste anymore. After slight hesitation, he made up his mind, and took a step towards the unknown area ahead. After traveling some distance, he suddenly heard a wolf's howl from not very far away. Baruashan raised an eyebrow, not having much of a reaction. Creatures like wolves mostly traveled in packs, and were not something you could easily mess with. Awa! Awa! Soon, the wolf howls were rising and falling, one louder than the other, with more excitement and urgency each time. Baruashan couldn't help but stop. The howling was too frequent, and it was almost continuous. What's happening? Just as such a thought flashed across his mind, he heard an explosion, which seemed to be the sound of a giant tree collapsing. Immediately afterwards, the sounds of thumping, chirping, chattering, and beeping kept coming. With a slight change in his expression, Baruashan took a glance around, and climbed up the nearest large tree. Not far away, there was a short, rolling slope that was now turning with plumes of dust. A flock of large-built cranes swooped up in alarm, and flew up fast desperately far away. 5 or 6 crimson stallions, as if frightened, jumped uncontrollably in all directions. Baruashan even also caught sight of a spotted tiger, which looked to be a late-stage youth, with a working on its forehead faintly appearing, but it still flapped frantically with its tail between its legs. With all the commotion, something big must be happening. After thinking about it for a moment, Baruashan jumped down the tree trunk using both his hands and feet, and carefully approached that short slope. 5 minutes later, Baruashan huddled in one of the bushes, his eyes wide. In front of him, a pristine giant tree fell to the ground with a bang. It was 3 or 4 meters thick and 40 to 50 meters tall, with branches and leaves that had grown for countless years. Near it, a large number of carcasses were lined up. 2 ape bodies covered in lacerations and with their heads separated, as well as 7 or 8 wolf-type carcasses that either had their bodies mutilated or their heads slapped flat, with dark red polluted blood flowing everywhere. More than 20 transcendent creatures, divided into 2 camps, were killing each other. On one side were giant green-colored wolves, generally over 2 meters in length, and the 3 in the leg were even more than 3 meters long, their fangs exposed and their eyes cold. A jagged row of sharp blades grew from their heads to their spine and all the way to their tails, as if they had numerous large, broken shards of glass implanted in their skin, giving off a cold glare in the sun. It's actually a swift-winged sword wolf. Baruashan recognized at a glance that this was a very famous transcendent creature with a bloodline quality of 6 stars at the mortal bone level, which was quite good. On the other side were giant apes, majestic in size and covered with long, sparse black hair everywhere except for the face and ears. Their jawbones were far more prominent than their cheekbones, their foreheads were high, and they bore a curved dark red horn on each side of their heads. They ran in a semi-erect posture, and used their forelimbs as support, propping themselves up on the ground with the backs of their knuckles as if they were holding 2 stone pillars, and they appeared extremely fierce. Demon 8, mortal bone level, 6 stars, strength-based transcendent creature with unparalleled self-healing abilities. While recalling the knowledge, Baruashan continued to observe the situation. The situation on the battlefield was actually quite clear. Nearly 20 swift-winged sword wolves were forming a large circle, surrounding the 4 demon apes in layers. The swift-winged sword wolves weren't just numerous, but they were also strong. As far as Baruashan could see, none of them were below mid-stage youth, and the 3 in front were definitely in the late-stage youth. The demon apes on the other side were not as good. Except for the one at the head, which was taller and stronger, estimated to have the strength of a late-stage youth, the other 3 were all a head shorter, more or less wounded, and their life level was at most in the mid-stage youth. With the same bloodline quality, the difference in strength and numbers is too great. The demon apes will probably lose. Baruashan sighed inwardly. This pack of SWFIT sword wolves should be the strongest beast pack you've seen so far, and, as long as they don't run into a mature youth in the trial grounds, they're definitely unstoppable. Awa! The wolves burst into a howl and charged again. The demon ape at the head was not willing to show any weakness, and with a furious glare, it waved its huge palm-leaf fan-like palm, and slapped towards the wolves. Chapter 34, Demon Apes vs. Swift-winged sword wolves. Above the short slope, the blast sword wolves and the demon apes engaged in a fierce battle. The 3 late-stage youth wolves directly surrounded the leader of the demon apes. As for the rest of the pack, half of them pounced on the other 3 demon apes, and half of them circled on the outermost ring, not giving the demon apes any chance to escape. These wolf cubs are quite smart. They know how to form an array trying to kill all of the apes. Not surprisingly, the primal giant tree was the habitat of the demon apes, and the fractured cross-section still bore a large number of messy scratches. What did this mean? Beruashang associated the respective biological habits of the demon apes and the swift-winged sword wolves and imagined a scene in his mind. The swift-winged sword wolves grouped up and launched an organized and premeditated hunting operation in the scene. First, they destroyed the home of the demon apes, thus igniting melee combat between the two species, and then using their advantage in numbers to surround and kill the demon apes step by step, not willing to spare a single one. Because of this, the nearby transcendent creatures fled for their lives, and whoever was slow to run and was pulled into the fray would die without knowing how they died. With the ability to organize a hunt like this, a particularly smart alpha wolf should be in the pack. Beruashang's original intention was to observe which of the three late-stage wolves was more courageous and prominent. Unexpectedly, after watching for a while, he was surprised to find that the three alpha wolves were on par with the demon ape leader. Strange. Why is this demon ape not at a disadvantage against the three? Beruashang was surprised on the inside. The demon ape leader was not too different from the other demon apes. Except for being bigger and stronger, it did not look like there were signs of mutation. On the battlefield, the three alpha wolves were a little annoyed that their subordinates had beaten the other demon apes into submission while they were in a stalemate. They couldn't keep up their reputations. After glancing at each other for a few moments, the three alpha wolves suddenly whimpered and hissed, turning into three green shadows and leaping up. In mid-air, they made a strange movement head down, arching their backs, both front paws cradling their hind feet, prompting their entire body to curl up, then folding their tails downward, and leaving the broken blades fully exposed. Now, their entire torso was shaped like an irregular round wheel, its outermost ring littered with sharp broken blades, which spun rapidly under the acceleration of the last dash and leap and pointed straight at the demon ape leader in the form of a parabola. Sword wheel charge. Swift-winged sword wolf's signature skill. Beruashang's eyes whitened, not wanting to miss a single detail. The three sword wheels flashed by in mid-air, and the demon ape leader grunted heavily, seemingly sensing danger. Instead of taking it head-on, it smartly picked up the carcass of a sword wolf on the ground and used it as a weapon, swinging it at the three sword wheels. Pang, pang, pang. With three violent collisions, the three alpha wolves were forced to terminate their sword wheel stance and were even slightly injured as they were smashed back onto the ground a dozen meters away. The demon ape leader did not pause in its steps because of this. It casually discarded the carcass of the sword wolf that had been shredded by the broken blades while turning its fist into a palm and slapping it right at the alpha wolves. The alpha wolves reacted quickly, jumping and dodging by instinct, constantly circling the demon ape leader. Crushing palm, crushing mountain fist, bone crushing kick, Tarzan press, hiding in the shadows. Beruashang watched in awe. The number of skills mastered by the demon ape was rare in the world, and its own strength was far higher than that of the swift-winged sword wolves. It looked like the two sides were tangled in an even fight, but in fact, the demon ape was overwhelming the alpha wolves. Occasionally hit by an attack that landed hideous claw marks, the demon ape leader was able to stop the bleeding in a few breaths. Its recovery ability was superior and more amazing than a normal demon ape's. If it weren't for the speed advantage that the swift-winged sword wolves had and the fact that the three of them acted jointly and could assist each other in cooperation, they might have been slapped flat by the demon ape leader. Awa! A high-pitched wolf howl rang out, and the demon ape leader twisted its head to look back, suddenly showing its teeth. A sword wolf, which was proudly tilting its head and howling, was stepping on a bulbous ball-like object under its feet. That spherical object was no other than a demon ape's head. In the distance, a headless demon ape carcass collapsed with a thump, covered in blood. 3 or 4 drooling sword wolves swarmed on the demon ape, grunting and tearing and enjoying the feast of meat. Next to them, the other 2 demon apes were covered in wounds, constantly being attacked by the pack of wolves. It looked like they were going to die as well. Who? The demon ape leader's eyes bulged out, its muscles bulging, and it was about to rush forward like a madman to free its compatriots. The 3 alpha wolves seemed to have premeditated something, and at this critical moment, they all stopped in front of the demon ape leader, tangling with it in all kinds of ways, and desperately holding it back. The demon ape leader was anxious and angry, and it could not wait to slap these alpha wolves to death, but the speed of the swift-winged sword wolves was so fast that they always managed to dodge it the most extreme times, and most of its attacks were to no avail. In the distance, the state of the apes was getting worse and worse, and if it didn't go over to support them, they wouldn't be able to hold on. The demon ape leader no longer hesitated. A sliver of red flickered from its eyes, and all of a sudden, a terrifying aura flowed from its body. Who? It stomped heavily on the earth and stood up, two thick forearms thumping against its chest, the outline of its muscles visible. A faint blood red mist quietly enveloped the demon ape leader, and in just a moment, its torso swelled a little, becoming bigger, stronger, and more powerful, and its pupils turned from black to scarlet. Burning blood. This demon ape was actually mastered burning blood. Baruashan couldn't help but smack his lips. Normally, this skill was only possible for a demon ape to learn at the peak of its youth, and when activated, it could drastically improve its physical qualities. Whether it was strength, speed, explosive power, or reflexes, it would have a significant improvement that could last for a certain amount of time. Of course, burning blood had a side effect. It burned the demon ape's heart's blood. This blood was vital to the demon ape. Normally, it was used to heal the body's injuries quickly. Once it started to burn, it was a decision to fight to the death no matter what. The ability to heal and recover would be suppressed to a minimum, and instead, heal strength in other aspects. At the same time, the three alpha wolves unleashed a new round of sword wheel charges, faster and at sharper angles. This time, the demon ape didn't look for anything but went straight for them, swinging its arms 5 or 6 times as thick as a grown man and striking heavily. With a loud poof, the first sword wolf was directly pierced in midair, splattering blood and falling to the ground. Ignoring the slash wounds on its hands, the demon ape grabbed the body of the first alpha wolf and slammed it hard into the second wolf. The second alpha wolf was also powerless to fight and was slapped down almost the instant it made contact, flying 20 to 30 meters back and half plunging into the earth. It struggled for a while before it got up, one leg already limping and blood dripping from several places on its head, stomach, and tail. Enduring the severe pain, the eyes of the second alpha wolf sweat back on the battlefield. Chapter 35. Deadly sneak attack in its eyes. The demon ape leader was covered in blood and mist, as if it was a demon king from hell. It grabbed the two hind legs of the third alpha wolf, and through the power of its waist, it swung the wolf twice in the air 360 degrees before slamming it to the ground with a vicious over-the-shoulder slam. With a boom, the ground trembled, raising up a cloud of dust. But this was only the beginning, and the demon ape leader swung up again, smashed down, swung up, and smashed down a total of 7 times before it let go. Over-the-shoulder chain-burst slam, a melee skill that requires great arm strength and lower body strength as support. Baruashang's mouth was dry, and he didn't know what to say. This demon ape was too strong, ridiculously strong. On the battlefield, the third, originally valiant and cold-hearted, alpha wolf was beyond dead, just like a large sandbag that had been played with and casually discarded on the ground, its tattered body shocking to the eyes. An emotion called fear rose up in the eyes of the second alpha wolf, and it would never go away. It subconsciously had to back up and slink away. But then, as if remembering something, it stopped hard in its tracks. On the other side, the demon ape leader, who had lost the hold on the alpha wolf, was like a fierce tiger returning to the mountain, pouncing into the pack of wolves. The ones who tried to stop it were easily blown away with either a slap or a fist. It quickly shielded the last 2 of its companions. The pack of wolves whimpered and waited around the perimeter, but they just didn't dare to come within 5 meters of the demon ape leader. The swift-winged sword wolves seem to be scared out of their wits, and the demon apes have a good chance of being able to escape from this dangerous predicament. Baruashan secretly analyzed the battle situation, and mulled over the possibility of forming a friendship with a demon ape leader. If he could make a contract with such a transcendent creature and make it a pet companion, this trial would be a fruitful one no matter what. After thinking about it, Baruashan sighed instead. It's too difficult to capture. If such a pack of sword wolves can't beat it, what can I do? Transcendent creatures like apes are smart in their own right, relying on crooked ideas can easily botch things up. It didn't take long for the blood mist on the demon ape leader to dissipate and for its pupils to return to their normal black color. This meant that it was out of the blood-burning status. In a flash, a sudden change occurred. A hazy green shadow suddenly rushed out from a tree on one side, as fast as lightning. It was too fast, so fast that the demon ape leader couldn't react in time, and could only instinctively shift half of its body. with the sound of sharp teeth cutting flesh, which was accompanied by an extremely miserable scream. In the next second, a severed arm flew through the air, and finally fell heavily to the ground. A Baruashan looked over to the battlefield, and instantly felt goosebumps. A huge hideous laceration started on the left side of the demon ape leader's forehead, and spread diagonally all the way to its left shoulder. Its left horn was cracked on impact, its left eye was blinded, and even worse, its left shoulder was empty and severed at the root. Blood wouldn't stop gushing out. The demon ape leader covered its broken shoulder, its whole body spasming and trembling, and its face twisted in pain. Nonetheless, it only gave a yelp before it gritted its teeth tightly, and forced itself to stand still, glaring at the sneak attacker in front of it. The green shadow retreated after a single blow, deftly flipping in midair, and landing on the ground. It was on all fours, with sharp claws and a long broomstick-like tail trailing behind it. It had a greenish jade-colored fur, and although it was a bit dusty, the soft and silky texture was hard to hide. It was a fine fur that any hunter would love to get. Most strikingly, its back was densely packed with hundreds of broken blades, many of which still had bright red beads of blood hanging from their tips, glowing with a strange sheen in the sunlight. Yes, it was a wolf. A swift windsword wolf. All the wolf cubs around, whether they were wounded and down or near intact in battle power, lowered their heads and whimpered and saluted towards this sword wolf. Even the only surviving second late-stage alpha wolf lowered its head, not daring to meet its gaze. This body-type Baruashan pursed his lips subconsciously. This newly appeared swift windsword wolf was over 4 meters long, and was undoubtedly at the peak of its youth. No wonder. No wonder the wolves are so well trained, and yet I couldn't find one that seemed to stand out. So, the real Wolf King has been hiding in the shadows, waiting for the most suitable opportunity to deliver a fatal blow to the demon ape leader. Baruashan's mood was somewhat complicated, realizing some things while also feeling sorry for the demon ape leader. Having used the burning blood not long ago, it had consumed a large amount of hard blood, and now that it was so badly injured, there was no way for it to heal itself much. The king of the swift windsword wolves held its head high as it swept its gaze contemptuously at the demon ape leader, its every move filled with a sense of superiority. Although the attack just now was slightly off, and did not cut off the head of the demon ape leader, it didn't matter. A blind eye, a severed arm, and loss of sufficient recovery ability were enough. The demon apes would surely become dead souls under the claws of the swift windsword wolves. With the leader throwing its head back and giving a long howl, the surrounding pack of wolves immediately followed in response, moving out in full force to pounce on the ordinary demon apes in the rear from both sides. The demon ape leader dragged its heavily injured body, and defiantly waved its one arm, about to block. It was greeted with a rending claw, the terrifying claws of the king of the swift windsword wolves. Baruashan watched intently, originally expecting that the demon ape leader was so badly injured that it would be quickly killed by the sword wolf king, but he did not expect reality to once again surpass his expectations. With brute strength and excellent combat instincts, the demon ape leader tangled with the sword wolf king for nearly 100 exchanges, always managing to dodge within a very limited space whenever faced with mortal danger. Although the demon ape leader was always on the downside, and the bloody wounds on its body were increasing, just smashing the sword wolf king once would force it to take 10 or so steps backward, grunting as blood kept seeping from the corners of its mouth. After watching for a long time, Baruashan had an even higher evaluation of the demon ape leader. Using the words of men to describe it, it was appreciation, extreme, special appreciation. In his mind, this was infinitely close to a perfect pet companion. Is there anything I can do? Is there anything I can do to turn this around so I can save the demon ape? Similar thoughts appeared in Baruashan's mind more than once. The demon ape leader could still hold on, but its two clansmen, facing a dozen or so swift windsword wolves of the same level, finally couldn't support themselves. They gave a sorrowful cry, and looked deeply into the sky, no longer able to resist, and were simply pounced upon and overwhelmed by the pack of wolves. Seeing this scene, the demon ape leader opened its mouth, lost in thought for a moment, and was even unaware of a large chunk of flesh being torn off by the sword wolf king's claw as a result. All the spirit on its face dissipated little by little, its entire face extremely gray, and tears mixed with blood rolling down its face. In the next moment, it came back to its senses, gritting its teeth. Its only right eye was wide with rage, and it was clenching its right hand even harder. Who? The demon ape leader released a furious roar, resonating through the sky for a long time. A layer of red blood mist once again emerged on the surface of its body, far denser than before. Chapter 36. Second time blood-burning hostility soared to the skies above the short slope. The demon ape leader's body skyrocketed a notch, and its eyes were scarlet as it pounced on the Sword Wolf King with incomparable tyranny. It was like it had gone completely mad, all but ignoring defense between arm swings, and only attacking. Fists, teeth, horns, head, elbows, knees, all that could be used became its weapons. The Sword Wolf King was losing ground, and seemed to know that the demon ape leader in this state was not to be messed with. It was simply unwilling to engage it head-on, instead using its sensitive speed to evade the demon ape leader time and time again. Even so, the Sword Wolf King still struggled extremely hard to fight because the speed of the demon ape leader had also increased, and the slightest slap would split the skin and flesh at the lightest. The wolf circled around, not knowing what to do and powerless to intervene in such a battle. They could only feign howls here and there to cheer on their Wolf King. Second blood burning, it's planning to take the enemy with it. The corners of Beowashang's mouth twitched and revealed a pitiful look. The demon ape was different from ordinary creatures in that it had two hearts, one located in the left chest cavity, and one in the right chest cavity. Turning on the blood burning once was equivalent to burning an entire heart's worth of blood, and it couldn't be turned off midway, and would inevitably burn to the end. The heart which had been burned out of blood would temporarily die, and would take a certain period of time to recover. During this period, the demon ape would live with only one heart, and its strength, speed, and reactions wouldn't fluctuate much, except for its recovery ability, which would drop to half of its average level, losing the ability to regenerate flesh and blood, and regressing to a slower rapid healing. This stage belonged to the demon ape's special period of weakness, and in principle, it was unable to activate its only heart and use the skill blood burning again. The self-protection mechanism that existed in the organism did not allow for such an act. However, if the second blood burning was really triggered, like with the demon ape leader in front of him, then there was only one possibility. With absolute toughness, tenacity, and fearlessness of death, it broke through the limits of its body, and in the midst of the immense pain it endured, it activated the other heart, and started the second blood burning. This also meant that the demon ape leader would go straight into a near-death state after burning its second heart. On the battlefield, the Sword Wolf King was momentarily lax and hit in the head by an elbow strike and slap consecutively. After trying its best to pull away a few meters, it gasped for air, a hint of cowardice finally showing in its dark green eyes. The swift-winged Sword Wolf King didn't have a pretentious and warlike character. It cherished its life. Otherwise, it would not have schemed in advance, not to mention hiding in the shadows for so long just to launch a surprise attack. However, it never expected that the demon ape leader would actually turn on blood burning for the second time and fight so desperately, either exchanging wounds for wins or attempting to die with it. This caused the Sword Wolf King to remain fearful, dodging most of the time, and not daring to attack at all. In the midst of the lightning-paced battle, the Sword Wolf King found a gap, and howled a few times quickly. The surrounding pack of wolves hesitated, but finally obeyed the order, and pounced on the demon ape leader. Who? The demon ape leader, surrounded by the blood mist, seemingly crazy and having lost its mind, still had a trace of sanity. Its eyes only hid the Wolf King, so when the ordinary sword wolves attacked, it directly smashed two wolves with a fierce and unparalleled stance, scaring the ordinary sword wolves off. They constantly growled in a low voice, no longer daring to approach the demon ape leader. The Sword Wolf King gave a low grunt, as if anticipating something. It didn't expect its subordinates to be of much use, and needed just a little help to stall for time. As long as they lasted 2 to 3 minutes, when the demon ape leader's second heart fell into exhaustion, it would be the winner. The tangle continued, and by now the demon ape leader had already turned into a blood ape, with no part of its body intact from head to toe, and with its second blood burning turned on, it had lost even its rapid healing ability, and was bleeding crazily. At a certain moment, after a very ordinary swing, the demon ape leader suddenly showed pain on its face, its feet trembled, and its movements were completely out of sync. A light flashed across the Wolf King's eyes. It naturally wouldn't let go of such a great opportunity, raising its left paw and attacking with a swipe. Hiss! The sharp claw sliced through the demon ape's chest with what should have been a beautiful sound, but the king of the swift-winged sword wolves instinctively sensed a hint of something wrong. The demon ape leader leaned forward a bit as if on purpose, This also resulted in its claws plunging into the flesh deeper by so much as 4 or 5 centimeters. Just that slight misstep, plus with its claws being snapped going too deep into the flesh, let a large bloody hand clutch the wolf's paw. Lifting its head, the Sword Wolf King saw blood-red eyes that furiously wished for its death, and couldn't help but shiver and struggle desperately, trying to retract its front paw. The demon ape leader grinned. In the next moment, the Sword Wolf King took to the clouds as if it had flown. Hong. 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 Over the shoulder slam. Tarzan Crusher. Ironhead Hammer. The demon ape leader's series of moves of luring the enemy deep was too amazing, and the various followed-up moves were more powerful and fiercer than the previous. The purest and fiercest romance of men was just like this. So, Baruashan couldn't hold back for a moment, and silently called out the demon ape leader's skills in his mind. On the battlefield, the loud clashing sounds no longer rang out, and when the dusty sky cleared, Baruashan saw the conclusion on the battlefield clearly. At this moment, the swift-winged Sword Wolf King was swollen like a pig's head, and its body was covered in blood and dirt. 2 of its claws were broken, the broken blades on its back were mostly destroyed, and a large hole was opened in its abdomen. Its appearance could be described as miserable. However, it wasn't dead yet, still hanging on for dear life, and tangling with the demon ape leader. On the bottom was the demon ape leader, and on top was the swift-winged Sword Wolf King, both in a supine position with their bellies facing the sky. The demon ape leader's legs were strangling the lower half of the Sword Wolf King's body in a deadly grip, and its only right arm had locked around the Sword Wolf King's throat, the bulging and swollen muscles indicating that it had used all its strength, and was just that close to breaking the Sword Wolf King's neck. Before the deadly crisis, the Sword Wolf King, with its desire for life, exploded with tremendous strength beyond its limits, and its fangs pressed against the demon ape leader's only arm with deadly force, pushing outward continuously. The 2 beasts were just frozen in a very awkward tussle. If either side failed, death would greet them. The 8 or 9 surviving wolves were hiding 40 to 50 meters away from the 2 kings due to the overwhelming battle earlier. They were still hesitant, not daring to go forward for support immediately. On the one hand, they had long been shaken by the powerful enemy and harbored great fear. On the other hand, it was in the blood of sword wolves to worship the strong, and they desired their king to win alone to prove itself and its abilities. This scene made Baruashang's already restless heart thump rapidly. Several words sprang to his mind, and kept coming and going. To save, or not to save. Latest episodes are on the Fravel. Chapter 37. The choice this fleeting gap right now would determine the ultimate fate of the 2 kings. Baruashang was sure that with just a little extra help, the demon ape leader could slaughter the swift-winged sword wolf king. Just a little help. It was as if 2 little people were arguing in his consciousness. One dryly and forcefully shouted, "What are you hesitating for? Go save it." Only by saving the demon ape leader can you gain its friendship, and have a chance to establish a contract with it. Don't you want to have such a powerful pet companion? The other was furious, and loudly scolded, "Please use your brain. You are facing a pack of swift-winged sword wolves, not one, but a pack. What can you do alone? Once you fail, you will be chased by a pack of wolves. Is it possible for you to run away? No way. You can only choose to activate the distress talisman, and that means you'll be expelled from the academy. It means that your growth will have to come to a halt when your life is already limited. You simply can't afford to fail. In other words, even if you are lucky enough to kill the Sword Wolf King and drive off the wolves, are you sure of subduing the demon ape leader? For a highly intelligent creature like an ape, the only way to ensure a stable relationship between human and pets is to make it obey willingly. Have you considered this? Maybe you will risk a lot and end up with a carcass, and for what? In 16 years, Baruashang had never been so torn. Reason kept telling him that the risks were too great and the returns too uncertain. He couldn't save it. But on the emotional side, he already highly acknowledged the demon ape leader, and even his 6th sense was telling him, if you do not go to save it, you'll miss out on this demon ape, and you will regret forever, and such thoughts like this. Seeing that the blood mist on the demon ape leader was getting thinner and thinner, and that the Sword Wolf King was gradually gaining the upper hand, Baruashang's heart grew more and more anxious, as if a flame was burning. He clenched his knuckles, listened to the thumping acceleration of his heart, felt the purest change of emotion inside him, and he moved. Screw it. I want to save it. Beruashang sprinted out of the bushes where he was hiding like an arrow leaving the bowstring, and ran wildly towards the wolves. In just a breath or two, he crossed the distance of hundreds of meters, and approached the outermost circle formed by the ordinary sword wolves. The two closest sword wolves, their ears towering high, immediately turned around and pounced on Beruashang with their teeth bared. At this moment, perhaps the incomparable agitated emotions inside prompted Beruashang to perform at a super high level of 120% of his normal performance. He very promptly and decisively rolled on the ground to avoid the claw attack of the first sword wolf, followed by a strong charge, actively closing in on the second sword wolf, and stopping the hybrid poison spear in his hand straight into its mouth in an extremely dangerous position. The poison spear, which was more than a meter long, almost completely vanished inside the wolf. The second sword wolf's eyes turned white, and it spat out blood, falling to the ground at once, rolling around, howling, and struggling. With these actions, Beruashang tore right through the pack of wolves, and he continued to run towards the two kings in the very center without pausing. Oh, the surrounding sword wolves were a little caught off guard, and reacted a little slower than usual. By the time they looked back to chase after Beruashang, he had already arrived in front of the swift-winged sword wolf king. An unfamiliar figure appeared in the sword wolf king's blurred vision. The sword wolf king instinctively sensed something terrible, and was stifled and frightened, whimpering in resistance. A momentary outburst of power strengthened it a little more, and it actually nearly broke free of the demon ape leader's restraint. Pooh! Beruashang didn't give it a chance as the last paralyzing poison spear pushed hard into the already exposed flesh of the sword wolf king's abdomen. Seemingly afraid of not doing enough damage, he pulled out two more non-toxic short spears, and aimed them at the vitals like the sword wolf king's organs and eyes in a flurry. Pooh! 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 On the messy, torn, blood-soaked brown dirt slope, Beruashang looked focused, waving the short spears in his hands over and over. The orange sunset spilled over his sharply cut face, rendering a hint of icy cold fury. The wolves thus slowed down, and at that moment, a crisp click sounded. The neck of the swift-winged sword wolf king was twisted into a frightful twist. Who? The demon ape leader desperately opened its right eye to look and look again, convinced that the sword wolf king had really been taken out by him, and an excited roar came from its throat. But this roar was far less vigorous than the one that came before, and at the end, it transformed into a wailing sound of extreme grief. The demon ape leader rolled over with difficulty, lying on the corpse of the sword wolf king, and began to tear its flesh with his teeth, chewing and swallowing with large mouthfuls, repeating this action over and over again, its face wet. Eat their flesh, drink their blood. Tax hatred to the bones Beruashang sighed, but he couldn't be distracted at this time, immediately grabbing a short spear that was stained red with blood, and aiming the tip at the surrounding pack of wolves. The 7 or 8 ordinary sword wolves were clearly scared, and simply didn't have the courage to continue fighting. The ever-resourceful, fierce, and brutal sword wolf king that they remembered just died. To the ordinary sword wolves which focused on teamwork and obeyed the will of the strong, this was no different than the sky falling. The pack looked around at each other, finally turning their attention to the outermost and badly wounded second alpha wolf at late-stage youth, who was now the new leader. The second alpha wolf swept a gloomy glance at Beruashang, and then took a look at the crazy-looking demon ape leader, not daring to make a rash move. It instead whimpered, turned its head, and ran to the back. Looking at the new leader, who was limping and still running fast, the pack no longer hesitated, and scattered, chasing after its steps and quickly moving away from the battlefield. Phew! Beruashang sighed in relief. If the pack of wolves vowed to die, and had to stay and fight to the end in blood, he wasn't sure he could win. Confirming that it was safe for the time being, Beruashang looked down to check the injuries of the demon ape leader. At this time, the demon ape leader had already exited the second blood-burning state. Its body was crisscrossed with wounds, and many places even exposed the bones. Whoever looked at it would shudder. The more serious one was a flesh break on the left arm, and the bleeding hadn't stopped even now. But that wasn't the fatal wound. The most serious, still, were the two withered hearts. When Beruashang looked at the status section of the attribute panel, there were actually more than 10 negative statuses listed on it, such as near death, half-blind, organ failure, massive blood loss, extreme grief, extreme pain, unsettling rage, withered heart, 2, and so on, making him dumbfounded. It's only because Demon Ape has a strong constitution. If this had been any other beast, it would have died long ago, Baruashan muttered, and just as he took out the herbs and prepared to administer first aid, he saw the Demon Ape leader's head nodding and resting motionless. Hey, Boss Ape, hang in there. Chapter 38. Transfer. The sun was setting in the west, shining on this bloody battlefield. Baruashan stared at the attribute panel in his eyes and looked at it frequently, making sure that Como is the only new status in the status column. Luckily, it still has a breath left. It can still be saved. Baruashan put medicine on the Demon Ape leader's wounds in a flurry, not expecting much effect, trying to at least to stop the bleeding first. If this blood continued to flow and continued to worsen the injury, it would be too late even if he still had preparations for contingencies. Soon, he finished applying the herbs. Baruashan looked around. We can't stay here to heal. There was too much commotion earlier. It would be a problem if something was drawn over. I have to move. There seemed to be a few frightened red horses nearby just now. Found it. At the end of his vision, a small red figure loomed. Baruashan was overjoyed. Dashing over, as the distance shortened, Baruashan saw clearly at once a fully red horse close to 2.5 meters long and with luscious hair, and it was definitely an adult. It looked a bit strange, though, with its neck stuck in the fork of a crooked tree. Also, it should have hit something as it had a large bulge on the top of its head. The most inexplicable thing was that this red horse was obviously alive and well, but its face had a terrified expression on it, as if someone was standing next to it with a knife, about to skin and bleed it. Its expression was quite creepy. Might this horse be sick? Baruashan circled around, unable to stop his mind from wandering, and activated his eye of perception. Name: Red Horse, Wild Race. Demon Beast, Round Sea Walking Beast, Type C. Red Horse, Race Life Level, Mid-Stage Youth, Bloodline Quality, Mortal Bone Level, 3-star Status, Confined/Dementia, caused by concussion. Intelligence, Low. Characteristics, Cowardly/Sensitive Sniffer Skills, Sprint Gourmet Cell, 6 Concussion. Baruashan was a bit speechless. Indeed, I have heard that red horses have a timid character, and can't do anything but escape. Today, I have witnessed it for myself. It probably got spooked by the wolves, hit something in a panic, causing brain damage, and got stupidly stuck in a tree. After a quick analysis and a glance around, Baruashan looked helpless. I don't have a choice. It has to be it. Taking something like a vine out of his backpack, he tied a random section to the red horse to make a rudimentary rein. Then he cut the crooked tree down, and set it free. Baruashan got onto the horse, and was about to ride it back to meet the Demon Ape leader. He feared it would resist, but the red horse cooperated unexpectedly, making a turn under the rein's guidance and running smoothly. Its face remained terrified. He didn't know what it was afraid of in that tiny head. After guessing wildly, Baruashan returned to the battlefield, and took out the most precious stock on him at the moment, the entire snake skin of the fireball snake. Stretching it, laying it flat, and perforating each of the 4 corners with old vines to make the simplest of mats, Baruashan then used all his strength to push the dying Demon Ape leader onto the snake-skin mat. The 2 old vines at the front end of the mat were tied to the red horse, and the 2 at the back end were tied to Baruashan himself. I'm truly quite desperate. To ensure a safe healing environment, I'm also working as a porter. Baruashan was bitterly amused, being sarcastic with himself inwardly, but he picked up a stone in his hand, and smashed it on the red horse's butt. The red horse grunted twice, and immediately began to run. At this moment, it was basically bearing half of the body weight of the Demon Ape leader. Fortunately, it was in the mid-stage youth, and had a fair amount of strength, so it could barely pull it. Baruashan followed behind, and the other half of the weight was naturally borne by him, but Baruashan's weight-bearing ability was even higher than the red horse's, so it seemed rather easy. Following the hazy memory of his arrival, Baruashan distantly pulled the red horse and guided it forward, and about 5 minutes later, he and the 2 beasts arrived next to a small waterfall. This is it. There's a waterfall cave behind the waterfall. It's quite big, enough to hold the Demon Ape. Baruashan nodded lightly, quite satisfied. Casually finding a few giant banana leaves, and laying them on top of the Demon Ape's torso, Baruashan commanded the red horse to cross the waterfall. At this time, it had to be said that dementia also had its advantages. If it had been a sane red horse, it would have the weakness of being afraid of water, and wouldn't have been able to let its body touch a lot of water. This red horse was a different story, showing no discomfort and being very well behaved. In the waterfall cave, Baruashan lit up 2 torches. Baruashan laid the demon ape leader flat on the ground, and before he could do anything, he saw it stifle a grunt and languidly wake up. "Did you get water on your wound?" "Sorry, I'll wipe it for you." Baruashan took a spare Surdeza cloth, gently helped the demon ape leader wipe away some water stains, and reapplied some medicinal herbs to the wound. The demon ape leader didn't move a muscle, letting Baruashan fiddle with him. Its only right eye was dull as it stared at the top of the cave. Seeing this, Baruashan frowned with a slight expression of concern. The demon ape was a highly intelligent creature with intelligence not inferior to a 10-year-old child's, so even though it could not fully understand what he said, it had no problem understanding most of it. Its current expression, rather than to say that it was ignoring him, it was more like its will had died, and it had completely given up the thought of life. With thoughts flying around, Baruashan frankly said with a sincere look, "Boss Ape, I know you've just been through something very unpleasant, and are in a depressed mood. I also know that you are badly hurt and close to death, and perhaps in maybe 10 minutes, your consciousness will end. But that doesn't mean I don't have a way to save you. I'm a human master with a book of oaths. If you sign a pet contract with me, even if you are badly injured now, as long as you still have breath, you can be saved." Baruashan reached out and summoned it, and the silver-white book of oaths floated in front of him. "Do you want to think about it?" With those words, he looked expectant and gazed sincerely at the demon ape leader's face. 10 seconds, 20 seconds, there was no response. Baruashan sighed lightly. Although he expected that convincing the demon ape leader would be difficult, he didn't expect the real communication to be so tricky. Every second at the moment is precious. There can't be any more delays. I must stimulate and trigger its emotions, or at least get it out of the sentimental state and listen to me attentively. After a moment's hesitation, Baruashan's eye showed determination as he steeled his expression, and said, "Boss Ape, wouldn't it be a little too wimpy for you to just be so determined to die? Your people died under your watch, and even their carcasses are left in the wild all because of you. It's because you are too weak, not capable enough to protect them. You are not a qualified leader at all." Chapter 39. Baruashan's Promise in the Waterfall Cave. The fire swayed. The demon ape leader twisted its head with extreme difficulty, its one single eye staring maliciously at Baruashan. Coldness pervaded the light of the sticky bloodied eyes, and even more so, a hint of fear was mixed in. Baruashan wouldn't be intimidated by it. He snorted, and continued, "Maybe you don't like to hear this, but everything I said is the truth. I even find it ridiculous and pathetic that those swift-winged sword wolves who survived are now dashing around in style and happiness, yet you are so passive and sunken that you have completely given up on your desire for life, and plan to be done with it. And to put it more bluntly, your people wouldn't die in peace if they knew." The demon ape leader's breath from its nose suddenly turned ragged, as if a dying flash, and a creepy aura rose from within its torn body. It glared at Baruashan, unable to stop the killing intent in its eye, and its shoulders shrugged slightly as if it was about to swing its arms. "Bug." Baruashan held down its arm. "You're already injured like this, so don't move around. Still think you're in your heyday. You right now, even the stupid red horse can trample you to death." Saying that, Baruashan nudged his mouth towards the red horse that was resting on its side, and the latter seemed to hear a sound and twisted its head, with those white eyes, half-open horse mouth, twisted cheeks, and a still terrified expression. "Geez." Baruashan couldn't hold back anymore, pointing at it, and scolding, "What is there to be afraid of? At night, your expression is very scary, you know." The red horse cocked its head, failing to understand, and its eyes widened some more, as if they were going to fall out of their sockets. Baruashan rubbed his brow and stopped looking at it. He recalled what he wanted to say earlier, and proceeded to talk to the demon ape leader. "Anyway, what I'm trying to get across is that the facts are in front of you, and all your anger and chagrin are no longer helping. You should calm down. I know it's hard to do so, but it's only when you want to be strong yourself that everything will slowly get better." The demon ape leader was stunned and wooden for a long time, its eyes softening down little by little. I, for one, have experienced equally desperate moments. When I was 6 years old, Beruashang smiled, a very sunny smile, and met the fiery light as he slowly told his story. It's been 10 years now, and my parents' voices and faces are a little blurry, but I still remember the happiness I once had, so now I'm always trying to learn and grow. I want to be strong, and I want to guard all the happiness that exists, including the future. I want to change my destiny, to live longer, to see the mountains, the lakes, the sun, the moon and the stars, to explore the strange stories in the wilderness, to meet more people and make more friends, to taste delicacies and enjoy the pleasure of my taste buds. Of course, the most important thing is to fight and grow together with the contracted pet partner, in tandem, in this vast and boundless transcendental world. Speaking of this, Beruashang's expression was suddenly a bit ruffled. Actually, if it had been any other master, I could have forced the contract when you were just unconscious, and I'm not going to lie, the odds of success weren't low, but I thought about it, and decided that it wasn't in line with my beliefs in life. In my opinion, the relationship between a master and a pet is not only that of a partner, but of kin, of being worthy of trusting and relying on forever. So, I chose to have a good talk with you while you were clear-headed. Pausing, Beruashang crouched down next to the demon ape leader, looked into its eyes very sincerely, and said, I know you're impressive, and I'm not necessarily worthy of you right now, but please believe that I will do everything I can to train you. The first promise I can give you is that I will take you to exterminate the rest of the swift-winged sword wolves and avenge your people. Also, the contract is a two-way street, so you don't have to worry too much, because you also have the right to make your own choices. At some point, the demon ape leader's breathing sped up a few notches. Its own eye, bloodshot all over but glowing with a slight shimmer, showed very mixed emotions. There was bewilderment, apprehension, agitation, and even more struggle. But something was gone, the initial boundless, muddy, gray willingness to die. Finally, the demon ape leader calmed down. With its last ounce of strength, it struggled to aim at Beruashang's face, and grinned at him. That smile was ugly and hideous. But Beruashang smiled happily. It was the pure smile that belonged exclusively to a teenage boy, gentle with the joy of being acknowledged. In the waterfall cave, Beruashang solemnly and respectfully pressed the black soul seal onto the brow of the demon ape leader, and mouthed, by blood, by spirit, by soul, the first vow, concluded. Suddenly, the soul seal was translucent and bright. A huge suction force, using the soul seal as a junction point, reversed the soul power within Beruashang's body. In almost a breath or two, 70 to 80% of Beruashang's soul power at the peak of the spiritualist level had been extracted, and his face became pale at a visible speed, with the illusion of being exhausted. The demon ape leader was slightly uncomfortable, but did not struggle, and had simply released its soul-restraining power by instinct. Thus, an esoteric feeling appeared in the minds of the man and the beast at the same time, as if there was a silk thread that tied them together. It worked, said Beruashang, clenching his fist with a cheerful expression. Unlike the contract with the twin moon rabbit back then, Beruashang was in a much more passionate mood now. Because this was the result of a lot of time and effort, as well as a lot of risk, borne all by himself. This also meant that he had taken a brand new step on the path of a master's cultivation. Phew! The demon ape leader was on the verge of its limit, and could only barely make a little sound with its snort to mark the moment. Hold on just a little longer, and I'll have you in the Book of Bugs in no time. Beruashang knew very well that after signing the contract, the pet would be able to warm up and recover in the contract pet space in the Book of Olds as long as it didn't die on the spot or had irreversible special injuries such as severe poison, curse, or petrification. Even more so, this recovery effect would continue to strengthen as the master's soul power increased. With Beruashang's current soul power level, the recovery speed of the pet space was about 1.5 times faster than in its regular state. It was true that there was no problem keeping the demon ape alive, but with such a recovery rate alone, it would take at least half a year to return to normal. I can't wait that long. All the same, this trial is far from over. I must get the demon ape leader back to fighting strength as soon as possible. With it in mind, Beruashang made up his mind. I was going to save this for Milky Way, but now I have no choice. Redeem the Universal Recipe Exchange Voucher. Latest episodes are on the FACEBOKK. Chapter 40. Customized Recipe Sensing the Host's Wishes. Do you want to use the Universal Recipe, Youth Level, Exchange Voucher? Confirm use. Two transcendent creatures are detected in the host's vicinity. May I ask which is the target? Demon Ape. Baruashang almost forgot about the red horse, but fortunately, the author of the comment was smart and gave him a choice. Transcendental recipe customization in progress. Customization complete. Referring to the current state of the target Demon Ape, the author can provide 7 effective custom recipes. Please choose Recipe 1, Dragon Bone and Blood Ginseng Tea. Effect description: a perfect healing type recipe. The main ingredient contains drake skull seed, 100 years old blood ginseng, and so on. Once taken, it can completely repair all the injuries of the target Demon Ape without leaving any hidden problems. Recipe 2, Thick Herb Soup. Effect description: a general healing recipe. The main ingredients consist of golden bananas and 24 types of herbs, which can restore one heart of the target Demon Ape when taken. Recipe 3, Duck and Secret White Bone Sauce. Effect description: a mutation and transformation type recipe with 50,170% chance of mutating the target Demon Ape into skeletal and creature bone ape, 103% chance of sudden death after consumption. Recipe 4, Imp Rice Balls. Effect description: a recipe for mutation, with a 40,180% chance of mutating the target Demon Ape into a ghost-type and creature called a Spiteful Demon, with a 5,110% chance of IQ drop. Recipe 5, Countless rows of small letters floated in his eyes, making him a little dizzy at first glance. Quickly browsing with the help of his soul power, Baruashang had an odd expression. Either healing or mutation, it does quite fit the author's earlier tailor-made statement. It's also true that the Demon Ape is on the verge of death, and life sustenance must be prioritized. Recipes with other effects make no sense. But what kind of recipes are those last 5? It's not like the Demon Ape's racial type is weak. It's the standard muscular warrior with high burst damage. I wouldn't consider mutating unless it came to a point where it had no choice between life and death or was stuck in an evolutionary barrier period. I can't choose the first recipe, either. The drake skull seed and 100-year-old blood ginseng are both extremely expensive ingredients. Not to mention whether or not I can obtain them, it's still a question whether they exist on the trial grounds. I can only choose the second recipe. Recipe 2, Redemption successful. For a moment, his brain tingled slightly as a message came flooding in. Recipe: Thick Herb Soup. Materials: 1 golden banana plus 10 g of witherwood plus 10 g of golden silver grass plus 10 g of sword grass plus peak of spiritualist level and above soul power. Process: mash the banana with the peel on, and put description: to heal a depleted heart, a custom recipe, valid only for Demon Ape, contractor C. Baruashang, in its current state. Much more trouble than that recipe for the Mouse of Temptation. Well, there are 25 main ingredients. I have 11 now. The remaining 14 are not that rare. If I look carefully, I should be able to find them all. Baruashang's worries eased. If scarce and special materials were needed, then he'd be on the brink of tears. After confirming that the universal recipe exchange voucher method was feasible, Baruashang immediately took the Demon Ape leader back to the Book of Oaths. It is now the 4th night. Tomorrow is the last safe day. Starting the day after tomorrow, the incense bag expires, and hunting is allowed between students. Baruashang contemplated. Time is too tight for me. Let's start working overnight and try to find all the missing materials in less than 24 hours. Baruashang pulled up the red horse lying down but not sleeping, and the latter obediently followed him out of the waterfall cave. Again, a full moon hung in the sky as a silhouette, far dimmer than the normal moon. Riding on his red horse, Baruashang rushed through the night, sometimes turning over boulders and sometimes climbing up ancient trees while looking for the plants he needed. On the afternoon of the 5th day, Baruashang found all the ingredients. He rushed back to the waterfall cave without stopping. However, instead of cooking the recipe first, he sat down cross-legged and began to meditate. Yesterday's contract with the Demon Ape leader had consumed a large amount of soul power, and he hadn't recovered from it. This recipe was marked as requiring the peak soul power of a spiritualist, and Baruashang did not want to ruin the entire pot of ingredients he had worked so hard to collect in the process of cooking due to a lack of soul power. After about 4 or 5 hours, he exhaled a muddied breath and rose to his feet refreshed. Pounding the herbs, starting the fire, setting up the pot, adding water, and finally injecting soul power, Baruashang followed the recipe's procedure strictly and navigated his way through it with ease, quickly obtaining the final product. What was presented was a sticky dark green soup that didn't look too special other than being steaming hot. In fact, from the scent wafting off, Shang smelled a delightful and refreshing aroma, and he inexplicably wanted to give it a taste. Transcendental delicacy thick herb soup has been made, recipe completion 63%, no special effects triggered. Only 63%? Does that mean I came close to failing? Shang's attention quickly shifted as he analyzed the results. Could it be that the increase in ingredients has caused me to lack a more refined control of the actual portions and the cooking time? When I get back to the academy, I'm going to start preparing scales, pots, measures, timers, and other such aids. I can't be held back by these things, but then I'm getting further and further down the culinary road. As a master it's quite interesting too. Shaking his head despite himself, Shang summoned the Book of Oaths. The first oath, open. As the pages of the book flipped, an illusory light gate emerged, and the body of the demon ape leader flew out in a prone position. 8 Boss, wake up! Take your medicine. The demon ape leader slept very soundly, probably because it was so terribly injured. Shang shouted for a while before it woke up. Seeing the bloodied and weak appearance of the demon ape leader, Shang hadn't felt anything earlier, but now he was a bit distressed. He hurriedly ran to its side, helping it get up slowly and helping it lay its back against the stone wall. Here, drink this. It will do wonders for your injuries. Shang carefully held the pot and brought it to the demon ape leader's mouth. The demon ape leader sniffed it with its nose and didn't hesitate to gulp it down. Most of its bodily functions were in an extremely critical state, and even the muscles involved in drinking the soup would be quite painful. It's okay. Drink slowly, drink slowly. Yang's gaze was soft, and his heart was warm. Some pets, even when they entered into a contract, especially in the period when the contract had just been established, were skeptical of the master and wouldn't easily believe what they said. But the demon ape leader was different. Shang could feel that it had a certain amount of trust in him, and that feeling was quite reassuring. Don't worry, he'll do everything I promised you. Although your people are gone, that's okay. It'll be me, Milky Way, and many, many more future companions will be accompanying you from now on. Silently repeating this oath in his heart, Shang began to observe the changes in the demon ape leader after it drank the thick herb soup. Latest episodes are on the FACEBOKK. End of Part 1. Novels Hall Dynasty.